have a testimony.
Why the
tell your life.
Get in on it.
I witnessed it.
He finna be in here.
Why
and
the
tell
fuck I got an EBT card? And this is at Breezy Bowl and made 90 whatever the million, and it say KKKKK Mac. Can I get 25,000 for them four songs I owe you, bro? I just want to leave, bro.
Leading up to who he is.
I'm not even tripping though. I got an EBT card, my nigga. Like what the, bro? I can't even get nothing. Bro, man.
Kevin McCall's viral breakdown brought all that old tension with Chris Brown right back to the surface. But before the situation could cool off, Young Thug jumped in, confronting Chris face to face. What was meant to be a calm conversation quickly turned into a heated exchange, and the leaked footage from that night showed just how wild things got. October 20th, 2025 became a day nobody in the music world will forget. Kevin McCall, now 40, sat down for what was supposed to be a regular podcast chat on Back on Fig. But what unfolded shocked everyone. During that nearly 3-hour sit-down, Kevin let the world see a side of him that nobody was ready for, peeling back the layers of one of R&B's most talked-about rivalries. About 45 minutes in, while the hosts were hyping up his musical genius, something in him just cracked. He suddenly pulled out his EBT card, his electronic benefits transfer card, and placed it on the table. Right there on camera, Kevin broke down in tears, his pain spilling out for millions to see. It was emotional, raw, and left the internet completely stunned. Whether it was sympathy, shock, or a mix of both, everyone felt something watching that moment. This was a man who once helped create some of the biggest hits of the 2000s and 2010s, songs that earned millions and won major awards. Yet here he was, talking openly about using government assistance just to get by. It was heartbreaking to see such a talented artist fall from the heights of fame to struggling just to make ends meet. Kevin kept it completely real, admitting he was behind on his $2,000 a month child support payments for his daughter Marley with his ex, Eva Marcille.
Actually, basically on a text message saying word. That's all they saying. Like it's one dude saying, yo, do this, and one dude is saying word. What do you feel about that?
I mean, I can't speak for my brothers in them cases and what they going on. I can only be who I always been, they brother. You know, I'm a rock with them for life. It's us never.
He said he hadn't seen his kids in over 10 years and confessed that the emotional weight had driven him into some dark thoughts. Through real tears and painful honesty, Kevin made a direct plea to Chris Brown saying, "Bro, give me the $25,000 you owe me for those 4 tracks." McCall claimed that the total unpaid royalties could reach nearly $3 million, saying his old CBE deal wasn't valid and left him cheated out of what he earned. The contrast was jaw-dropping. While Chris Brown was packing out arenas on his Breezy Bowl 20 tour, pulling in $90 to $100 million performing songs Kevin helped write, Kevin said he was just trying to stay afloat, shopping quietly to avoid being recognized in that painful situation. That clip went insanely viral, no exaggeration. Within just hours, it was everywhere. Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, you name it. The main video reposted by My Mixtapez alone hit over 9 million views on Twitter, and the whole internet couldn't stop talking about it. People were split right down the middle. Some viewers saw Kevin McCall as a man crushed by an unforgiving industry, a sad reminder of how fast fame can fade when the business side turns cold. But others saw it differently, saying Kevin was facing the consequences of his own choices after years of bad decisions and public fallouts. The debate was heated, with fans, critics, and even celebrities weighing in non-stop. Then came the twist nobody saw coming. Out of nowhere, Young Thug, fresh home and ready to move differently, stepped into the conversation with a huge gesture that shocked everyone. On October 21st, 2025, just one day after Kevin's emotional podcast moment broke the internet, Thug posted on Twitter, "Kevin McCall hit me, bro. I'll give you the $25,000 you need, and I know CB would too. He's just busy sometimes." It was wild to see. Thug wasn't clout chasing or trying to score attention. He was genuinely offering to help. Not only was he willing to personally cover the $25,000 Kevin said he was owed, but he also did it publicly, putting both McCall and Chris Brown in a position where everyone could see their next move. It was a rare show of unity in a culture known for chaos, and fans immediately took notice. Young Thug was walking a tight line, defending Chris Brown while still showing compassion for Kevin McCall. That's a rare move, and it hit different because Thug wasn't picking sides. He was trying to bring peace where most people would have fueled more drama. To really get why this moment mattered, you gotta understand the bond between Young Thug and Chris Brown. Their connection goes way back, built on loyalty, mutual respect, and serious music chemistry. Back in 2020, right in the middle of the COVID lockdowns, the two linked up for their Slime and B mixtape, a 13-track project that had fans going wild. The lead single, Go Crazy, didn't just live up to its name. It shot all the way to number 9 on the Billboard Hot 100 and went 4 times platinum. That was certified magic. But it wasn't just about the music. Their loyalty to each other was solid. When Young Thug got locked up in May 2022 on RICO charges, spending over 2 years fighting his case, Chris Brown didn't turn his back. He was one of the few artists who showed real love, posting Free YSL and speaking on Thug with genuine care in interviews, keeping his name alive when others stayed quiet. So when Young Thug stepped up to help Kevin McCall, he wasn't betraying Chris Brown or switching sides. He was trying to bring some peace into a messy situation. Thug was playing the role of a real mediator, showing compassion to a man clearly struggling while still standing up for his friend's name. That's genuine leadership right there. When Thug tweeted, "CB would give it to you too, bro, he's just busy sometimes," it showed pure balance. He wasn't throwing shade, he was showing understanding. Kevin McCall quickly replied with appreciation, saying, "What's up, bro? I'm just seeing this. About to DM you now." For a brief moment, it felt like maybe, just maybe, things could finally cool down. Young Thug, fresh out of federal custody and focused on giving back, had already proven he was serious about change. Just a few months earlier, in August 2025, he'd organized a huge charity event in Atlanta for local kids, showing his heart was in the right place. So when he extended that olive branch to Kevin, it felt genuine, like he was really trying to stop another downfall before it happened. But Chris Brown, he came with completely different energy. On October 22nd, 2025, Chris jumped on Instagram stories and dropped a message that instantly went viral. It read, "Remember this, you can't walk across a burnt bridge. And you know what's funnier than a troll? A broke one." That post hit like a bomb. It was icy, dismissive, and made Chris's stance crystal clear. No reunion, no forgiveness, no payout, nothing. The bridge wasn't just burned, it was gone for good. Instantly, fans flooded social media, picking sides and debating whether Chris was keeping it real or being too cold-hearted. The drama had officially hit a whole new level. Public opinion started swinging about 70% in favor of Chris Brown, with most people in the comments and blogs backing him hard. Fans pointed out that Kevin McCall had once made serious threats toward Chris and his daughter, saying that after everything, Kevin had been given multiple chances but kept dropping the ball. Many felt like his situation was sadly the result of his own choices, and that blaming Chris wasn't fair. One viral tweet summed it up perfectly. Before anyone says Chris Brown is being mean, context, Kevin McCall once threatened him and his daughter royalty. That post went crazy, gathering thousands of likes and shares, and it shaped the tone of the conversation for days. Still, not everyone agreed with the crowd. Some people argued that Chris went too far with his response, saying he was being cold to a man who was clearly going through a mental and emotional crisis. They reminded everyone that Kevin helped Chris build his early sound. He was there when the hits were being made. Mocking his financial struggles in public felt cruel to some fans who believed compassion would have been a better move. A few music insiders even pointed out how common this pattern is in the industry. Songwriters and producers often end up struggling financially while the artists they helped reach the top stay rich. They argued that regardless of Kevin's personal mistakes or reckless behavior, if he was truly owed money, he deserved to be paid. That's business, plain and simple. But to really understand how things spiraled to this breaking point, with Kevin crying on camera and Chris Brown firing back with no mercy, you have to rewind to where it all started. Back when they were just two hungry young talents trying to break into the game, before friendship turned to fallout. It all began on March 9th, 2016, when Kevin finally broke his silence and tweeted directly at Chris Brown, "We need to sit down and handle this business." And that message lit the first spark of a feud that would explode years later. Kevin McCall's next move was bold. He posted publicly, saying, "I tried the adult business route. I feel my kindness is being taken for weakness." That was a clear line in the sand, a direct message for everyone to see. Kevin wasn't chasing attention, he wanted accountability. He was calling for a real conversation about what he believed were years of unpaid royalties and broken promises, the kind of behind-the-scenes music politics that can end careers in silence. But if Kevin expected a calm or private response from Chris Brown, he was in for a shock. The very next day, March 10th, 2016, Chris fired back with a long Instagram post that left no room for confusion. It was emotional, raw, and very public. The type of response that shuts the door on reconciliation for good. In that post, Chris accused Kevin of being ungrateful and trying to bring him down, even warning him to stop spreading negativity. Fans instantly knew things had gone way past a normal business dispute. This was personal now. The post spread across every gossip page with thousands of comments debating who was right and who crossed the line. Meanwhile, Kevin tried to keep his cool. Instead of clapping back with more anger, he went on Snapchat and wrote, "I'm Chris Brown's #1 fan, actually." Nobody could tell if he was being sarcastic or serious. It felt like a mix of both. Here was a man who once admired Chris, looked up to him as a mentor, and helped him make some of his biggest records, now facing public rejection from someone he once called family. That tension between respect, betrayal, and pain set the tone for everything that would follow. From that moment on, it wasn't just a business issue anymore. It became a personal feud that would haunt both of their careers for years to come. Kevin once called Chris his little brother, but by 2016, that bond had completely shattered. What started as brotherhood turned into straight-up tension, filled with mixed emotions. One minute, Kevin was demanding to be released from his contract. The next, he was praising Chris's talent. It was confusing, a cycle of love, anger, and regret that played out publicly for everyone to see. Then came June 2016, when Kevin dropped a diss track titled Baruchi, a play on the name of Chris's ex, Karawechi. He later admitted he only did it to get under Chris's skin. It was petty and personal, showing how far things had fallen between them. Two artists who once made hits together now using music to take shots at each other. But things really hit rock bottom on December 11, 2017, when Kevin posted a video challenging Chris to a one-on-one fight. He accused him of not being genuine, questioning his image and toughness. Fans were stunned. Then, in the moment that truly marked the end of their bond, Kevin took his platinum plaque for Deuces, the hit song that once changed both their lives, and smashed it on camera. He looked straight into the lens and said, "Deuces to my past." That act said it all. The brotherhood was officially dead, and there was no going back. Kevin captioned that video with a bitter message symbolizing the end of everything he and Chris Brown had built together. Chris didn't respond with words, just two emojis, one with a blank face, the other laughing. That small reaction said it all. It was cold, dismissive, and probably cut deeper than any full post ever could. It was the ultimate industry statement. You're not even worth my energy. But then things went too far. On January 6, 2018, Kevin McCall tweeted a string of disturbing messages that shocked everyone following their feud. In those posts, he made alarming threats involving Chris and his family, crossing a line that nobody could excuse. Even longtime supporters couldn't stand by him after that. The internet exploded with backlash. Fans, blogs, and even industry insiders condemned the comments instantly. One viral post summed up the entire mood. No matter how bad things get, you never bring someone's child into it. From that moment on, there was no coming back. Whatever brotherhood they once had was gone for good. Kevin's words had ended any chance of reconciliation and turned public opinion completely against him. In hip-hop, and really in life, there are certain lines you just don't cross, and bringing someone's child into drama is one of them. That's off limits, no excuses. After his disturbing tweets, Kevin McCall tried to walk it back, claiming people misunderstood his words and that he was only speaking symbolically. He even said he loved Chris and his daughter, trying to clean it up, but by then, the damage was already done. Nobody was buying it. All the sympathy Kevin had gained, all the valid concerns about unpaid royalties, gone in an instant. Those posts overshadowed everything, giving Chris Brown every reason to distance himself for good. Then, in 2019, Kevin made things worse when he went on another rant online, this time targeting Chris's fans with cruel remarks. It shocked everyone and confirmed that his behavior had spiraled out of control. What could have been a story about redemption turned into a pattern of chaos and self-sabotage. Meanwhile, Chris Brown kept quiet through most of it. No messy posts, no interviews, just silence. He didn't need to say much. Kevin's actions were already speaking louder than words. But in a resurfaced 2020 video, Chris finally addressed it indirectly, subtly flexing his success and questioning Kevin's talent in a calm but cutting way that made it clear he had moved on while Kevin was still stuck in the storm. Chris Brown once said in an interview, if he wrote all those songs he claims he did, why he ain't writing hits now? It was a cold statement, but it hit hard because it spoke to reality. While Chris's career kept rising with platinum albums, world tours, and awards, Kevin McCall's momentum completely faded. His 2017 project, Man of God, barely made noise, and his net worth, once full of potential, had dropped to almost nothing. But to understand how things got this deep, you have to go back to where it all began, the rise and fall of a brotherhood. It started in 2009 when a young Kevin McCall from Watts, Los Angeles, decided to take a huge risk that changed everything. Fresh out of college and chasing NFL dreams, Kevin found himself at a music event trying to network. That's where he spotted Chris Brown, who at that time was only 20 and trying to rebuild his image after his career had taken a major hit. In a move of pure confidence and hunger, Kevin walked straight up to Chris and pitched his demos face to face. He wasn't taking no for an answer. It was bold, fearless, and showed the kind of determination only someone with nothing to lose could have. And believe it or not, it worked. That single moment would open doors that turned both their lives upside down and started one of the most complicated friendships in modern R&B history. Chris Brown saw something special in Kevin McCall: raw talent, hunger, and the same drive he once had. Impressed? He invited Kevin to the studio, and that moment sparked what Kevin would later call a magical era. It wasn't just music, it was brotherhood. Chris eventually signed him to his label, CBE, Chris Brown Entertainment, in partnership with RCA, making Kevin his official protege during a major comeback in Chris's career. Together, they created pure heat. Their chemistry was undeniable, delivering some of the biggest tracks of the early 2000s. One of those hits was Deuces, featuring Tyga, a breakup anthem that peaked at number 14 on the Billboard Hot 100 and earned a Grammy nomination. But few fans know that Deuces actually started as Kevin's song. He wrote it about his first heartbreak and poured his real emotions into it. Kevin agreed to let Chris have the track under one condition: he had to stay featured on it. Chris kept his word, brought in Tyga, and the rest became history. The song exploded, earning Kevin 6 figures in royalties. Life-changing money for someone who was working retail just months earlier. It felt like the start of a dream come true, but that success would later become the root of one of R&B's most complicated feuds. Kevin McCall stayed on a hot streak. In 2011, he co-wrote and featured on Strip, which hit number 37 on the Billboard Hot 100 and had the clubs jumping. He also helped craft Look at Me Now, Chris Brown's smash hit with Busta Rhymes and Lil Wayne that became his first #1 record and dominated the airwaves. Kevin's pen was all over Chris's FAME album, the project that earned Chris his first Grammy and cemented his full comeback as one of R&B's biggest names. McCall's talent stretched beyond Chris too. He wrote for other artists like Carrie Hilson on One Night Stand, proving he was one of the most versatile writers in the game. For a moment, Kevin McCall was living every young artist's dream: money, fame, and hits that defined an era. Chris often called him my big brother, and their studio sessions were like family, full of laughter, creativity, and genuine love. But behind that success, cracks started to form. Around 2013, Kevin began feeling boxed in, like he was losing control of his own image and sound. In a 2015 Vlad TV interview, Kevin revealed that Chris wanted him to push a grown and edgy image that didn't fit who he really was as an artist. The tension kept building until one small moment in 2014 changed everything, when actress Keke Palmer reached out to collaborate. What seemed like a normal industry move would end up setting off a chain reaction that tore their bond apart for good. Kevin McCall was ready to step out of Chris Brown's shadow and build his own name. So when Keke Palmer reached out to collaborate, he jumped at the chance. They filmed Shorty Wanna Ride, and Kevin felt like this was his big moment to finally shine solo. But Chris didn't see it that way. According to Kevin, Chris called him directly and wasn't happy about the move. He felt the collab didn't fit the image he wanted for his brand. What started as a creative disagreement quickly turned personal. Kevin claimed Chris threatened to block his progress in the industry, which hit deep. Coming from Watts, Kevin lived by respect, and feeling controlled like that was a line he couldn't accept. That call marked the real breaking point between them, the day their brotherhood shifted from partnership to power struggle, and nothing was the same after that. Kevin McCall later claimed that people around Chris Brown, especially management, were quietly blocking his solo moves and shutting down his opportunities. He said that even though Deuces went global with hundreds of millions of streams, he never saw the full royalties he believed he earned. According to Kevin, he was young, hungry, and didn't fully understand the contracts he signed under Chris's company. He felt trapped in bad deals and left out of credits on songs he helped create, like Look at Me Now. Whether it was bad paperwork or bad blood, Kevin took it as betrayal, the feeling of being erased by someone he once helped build up. It's a sad ending to what started as a brotherhood built on music, trust, and dreams. What began with hits and loyalty ended with pain and silence. If you want more deep dives like this, don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below.
Want to bury your 25-year-old nephew.
On July 29th, 2023, a night that was supposed to mark the biggest moment of 350 Heem's career ended in tragedy.
And some advice I want to share to the youth is be you. Don't try to be like your favorite rappers. Don't try to be like your favorite actor. Don't try to be like nobody. Be you. Whatever you like, you do. Whatever you want to do, you do. You feel me? Chase your dreams. Don't let nobody tell you different. It's just like that, though. Yeah. I feel like nobody be telling them that these days, you feel me? But that's definitely what they need to hear.
The Florida rapper was celebrating the release of his long-awaited project Taking Chances 3 at the Jade Fox Lounge in Lakeland. Fans, friends, and family packed the venue, expecting music, joy, and memories. But just after 1:51 a.m., gunfire shattered the celebration, and the parking lot transformed into a scene of chaos. Inside, 350 Heem, real name Raheem Bacon, was with loved ones, promoting the music he believed would change his life forever. Outside, tensions escalated into a violent confrontation, and at the center of it all stood 23-year-old Jamila Johnson, a name tied to the dark twist that turned celebration into heartbreak. Raheem's story began on February 26, 1998 in Lakeland, Florida. He was the youngest of 5, raised in a household full of love but also constant struggle. His mother, Kenny Crawford, worked tirelessly to keep the family together, often sacrificing everything to give her children a chance at something better. And for Raheem, family was always at the heart of his journey. Before the world knew him as 350 Heem, Raheem Bacon was simply a son, a brother, and a kid growing up in Lakeland, Florida. His older brother, Dwayne Bacon, made it all the way to the NBA, grabbing headlines with his basketball career. But while Dwayne's path was clear, Raheem's journey was still unfolding in the same streets they both came from. From early on, Raheem stood out, funny, energetic, and always protective of the people he cared about. Friends remembered his big smile, his charm, and how he could light up a room, but behind that, he carried a quiet determination. He wanted more for himself and even more for his family. In a city with limited opportunities, that kind of hunger was everything. At Lake Gibson High, Raheem played varsity basketball, following in his brother's footsteps. He graduated with the class of 2016, making his family proud. Basketball gave him discipline, teamwork, and drive. But it was music where he found his true voice. Life forced Raheem to grow up fast. Just days after turning 18, he became a father. While his classmates worried about prom and college, Raheem was learning how to raise a daughter and later, a son. His kids quickly became the center of his world, the reason he pushed harder to make his dreams real. But Lakeland carried pressure along with pride. Raheem once called it a crab in a bucket city, a place where success often attracted envy, and envy could turn dangerous. His mother, determined to protect him, urged him to move to Tallahassee after high school. There, he enrolled in community college, met people who would later support his music, and tried to stay focused in a new environment. Still, distance couldn't erase all the struggles. Between 2017 and 2019, Raheem faced run-ins with the law, including charges tied to drugs and weapons. He spent time in Leon County, an experience that became a wake-up call. He knew the pain of losing freedom, and he vowed never to go back. Raheem wasn't defined by mistakes. He came home more determined than ever, ready to channel his energy into music. This was the moment 350 Heem was born, with a hunger to turn his story into sound. As 350 Heem, Raheem quickly found his sound and his lane. His music, raw, melodic, and full of pain mixed with perseverance, started gaining traction on YouTube with songs like Water, pulling in hundreds of thousands of views. Fans connected to his honesty as he rapped about love, struggle, violence, and survival drawn straight from his own life. By 2021, his grind paid off. He signed with Motown Records, a dream for any rising artist. That December, he dropped his project Major League, and suddenly his name was echoing far beyond Lakeland. By April 2023, Blue Magazine profiled him, calling his music powerful melodies and street anthems. In that same interview, Raheem said, "Being at the forefront of my city, it's on me to keep the light shining." His words showed ambition, but also responsibility. He wasn't just chasing fame. He wanted to represent Lakeland and open doors for other local artists. For his fans, his wins felt like theirs too. But success in a city like Lakeland could be dangerous. While Raheem was carving a name for himself, shadows always lingered. By July 28, 2023, he reached another milestone with his mixtape, Taking Chances 3, featuring songs like Dangerous Love and Gunshots. To mark the release, he hosted a party at Jade Fox Lounge in the Highlands Plaza, a night meant to celebrate his rise, but one that would take a tragic turn. Raheem went all out promoting his release party, posting on social media, hyping it as an upscale, star-filled event. Even his brother, NBA player Dwayne Bacon, was set to attend. For Raheem, this wasn't just a party, it was proof he had made it, but celebration and chaos can be closer than anyone thinks. In that same lounge was a woman whose presence would shift the night toward tragedy, 23-year-old Jamila Johnson. At first glance, she looked like anyone else in the crowd, dancing, laughing, blending into the flashing lights. But beneath that image was a reputation that told a darker story. By her early 20s, Jamila was already known for arrests, fights, and reckless choices. People who knew her described her as quick-tempered, unafraid of confrontation, and carrying a restless energy that often pulled her into conflict. While many tried to avoid trouble, Jamila seemed to meet it head-on, and the court system had the records to back it up. Raised in Polk County, Florida, she grew up in a world where hardship and opportunity constantly clashed. For some, that environment built resilience. For Jamila, it fueled a path of conflict, one that would collide with Raheem's biggest night in the worst way. Jamila Johnson's reputation didn't appear overnight. It built up through years of trouble. Her first serious arrest came in 2018, at just 20 years old, when she was caught illegally carrying a concealed weapon. Police said she had no permit, no clearance, no reason, just reckless behavior that hinted at the risks she was willing to take. By 2019, her name popped up again, this time for marijuana possession. On its own, some might see it as minor, but for Jamila, it was another strike, another piece of a growing record. Soon after came charges that showed her volatile side, resisting arrest, refusing to comply, and even brawling in public. Instead of backing down, she pushed the limits, proving she wasn't afraid of confrontation. By 2020 and 2021, Jamila had already earned a reputation in Polk County. To many, she was seen as quick to anger, unafraid of authority, and comfortable with chaos. These weren't isolated slip-ups. They formed a timeline, each arrest like a warning sign of what could come next. Yet, despite it all, Jamila still walked freely into the Jade Fox Lounge on July 28, 2023, this time alongside her mother, 48-year-old Regina Orr. They weren't guests of honor, but they weren't strangers to drama either. And no one inside that night knew just how much their presence would change Raheem 350 Heem Bacon celebration forever. What was meant to be 350, Heem's proudest night, quickly spiraled out of control. Jamila Johnson and her mother, Regina Orr, brought tension the moment they arrived. Around 12:30 a.m., they argued at the entrance over the cover charge before finally paying and walking in. Inside, the vibe was still upbeat. Music blasting, drinks flowing, photos snapping. But by 1:30 a.m., security sensed the energy shifting. Then at 1:35 a.m., chaos erupted. Regina suddenly struck Raheem's mother, Kenny Crawford. The single punch lit the fuse. Screams filled the room, fists flew, and in seconds, the release party turned into a brawl. By 1:40 a.m., the fight spilled into the parking lot, dozens rushing outside as the night descended into mayhem. By 1:51 a.m., the release party had turned into chaos. Two off-duty Lakeland police officers tried to control the crowd, but then a gunshot shattered the night. Raheem pulled a 9mm pistol and fired, hitting Regina Orr and sending her crashing to the ground. Panic erupted. People screamed, ducked, and scattered everywhere. That's when Regina's daughter, 23-year-old Jamila Johnson, pulled out a stolen Glock. Without hesitation, she aimed and fired, hitting Raheem as he tried to run. Witnesses froze as he stumbled, collapsed near a parked car, and fought for breath while bleeding on the pavement. At that moment, bystander Isaac Harris pulled into the lot. Seeing Raheem collapse in front of his car, he jumped into action, dragging the wounded rapper inside his vehicle and speeding toward Lakeland Regional Hospital, blowing through red lights to save his life. Outside Jade Fox Lounge, chaos kept unraveling. Sirens wailed as paramedics rushed Regina Orr into an ambulance. Police chased Jamila Johnson as she tried to flee. She tossed her Glock to the pavement, but Raheem's 9mm pistol was nowhere to be found. Only shell casings proved it had been fired, leaving a mystery that would raise serious questions. At the hospital, doctors fought to save Raheem, but the damage was too severe. Minutes after arriving, 350 Heem Bacon was pronounced dead at just just 25 years old, his biggest night ended with flashing lights, blood on the pavement, and silence in the hospital room. Back at the scene, officers locked down the lot, marking evidence and collecting Jamila's discarded Glock. But Raheem's missing gun became the most puzzling detail. Witnesses told detectives the same thing. Raheem had fired first, striking Regina Orr. Jamila's response turned the night from celebration to tragedy. Prosecutors ruled that Jamila Johnson fired to protect her wounded mother. And by August 21st, 2023, the case took a shocking turn. She wasn't charged with murder. Instead, only with carrying a concealed firearm and tampering with evidence after tossing the Glock while fleeing. For the justice system, the case was closed. But for Raheem's family and fans, it felt far from over. They couldn't understand how a 25-year-old rising star could be killed, yet no one held directly accountable. Online, supporters demanded answers. Why had Raheem's gun vanished? Who took it? And if it had been found, would prosecutors have made the same decision? Police had shell casings proving the 9mm was fired, but the weapon itself was gone, lost in the chaos. And that missing piece left a cloud of doubt hanging over everything. For Raheem's loved ones, the unanswered questions were almost as painful as losing him. His mother, Kenny Crawford, demanded to know why the system moved so quickly to clear Jamila Johnson of murder. To her, it felt like her son's life had been reduced to a technicality. Fans flooded social media with anger and heartbreak, saying 350 Heem deserved better, and calling out what they saw as a failure of justice. In Lakeland, murals began popping up with Raheem's face. Candles lined the sidewalks, and his music blasted from car speakers as the city mourned. For the community, his death wasn't just about one man. It symbolized how quickly success could be taken away, and how fragile hope really was in places where opportunity was rare. Meanwhile, investigators stayed quiet about the missing 9mm, offering no updates. Every day that passed without answers only fueled more rumors. Was the weapon taken by someone close to Raheem? Did police mishandle the scene? Or was there more to the story than anyone was saying? What's certain is that the night that should have cemented Raheem's rise instead became the night his legacy was rewritten forever. Was Raheem's missing gun taken to protect his name, or was it evidence that could have changed the case? The truth may never be known. On September 12th, 2023, the state attorney's office confirmed no homicide charges would be filed against Jamila Johnson, ruling her actions as self-defense. Legally, the case was closed, but for Raheem's family, friends, and fans, the pain was far from over. Lakeland came together to mourn as 350 Heem was laid to rest, his brother Dwayne Bacon standing in grief beside their mother. At just 25, his life ended before it reached its full promise, leaving behind children, a family, and a city that believed in his rise. For many, the reduced charges and missing gun felt like justice denied. Yet Raheem's music still lives on, carrying the voice of a young artist who wanted to shine light on his city. His story is a reminder of both the promise and the fragility of chasing a dream. This was the life and death of 350 Heem Bacon. Don't forget to subscribe, like, share, and comment your thoughts below.
Let me ask you, when you finally got to Bang's house and you saw Melly, was he wearing the same clothes as he left the club in? What was he wearing?
Tank top and some gym shorts.
Did you see where his other clothes were at? What's your impression? What do you think happened?
Same thing y'all think. I would. Man, I ain't no snitch, dog. Ain't feel me.
No, I'm not.
This whole new situation with Melly and the wine drama is another loud reminder that the street life brings nothing but problems. Everybody already knows Melly is facing the death penalty, and prosecutors claim he took the lives of two close friends while they were all heading home from the studio. His first trial ended with a hung jury, and now he's gearing up for another round in court. That night, when he walked out of the studio, he was rolling with a small group, including the two friends he later ended up in the same car with. Now, investigators say he took their lives during that ride and then told officers it was a drive-by, which has turned the whole situation into a huge mystery. Even today, neither the police nor prosecutors have been able to point to any real motive, and that lack of clear reason is one of the biggest things that helped him get that hung jury the first time around. People kept asking why he would do something like that when he was a multimillionaire, had their names inked on his skin, and they were all tied to the same label. Nothing added up, and the confusion only got louder. When Melly left the studio, there were a few people walking out with him, including a dude named Jacoby. Footage exists of Jacoby in an interrogation room talking to detectives, and the moment people saw it, many said it would make anybody rethink trying to live any type of street life. The whole situation looked messy, and the streets looked shaky. One of the first things Jacoby told the officers was, "Man, I ain't no snitch man." But then he started talking in a way that had the internet internet saying he gave the detectives a full performance. People joke that it was the wildest switch up since the moment folks compared to 6ix9ine's Situation. The streets started saying everything was done, and even street dudes started pointing out a new style of telling that keeps popping up. That's why every time someone in rap gets accused of talking to authorities, people start repeating the same lines the moment drama hits. People kept pointing out how every time someone in the streets gets called out, they repeat the same lines over and over again. They always start with, "Man, listen, man. Where the paperwork at, man? I ain't snitch, man." Even when there's a whole stack of documents showing what detectives wrote down, the officers will list every detail, saying, "He told us this, he told us this," and the response is always the same. "Man, police be lying, yo." It turns into the classic back and forth of, "Where the paperwork at, man?" Like the paperwork isn't already sitting right there. Folks in the neighborhood say the same thing whenever the pressure hits. Someone will shrug and go, "Nah, the police word on me nothing, bro. Your word the sauce, the man." And they'll insist, "I ain't signing no statement, yo." Even when the situation already looks shaky, they always claim detectives twist their words, especially once those cameras turn off. That's when they try to explain it away by saying the officers wrote something different from what was actually said. Then they go back to the block repeating, "Police be lying, bro. I ain't say that." And the story suddenly turns into, "Bro, what the paperwork got, man? Hell no, police lie on me, bro." It becomes a full performance every time. Even when the conversation started with someone loudly declaring, "I'm not a snitch," before asking for the cameras to be turned off like that changes everything. What made the whole situation feel strange to people was how unusual this man's cooperation looked from the outside. Normally, when someone talks to detectives, it's because they're trying to get less time or fix their own case. But in this situation, according to what the court records describe, the man wasn't being promised anything at all. Detectives were simply telling him, "Help us get justice for your homie, man." And he still started talking without any deal on the table. He was sitting on information the police clearly valued, and people couldn't believe he was giving it away without anything offered in return. So he started breaking down his version of what happened that night, including claims mentioned in court that Fredo Bang allegedly picked up Melly on the highway after the shooting incident the state accuses him of. According to the state's allegations, Melly contacted Fredo Bang, got picked up, and everybody pulled up to Fredo's place after Melly told them there had been a shootout. At the house, this witness explained how he felt he could tell from Melly's behavior that something deeper was going on, and his statements were used by prosecutors to push back against what they called Melly's sob story on social media. When Melly went to turn himself in, he wrote a message online saying the state was accusing him of taking the lives of his best friends, and he claimed he was still grieving. But the cooperating witness told detectives a totally different story, saying, "Man, listen, man, Melly was sick and tired of Sack Chaser, bro." These were his words, not confirmed facts. And he claimed Melly had issues with Sack Chaser for a long time. The witness also said the only reason Juvie was targeted, according to him, was because Juvie happened to be in the car, and he believed Melly didn't trust him to stay quiet. In the courtroom, prosecutors highlighted these claims, saying multiple people had told them Melly had ongoing problems with Sack Chaser. One allegation brought up was that, "Yo, Sack Chaser used to bully Melly man." In court testimony even mentioned a past fight where S. Chaser punched a gold out of Melly mouth in front of his girlfriend, though the defense pushed back and said that incident was old news and that Melly and Sack Chaser were close again by the end. Still, the witness insisted, "Man, Melly ain't really rock or sack chase like that, bro." And that statement added another twist to an already complicated case. Even after everything happened, people said Melly kept telling folks, "Man, y'all know what Sack Chase did to me, man," like he was carrying some heavy frustration long before that night. Even King Von once claimed that Melly told him Sack Chaser was trying to pressure him for money, which added even more confusion to the story. According to what was described in court, this is how everyone was seated in the car before the state says Melly pulled the trigger. The driver in the front left seat was YNW Bortland. Melly was behind him in the left rear seat. Sack Chaser, who Melly allegedly had tension with, including that past fight in front of Melly's girlfriend, was sitting in the front right passenger seat. And Juvie was in the back right seat behind Sack Chaser. The witness earlier had already talked about how Sack Chaser used to bully Melly, and this seating layout became a key detail in the state's version of events. With Melly sitting behind the driver, Sack Chaser up front, and Juvie sitting right behind him, the setup created a tight space where anything that happened would have unfolded fast. Jacoby, the man speaking with detectives, was about to explain his version of how everything went down in that vehicle. He claimed that after the shots towards Sack Chaser, Juvie reached for the weapon in shock, like, "Yo, bro, what you doing?" According to him, Juvie was trying to step in and help Sack Chaser in that split second. Jacoby then described the whole sequence of moments inside the car, giving details people had been wondering about for years. For a long time, the public only had rumors and theories, but Jacoby's version reportedly laid out every step in a way that left people stunned because hearing those details back to back sounded unreal to anyone following the case. Watching the footage gave people a whole new perspective on how risky this situation really was. Folks realized there were people who had been hanging around this man for months, maybe even years, without knowing anything about what he had already told detectives. In the interrogation room, he even said, "Man, listen, man, when I go back on the street and I start talking to more people, I'm gonna let you know who told me," which shocked everyone who heard it. That meant anyone could have been at a party, a get-together, or just chilling at someone's house with friends, and this same dude might have been there too, blending in like nothing was going on. People could have been talking freely, sharing stories or gossip, not realizing the wrong person was listening, and just like that, they could end up tied to a whole murder investigation without even knowing it. It made people say out loud, "Man, the streets ain't for me," because the danger was coming from places nobody expected. The wildest part is that, as he kept talking, he didn't seem to understand the position he was putting himself in. He started out saying he was only giving information because he felt like it, but the more he talked, the more he boxed himself into a corner. In an interrogation room, detectives will ask for details, but he went so far that he admitted things that made him look involved after the fact. He openly said he helped look for the weapons to hide them, which legally turns into being an accessory after the fact, something way more serious than what he probably imagined. So he went from, "Yo, I'm just helping," to a situation where if he stopped talking, he could get charged too. Now detectives didn't need to beg for information. He had already talked himself into a position where staying silent could send him to jail as well. Then it took an even stranger turn when he suddenly mentioned NBA YoungBoy's name, trying to pull him into the situation, even though it didn't line up with anything being discussed. People watching couldn't understand why he would bring up another artist's name when the case already had specific suspects the state was focused on. The whole moment looked confusing, because if the accusations were centered around YNW Melly and Bortland, dragging YoungBoy's name into it seemed completely out of place. After dropping YoungBoy's name out of nowhere, the room went quiet for a second because even detectives seemed confused by the sudden switch up. They kept asking him to explain what he meant, and he just kept talking faster, digging himself deeper without realizing it. Instead of helping his own situation, he was throwing random names around like he was trying to widen the whole case for no reason at all. People watching said it looked like he was trying to shift attention away from himself, but all it did was make the conversation messier. Meanwhile, detectives stayed focused on what the state already alleged about Melly and Bortland because that was the center of the case. But once he mentioned YoungBoy, online viewers started debating why he would even bring up another big artist when he wasn't part of the alleged events. It made everything look sloppy, like he was reaching for something to say just to keep talking, even though talking is what was putting him in trouble in the first place. As the interview kept going, detectives leaned in, letting him speak freely because they knew every extra detail he blurted out could be used later. And he kept going, describing conversations he claimed he overheard, describing actions he claimed he saw, like he was narrating a whole movie scene. People online later said it felt like he was trying to prove he was helpful, even though he wasn't understanding he was tying himself to events he didn't need to be tied to. He started telling them where certain people went after the incident, who called who, and who said what in the hours afterward. Even though none of this was confirmed at that moment, detectives listened closely because he was giving them a timeline they didn't have before. Viewers said it felt unreal watching someone reveal that much without any pressure, almost like he didn't grasp how serious the situation was. Then he started talking about how some people allegedly planned to stick to a certain story, saying they were supposed to stay quiet until lawyers got involved. He explained who was supposed to say what, who planned to protect who, and how everyone was supposed to move as a group. To detectives, it sounded like he was describing a whole strategy, but to the public, it sounded like he was revealing things that could get multiple people questioned all over again. He even mentioned someone allegedly trying to coach another person on what to say, which instantly caught attention because that kind of detail can change how investigators view an entire case. Social media exploded once viewers heard this part because now it seemed like he might have been present for conversations he shouldn't have been part of, and instead of staying quiet, he laid it all out like a checklist. Next, he went into how the vibe changed in the days after the incident. He claimed certain people started acting nervous, others went silent, and some stopped showing up altogether. He described body language, reactions, and whispered conversations he claimed he overheard, painting a picture of a group that didn't know how to move under pressure. But what shocked viewers the most was how he described his own role. He talked like he was simply observing everything, but at the same time, he admitted he was present during moments that made the whole situation look way more tangled than he wanted to admit. People said it sounded like he didn't realize he was placing himself in scenes detectives didn't even know he was in before he said it. As the interview neared the end, detectives asked him if there was anything else he wanted to add, and he didn't hesitate. He kept going even more. He started talking about messages he saw on phones, conversations he heard outside houses, and rumors he picked up over time. None of this was proven, but he talked with so much confidence that it made the room feel heavier with every new claim. By the time he was done, he had given detectives a whole map of relationships, conflicts, and conversations connected to the case, even touching on stuff they never asked about. Viewers said they'd never seen someone volunteer so much without a deal on the table, making the whole situation look like one of the wildest interrogation moments ever caught on camera. He made it clear near the end that young boy had nothing to do with any of this, and even detectives didn't push that angle because it didn't match anything in the case. He said, "Man, young boy ain't have nothing to do with this, man." Young boy didn't, and people agreed that dragging his name in made no sense at all. According to him, everyone already knew who the state believed was responsible, and he even said 99.9% chance is YW Melly did this, though that was just his personal claim and not proven in court. Bringing up young boy's name showed how dangerous online drama can get, because he pointed out that folks need to be careful even with simple internet beefs. You could argue with someone online one time, maybe have one small altercation in real life, and suddenly you're tied to their name forever. Then whenever something serious happens to them, people start tossing your name around without any real reason, which can create chaos and confusion fast. He told detectives he didn't understand why this part of the footage wasn't released earlier, especially since Melly already had his first trial, and the state most likely had this material already. It left viewers wondering whether this could affect Melly's case or if it changes nothing at all. The whole situation raised new questions about timing, evidence, and why things come out when they do. If you're watching this right now, make sure you subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment about what you think of this crazy situation. Your support helps the channel keep breaking down wild stories like this.
Everywhere Jack Doherty goes, cameras are sure to follow.
You want to go with him? Go on the sidewalk now. Okay. Now.
But shortly after 3 a.m. Saturday morning, Miami Beach police say Doherty and his followers went too far. The department saying he deliberately positioned himself in the middle of Washington Avenue, in the heart of the entertainment district, and then repeatedly refused to follow officers' commands.
The last time the audience saw Jack Doherty, he was getting removed from Twitch, and the moment went viral fast. People were calling him out directly for what they said were past mini scams, including what some online voices described as multiple pumping dumps. And they were saying it right to his face. Even streamer Neon stepped in and basically tried to check him on stream after claiming Jack's creator disappeared from his event. All while Neon was telling him to leave the party. It was messy from every angle. And now, with the newest update, the internet is buzzing again because it feels like another wild chapter dropped out of nowhere. Reports say content creator Jack Doherty was arrested in Florida, and third-party footage started spreading fast. Viewers could see Jack standing there as officers handled the situation, and the whole moment instantly turned into social media chaos. In the clip, the security guard almost looked like a background character in the Jack Doherty universe. Yet he still made himself part of the moment when he kept saying, "Oh, I got him," like he was calling the play himself. People online couldn't help reacting, wondering why he was jumping in like that instead of just letting the officers handle everything calmly. Based on the charges Jack later received, from what the officer was saying in the clip, it looked pretty clear that Jack was not cooperating the way the police wanted him to. The situation kept getting more heated, and viewers felt like he was pushing it instead of calming things down. Some people online even said it felt like Jack was finally facing the type of energy he had stirred up in past public conflicts, where he often escalated things and then let his security step in for him. But this time, he wasn't dealing with random strangers. He was dealing with actual officers, and that kind of behavior wasn't going to work in that moment. A lot of online commenters were saying things like, "Nah, don't free JD," and even claimed JD finally got what he deserved, though that was just the internet talking in its dramatic way. There was also an alternate angle shared from the arrest, and in that clip, the bodyguard jumped in again, making the moment even louder. He kept saying things like, "Everything's always gotta be content," and "Why does everyone always gotta be recording everything?" which had viewers reacting fast.
After cuffing him, you can see in this police body cam video how an officer searched him. After discovering a wad of cash, they found a single pill. Miami Beach PD says it is consistent with a Schedule II amphetamine. They also found 3 hand-rolled suspected cannabis cigarettes. Now he faces drug and resisting arrest charges.
People were pointing out that he represents Jack every single day, so hearing him complain about people recording struck a lot of folks as ironic. And online commenters kept pointing back to the type of high-energy clips and attention-grabbing moments Jack is known for chasing, saying the whole situation looked like another wild chapter in his non-stop, unpredictable world. Jack is now reportedly facing a potential felony connected to a controlled substance, according to early information circulating online. Some internet commenters claimed it might be related to amphetamines, but nothing official has confirmed that, so it stays strictly in the rumor zone. Along with that, he's also facing 2 misdemeanors in Miami, Florida, one for being in possession of cannabis and another for what officials listed as resisting arrest without violence. Right after news of the arrest surfaced, someone who seemed to be part of Jack's team jumped on social media and posted a message calling for him to be freed. The internet immediately reacted, and old clips of Jack started resurfacing, including one where he was getting confronted on a college campus. In that moment, Jack tried to play it cool by going full 8 Mile style, saying, "Tell me something I don't know about myself," while handing the other person the mic, hoping to flip the situation. But what really caught viewers' attention was the reaction behind him. When Jack turned around expecting backup from his security like usual, the guard was actually laughing instead of stepping in. That small moment had the entire clip blowing up again because people weren't expecting that at all. And the wildest part about this entire situation, including Jack ending up in jail, is that a student in that same campus clip had just warned him about his bad karma, almost like he predicted the chaos that was coming Jack's way. Right after the campus clip started circulating again, another video popped up showing Jack at a Miami event just a few days before his arrest. In this one, a group of creators approached him, asking why he kept stirring up drama everywhere he went, and Jack tried brushing it off with his usual confident attitude. Viewers noticed, though, that he kept shifting around like he was nervous, especially when someone asked him why police kept showing up around him lately. His security tried stepping in to smooth things over, but the crowd wasn't buying it this time. Someone shouted that Jack was digging himself into deeper trouble, and instead of walking away, Jack leaned right into the tension like he always does. The whole moment looked like another sign that things around him were heating up fast. Not long after that, people close to the situation started claiming that Jack had been stressing over legal issues for weeks. One person who said they had inside info claimed Jack had been talking about taking a break from streaming, but nobody believed him because he kept showing up at every chaotic event he could find. Fans were saying he looked tired in clips, while critics said he was just chasing more attention. Then another angle surfaced from the night of the arrest, showing Jack pacing around the parking lot and talking fast like he knew things were about to spiral. A couple onlookers even recorded him saying he didn't trust the situation, which had people wondering what exactly he was worried about. Meanwhile, the conversation online shifted to his influence on younger viewers, and creators started openly debating whether Jack was going too far with his high-risk behavior. Some streamers said he needed a serious wake-up call before something worse happened, while others defended him and claimed the internet was blowing things out of proportion yet again. A well-known commentator even jumped in on a live stream, saying Jack had been living like he's untouchable, and that eventually reality was going to catch up. The chat went wild, sending clips of Jack's earlier incidents and arguing over whether he brought everything on himself. Then another surprising moment resurfaced, a behind-the-scenes clip from a collab shoot Jack did in Los Angeles a few weeks before Miami. In the footage, one of the creators told him straight up that his behavior was going to get him in real trouble one day, and Jack laughed it off like it was a joke. Fans watching the clip now couldn't help calling it a warning he ignored. And the comment sections filled with people connecting the dots between all these moments. Even the camera operator, who usually stayed quiet, chimed in during the recording saying, "Bro, you gotta chill sometimes." which made the moment feel even more real. As more clips kept resurfacing, people started pointing out how often Jack mentioned karma in his own streams. There was a moment where he joked about being untouchable and said everything always worked out for him, and viewers were replaying that clip again and again now that he was facing actual charges. What made it even more ironic was a fan encounter caught on video the week before the arrest, where someone told Jack,
all of this prompting an immediate response from Commissioner Joseph Magazine on Instagram. He called Doherty a little expletive and went on to say, "You will respect our men and women in blue."
"You keep pushing limits, something's gonna catch up." And Jack laughed and said, "Nothing's catching me." Watching it now, social media turned that moment into another example of how quickly things flipped around for him. Right when everyone thought the situation couldn't get any louder, a clip leaked from a private Discord call where a few creators were talking about Jack's recent behavior. One of them claimed Jack had been moving reckless for months, and another said he was ignoring every warning people tried giving him. The call wasn't meant to go public, but once it did, viewers started treating it like more proof that people around Jack had been worried for a long time. What made the clip even wilder was that someone in the call mentioned Jack kept showing up to events even when he wasn't invited, saying he needed new content every day, which had the internet buzzing nonstop. Then a fan posted footage from a nightclub the week before Jack's arrest, showing him arguing with a promoter outside. In the clip, Jack insisted he was supposed to be on the list, while the promoter calmly told him that wasn't the case. Jack kept trying to talk his way in, but the promoter wouldn't budge, and people watching the video said his frustration looked way different from his usual on-camera persona. Even his security seemed unsure what to do, looking back and forth like he didn't want to escalate anything. The crowd filming the whole thing kept reacting loudly, turning a small disagreement into another viral moment tied to Jack's nonstop chaos. Not long after that, a behind-the-scenes live stream surfaced where a friend asked Jack how he was holding up with everything going on. Jack tried brushing it off, saying he was chilling, but viewers noticed he kept tapping his leg and checking his phone over and over. The chat instantly picked up on his nervous energy, spamming messages saying he looked stressed and distracted. At one point, he even said, "People always trying to set me up," and the room went quiet for a second before someone switched the subject. Fans later said that moment felt like another sign something big was coming. Meanwhile, a Miami resident posted a story claiming they saw Jack earlier the same day he got arrested, walking fast through a shopping area while talking loudly on the phone. They said he looked frustrated and kept repeating, "I don't have time for this today," which made the story spread fast since it lined up with the timeline of his arrest. Other locals jumped into the comments saying they had seen a police presence near the area earlier, which only added more speculation. People on social media started stitching the story with other clips, building a full timeline of Jack's chaotic day before everything went down. Then a streamer who had worked with Jack earlier in the year went live and shared that Jack had been under a lot of pressure behind the scenes. They said he was juggling brand deals, drama, travel, and nonstop filming, and that the always-on lifestyle was catching up to him. The streamer explained that Jack didn't like slowing down because he thought taking a break would hurt his momentum. Viewers in the chat started debating whether the pressure was part of why he kept ending up in messy situations, with some saying he needed a real break, while others argued he brought most of the chaos onto himself. The conversation got so heated that clips from the live stream started hitting every platform within minutes. As the internet kept picking apart every angle of Jack's situation, another clip resurfaced from a podcast he appeared on earlier in the year. In that episode, the host asked him what his biggest fear was, and Jack joked that the only thing he worried about was getting slowed down by drama. Now, viewers were sharing that moment everywhere, calling it wild how the same thing he joked about was now hitting him hard in real life. The host on the podcast even looked surprised when Jack said that, and one of them replied, "Bro, you gotta chill sometimes," which made the moment even more ironic now that people were replaying it fresh after the arrest. Then someone posted a clip from a fan meetup where Jack was approached by a supporter who asked him why people online kept saying he was acting reckless. Jack laughed it off and said people love making drama out of nothing. But his body language told a different story because he kept looking around like he was waiting for something to go wrong. Dozens of fans in the background were recording the moment, and when the clip went viral, viewers pointed out how different his vibe was compared to his earlier high-energy appearances. They said it looked like the pressure was finally catching up to him in public. Around this time, a manager from an event Jack attended claimed he had shown up late and acted stressed and jumpy, barely talking to anyone. The manager said Jack had asked to skip the meet and greet section altogether, which felt unusual since he normally loved interacting with fans and getting loud reactions. People connected this to a pattern in the days leading up to the arrest, showing up stressed, leaving early, and avoiding long conversations. Viewers started claiming the signs were there all along, and nobody realized how much was happening behind the scenes until everything boiled over. Then, an unexpected clip emerged from someone who spotted Jack at the airport a couple of days before everything blew up. In the video, Jack was arguing with a friend about whether he should lay low for a bit, and Jack kept saying he couldn't afford to disappear because the internet moves too fast. The argument looked heated, but the friend stayed calm, telling him he needed rest more than anything. People online were calling this clip one of the clearest signs of how much pressure
Decomposing human remains found in a bag inside a Tesla at a Hollywood tow yard. Los Angeles police responding after reports of a foul smell coming from the car. Eyewitness News confirming that vehicle is registered to 20-year-old singer David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke. One of his fans showing up with a sign that reads, "David didn't do it."
We may be looking at one of the wildest murder mysteries in modern music history. Reports have shaken the industry, leaving fans and insiders completely stunned. I've been digging into this story all day, and the details are beyond belief. How could something this shocking unfold right in front of us? Here's what we know. This mystery centers around singer-rapper D4VD. Yes, the artist who first broke out with hits like Romantic Homicide and Here With Me. He was on tour when authorities made a chilling discovery: a body found inside the back of his Tesla at an impound lot. Immediately, people rushed to give him the benefit of the doubt. After all, he was performing across the country. The first thought? Maybe the car was stolen, maybe someone else used it for something criminal. Even police and major outlets like TMZ weren't pointing fingers at him just yet. But here's where it gets darker. Fans quickly remembered the tragic case of his 15-year-old girlfriend, who went missing a few years ago. Her disappearance had already raised questions in certain circles. And now, with this new Tesla discovery, those whispers are louder than ever. At first, theories swirled. Maybe he lent the car out. Maybe it was simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. But as more information surfaces, that original stolen car explanation isn't holding up anymore. Things took an even stranger turn after the shocking announcement that a body was found in the back of D4VD's Tesla at the impound lot. Just days later, major brands that once worked with him, Crocs, Hollister, and others, cut ties completely. Whether they uncovered information in their own background checks or simply didn't want to be linked to an ongoing criminal investigation, the message was clear: they wanted distance.
Los Angeles police made the gruesome discovery Monday, but says the impounded car had been parked at the tow yard for 2 days after it was abandoned on a street in the neighborhood. Police saying the victim found inside the front trunk had been dead for some time.
At first, the public wasn't ready to blame him. Most believed he was busy on his world tour. The popular theory? Someone stole his Tesla, used it for something sinister, and then abandoned it. That explanation seemed to protect his image until new details emerged. Once TMZ and investigators began digging deeper, the stolen car story collapsed. The evidence made it nearly impossible for anyone to keep believing he had no idea what was going on. And then came the biggest twist. Police released a description of the victim found inside the vehicle. Immediately, a devastated mother stepped forward. She said, "That sounds like my daughter." Investigators later confirmed her worst fear. The body was identified as 15-year-old Celeste Rivas Hernandez, who had been missing for nearly a year. This revelation completely shifted the conversation. What started as a mystery about a stolen Tesla is now tied to a tragic missing persons case.
About the victim found inside the trunk of a car at a tow yard in Hollywood.
Police say the strong stench triggered the investigation, and Eyewitness News reporter Sophie Flay is live near the scene where we learned the car is registered to a multi-platinum artist. Sophie.
Yeah, David, Giovanna, that's right. The LAPD tells us they are still in the very early stages of this investigation. But that tow yard, it's behind me here. And we've seen patrol cars coming in and out all day. We spoke to residents in the area who say they are in shock.
And the situation just went from bad to devastating. Here's where the case gets even more disturbing. According to police records, the victim's mother told investigators that before her daughter disappeared, she mentioned having a boyfriend named David. She had never met him, but the name stuck. Now fast forward. That same name matches the stage name of the artist at the center of this case, D4VD, whose real name is David. But it doesn't end there. Investigators discovered that both David and the victim shared the exact same tattoo on their right index finger. The letters SH. That discovery immediately turned what started out as a mystery about a stolen car into something far more serious, a full-blown investigation linking David directly to this young victim. And just when people thought it couldn't get worse, photos began surfacing online from people close to Celeste and David. These weren't rumors. These were screenshots and posts that showed them together, removing any doubt that they knew each other personally. One shocking screenshot shows the two on FaceTime with a friend, and that call reportedly took place at 3:51 in the morning. The question on everyone's mind: why was a grown artist spending late-night hours online with someone that young? Even without the tragic outcome of this case, the situation itself is career-destroying. The connection, the evidence, and the timeline alone are enough for many to say this could be the end of David's music career forever. The details only get darker from here. What investigators and online sleuths are uncovering is nothing short of disturbing. This wasn't just some random fan interaction. Reports suggest that Celeste, who was just a teenager at the time, was in a relationship with David. She had run away from home, and according to accusations, he may have been harboring her. That fact alone is shocking enough before we even get into the tragic ending of this case. The stolen Tesla excuse? That narrative doesn't add up anymore. Think about it. Are we really supposed to believe that someone stole David's vehicle, tracked down the girl most closely tied to him, and then left her body inside his own car? Investigators and the public alike are calling that theory impossible. Here's what the timeline shows. Celeste was first reported missing on April 5th, 2024, but nearly a month later, on April 29th, friends shared screenshots of private messages they had with her. In those texts, they acknowledged she was on the run, but begged her not to delete her burner Instagram account so they could stay in contact. One chilling message reads, "Anissa, do not text." He came back, he's crying. "Do not text me, nobody knows exactly who he was," but the implication raised eyebrows everywhere. She later followed up with, "I fixed, I'm staying. Don't text, whatever that is." These cryptic words left her friends confused and worried. Combined with the timeline and her connection to David, the story becomes even more troubling. It paints a picture of a young girl caught in a dangerous situation, one that spiraled far beyond what anyone could have imagined. The private messages exchanged between Celeste and her close friend reveal just how troubling her situation had become. In one emotional exchange, she admitted to being conflicted and scared, while also describing her strained relationship with David. She seemed torn, sometimes saying she felt safe, other times admitting she wasn't. That back and forth alone shows the chaos she was living through. Her friend grew increasingly concerned. At one point, they urged her to promise she'd stay safe, warning her not to fall back into communication with David. They feared that talking to him again would only bring her more trouble. Celeste responded, "I'm safe, no I'm not." Those words sent chills through everyone who later read the messages. They paint a picture of someone who clearly didn't feel secure, even while insisting she was okay. The text also suggests that her relationship with David was already falling apart. She was telling friends she wasn't going to get back with him, that she wanted to avoid more problems. But the very fact her friends had to repeatedly ask if she was safe shows just how much they feared for her well-being. To make matters worse, she even hinted at fights and emotional turmoil between them, all signs of a relationship on the edge. Investigators and commentators now point to these exchanges as possible evidence of motive. Something serious may have happened between them, something that pushed this story from troubled relationship into tragic mystery. The final message from her friend was simple but haunting. "Okay, I love you. I'll text you in about a week." They had no idea that those could end up being some of their last words exchanged with Celeste. The evidence just keeps piling up, and it raises serious questions that can't be ignored. Friends of Celeste repeatedly warned her not to delete her Instagram because she was on the run from her parents. And who was the only person that seemed to know where she was? David. That fact alone has people asking, why was an established artist in close contact with a 15-year-old runaway? Why did her friends constantly bring up trouble connected to him? And most importantly, why did they feel she was unsafe being around him? Fast forward about a year later, and she's tragically discovered inside the back of David's own vehicle. Are we really supposed to believe this is just a coincidence? This doesn't look like a stolen car situation anymore. It looks like something far more chilling. Screenshots also surfaced showing alleged Discord conversations between David and Celeste as early as 2022, when she would have been just 13. Add to that FaceTime screenshot circulating online, showing David on late-night calls with her and her friends. It leaves many wondering, why was a grown musician spending so much time online with kids instead of people his own age? To this day, David hasn't issued a public statement addressing these allegations. And the silence is only making the questions louder. Because at this point, even if he were to admit to the relationship, the public would still be asking, what really happened to Celeste? How did her story end inside his car? The pressure on David is reaching a boiling point. Sources are saying that if these allegations hold up, he could be facing years behind bars. And now TMZ has added fuel to the fire by releasing a photo that allegedly shows David near the area where Celeste lived before she vanished. Even more alarming, reports claim he may have been paying people to keep her whereabouts hidden. Again, this is TMZ's reporting, not speculation. But here's where the case takes an eerie turn. The parallels between art and reality are chilling. Fans are comparing this situation to the YNW Melly case, where his hit song, Murder on My Mind, eerily mirrored accusations against him. In David's case, the timing is just as unsettling. According to missing persons reports, Celeste's birthday was September 7th. And on that exact date, David dropped his breakout single, Romantic Homicide. The track went on to rack up over 178 million views. But now people are replaying the lyrics with new eyes. One line in particular has the internet frozen. In the back of my mind, I killed you and I didn't even regret it. I can't believe I said it, but it's true. In an era where prosecutors are increasingly using lyrics in court cases, these connections are hard to ignore. Whether coincidence or something darker, the overlap between Celeste's story and David's music is sparking a wave of speculation that could haunt him in ways he never imagined. The timeline surrounding this case is chilling. Authorities revealed that the body was officially discovered on September 9th, inside David's Tesla at the impound lot. But here's the detail that has everyone disturbed. The vehicle had actually been parked outside for 2 days before being brought in. That means the Tesla was likely abandoned on September 7th, the very same day that also happened to be Celeste's birthday. If that timeline holds, it suggests she may have lost her life on that exact date, which makes the coincidence with David's song, Romantic Homicide, even harder to dismiss. Investigators believe the victim was already deceased when the car was dropped off, further fueling suspicions about what really happened that day. This connection has left the public stunned. The release date of his hit song, the birthday of the victim, and the car being parked all fall on September 7th. Is this just a disturbing coincidence, or does it point to something much darker? The internet is buzzing with speculation, and many are calling the overlap too eerie to ignore. Meanwhile, David has gone completely silent. He hasn't addressed the case publicly, canceled multiple shows, and according to reports, his legal team is now heavily involved. Insiders claim he's no longer speaking with the media or fans, and every move he makes is under scrutiny. With investigators tightening their timeline and fans connecting dots online, the unanswered questions keep piling up. Was this a coincidence, or did something far more sinister take place on September 7th? Before investigators make their next move, one thing is clear. David won't be leaving the country anytime soon, but I want to hear from you. Do you believe he's truly involved in this case, or do you think there's another explanation? Drop your thoughts down in the comments. I'm reading everything, and if you're still here watching, make sure you subscribe to the channel, hit that like button, and share this video with a friend. It helps the channel grow, and it keeps you in the loop for the next major update.
This isn't the Cam that I thought that I was co-signing. I would never expect you to be this person.
How you doing, man?
What's going down? What am I missing? What's happening?
What I'm seeing you're doing on your platform is just tearing down other black men.
Dame Dash thought he could slide on camera and throw slick talk at Mace in his new interview, but Harlem wasn't having it. Cam and Maze flipped it fast, clowning him hard, cracking jokes on his moves, and brushing off that shade like dust. The way they laughed him straight out had social media saying, Dame came off looking more desperate than dominant. Harlem energy just hit different, and Cam and Maze showed once again they can flip beef into comedy gold and keep the whole crowd entertained. Dame tried coming at Cameron this week about teaming up with 50 Cent for the paid and full series, but Cam and Maze bounced back slick. They roasted him on public display, saying Dame talk a big game but ends up petty behind the scenes. Every post, every video, they responded cold with laughs and shade. Internet lit up. Dame's more salty than successful. Pure Harlem energy showed Dame he can't sit at this table. Cameron called Dame out publicly, saying he's emotional, acting like things with the dollars and rights to paid in full got him twisted. Maze backed him up, throwing jabs at Dame's hunger for clout. Fans were hooked, seeing Dame scrambling to control narrative, Cam and Maze just letting the order speak for itself. It wasn't just diss, it was a vibe check, and Dame flunked. Dame's been talking loud loud about legacy and respect, but Cam and Maze, they different. They questioned if Dame really built that empire he brags about, or if all he got is hype. They poked holes in conversations, said Dame shifts stories when cameras off. Social media ate every line. They said Dame looked more insecure than iconic. The duo turned Dame's own words into comedy material. When Dame tried to clap back, boasting ownership rights, making legal threat vibes, Cam and Maze just laughed it off. They treated it like a kindergarten fight, pointing out Dame always digging up old headlines. They reminded folks, you can't bully with your back foot. And folks agreed. Cam and Mace aren't here for Dame's theatrics. They want truth, not drama. Dame Dash dropped some clips, trying to make it seem like he saw betrayal, that people forgot what he did. Cam and Mace hit back saying, if you really cared, you'd be consistent. Made Dame look like he changing sides based on followers, not principles. Fans said, that's why you ain't getting the love. It got personal fast, and Cam and Mace held the mic tight. Cam and Mace weren't quiet. When Dame started comparing current moves to the glory days, they dragged him. They said being relevant ain't about past trophies, it's about what you're doing now. Dame's nostalgia, weak. Cam and Maze showing up with relevance, content, engagement. They flipping Dame's throwbacks into receipts, and the receipts ain't pretty. People were watching when Dame pushed the narrative about being disrespected, but Cam and Mesa flipped that. They asked, what respect you earned lately? They called out Dame's silence on others doing bigger things. Said you get respect when you show up, not complain. Internet praised Cam and Maze for being real, not playing the victim card. Dame tried to control the story, dropped quotes, leaked stuff, but Cam and Maze dropped evidence. Screenshots, clips, receipts. They exposed contradictions in Dame's interviews. They made Dame look less like a mogul, more like someone scratching for relevance in headlines. The way they peeled back every layer, fans eating it up. At the end, Cam and Maze proved something bigger than clout. Respect is earned, not declared. Dame Dash might have thought he could get under their skin with calls-outs and interviews, but they turned his spotlight into his spotlight's flaws. Harlem stays undefeated. Cam and Maze showed that sometimes comedy plus truth is mightier than legacy plus ego. Dame Dash thought his words would shake the room, but Cam and Maze flipped it into a circus act. They said his obsession with paid in full is starting to look like a midlife meltdown, not a boss move. They clowned him for always bringing up the past, talking like he's still calling shots when the streets moved on years ago. Mace told fans straight up, legends don't beg for relevance, and Cam doubled down, mocking Dame for recycling the same stories about Rockefeller like broken records. The internet lit up with memes of Dame stuck in 2002 while Harlem's finest laugh in 2025. Cam and Mace didn't stop there. They exposed the contradiction in Dame's so-called principles. They pointed out how he screams loyalty, but he's the first to throw his old partners under the bus when it benefits him. They mocked how Dame acts like he invented hustle culture, yet spends more time talking about who betrayed him than building anything new. Social media jumped in, calling Dame the ex who can't move on. And Cam and Maze happily fueled the fire with jokes about Dame needing a podcast just to vent. Fans couldn't stop laughing, saying Harlem energy is pure truth wrapped in comedy. The deeper the back and forth went, the more Dame looked pressed. Cam and Mace reminded everyone that while Dame was chasing headlines, they were putting out content, touring, and stacking checks. Cam hit a nerve saying, the difference between us and Dame, we laugh our way to the bank. He cries his way to interviews. That line set the internet ablaze. Clips of Dame's past rants resurfaced, and people couldn't help comparing his fiery speeches to his quiet bank accounts. Harlem's duo turned the spotlight into a roast session, making Dame look like a man trying too hard to hold onto a crown that already slipped. By now, even fans who once rocked with Dame started switching sides. They saw Cam and Mace handling the drama with confidence, never breaking a sweat, while Dame looked like he was auditioning for a soap opera. The duo joked that every time Dame speaks, it feels like deja vu because it's always the same "they did me wrong" speech. They even joked that if Dame wrote a book, the chapters would all have the same title, "They Owe Me." The internet couldn't resist. It turned into a roast session bigger than anything Dame could control. Harlem had the timeline crying tears of laughter while Dame's credibility took another hit. At this point, it wasn't just beef, it was humiliation. Cam and Mace made Dame Dash the punchline of a Harlem sitcom, and the world tuned in. Every live stream, every interview, they slipped in jokes about Dame until it became routine. They weren't just clowning, they were rewriting his narrative in real time. Dame thought he could frame Cam as shady, but Harlem's duo framed him as bitter, outdated, and stuck in rewind. Fans started asking if Dame should just retire from interviews completely, because every time he talks, Cam and Mace flip it into free content. Harlem energy different, it's undefeated, and Dame just learned that lesson the hard way. Dame tried to lean on his mogul status, bragging about how he built empires and put people on. But Cam and Mace weren't impressed. They said history don't save you when you're present looking shaky. They reminded everyone that the streets measure respect by what you doing now, not what you did decades ago. Cam laughed, saying, "You can't cash old respect at the bank," while Mace compared Dame's rants to reruns nobody's watching anymore. Fans piled on, dropping clown emojis across every post Dame made. It was a Harlem reminder. Yesterday's glory can't protect you from today's reality. By now, Dame was in defense mode, trying to spin his narrative as if he was the victim of betrayal. But Cam and Mace flipped that victim card upside down. They said real bosses don't beg for sympathy. They adapt and keep pushing. They painted Dame as a man who keeps yelling, "I'm owed respect," instead of earning it. Clips went viral of Cam mocking Dame's tone, copying his exact voice, while Mace broke into laughter mid-skit. That imitation alone had the internet crying. Harlem showed the power of comedy. It can dismantle pride faster than any diss track. When Dame tried to drag 50 Cent into the mess, claiming the paid-in-full project was shady, Cam and Mace turned it into fuel. They joked about how Dame always name drops others to stay relevant. Cam straight up said, "You love attaching yourself to giants, hoping people still see you as one." Mace added that Harlem don't ride coattails. They build their own lane. Fans ate that up, saying Dame just got checked in the most disrespectful but hilarious way possible. Instead of shaking Cam and Mace, Dame's attempts only gave them more material to roast. Things got even uglier when old stories about Dame resurfaced. Business deals gone bad, falling outs, lawsuits. Cam and Mace didn't even have to dig. The internet brought the receipts. But the duo capitalized on it, cracking jokes about how Dame's loyalty speech don't match his record. They mocked how every story Dame tells ends with him as the betrayed genius. Mace laughed, saying, "If Dame was the victim in every story, then maybe he was the problem all along." That bar went viral instantly. Harlem had the internet screaming, while Dame's image took another heavy blow. And that's the wild part. Dame thought he was exposing Cam, but Harlem flipped it into a masterclass in comedy and control. Instead of being cornered, Cam and Mace turned Dame's rants into their own stage show, making him the punchline while the world watched. Harlem proved that laughter cuts deeper than anger, and sometimes the worst thing that can happen to your legacy is being turned into a joke. So what do you think? Did Dame Dash just lose the last of his respect in this beef, or does he got one more move left in him? Let us know in the comments, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to stay locked in with every scandal, every roast, and every Harlem moment that shakes the game.
6ix9ine was getting arraigned on new probation violations. This is the third probation violation. This time they're saying out in Florida, somebody was taunting him for snitching and he went and assaulted the guy. That is a violation of his supervised release. Now, here's the thing. Today, he was actually supposed to be sentenced for another probation violation when they raided his home and found residual amounts of cocaine and MDMA. The arraignment for that probation violation didn't happen because now he has this new assault.
To me right now. Say it again.
Boosie tried to hype some people up. Somebody need to get him. Somebody got him. He said, "I got they bond," and never made they bond.
And mind you, listen to me. For the people to talk about, 6ix9ine, the only reason I'm going to get my get back, even if it give me less. Trust me. The reason for that. Did they pay their bond? They still in jail right now. Maybe one came out, had nothing to do with it. It got probably to do with his pops.
Rapper Tekashi 6ix9ine has officially hit rock bottom, and this could be one of the most shocking downfalls we've ever witnessed in the hip-hop world. The controversial artist is back behind bars, and this time, it looks like he may be there for quite a while. Viewers are asking the big question, why is 6ix9ine back in jail? Well, according to Lawyers for Workers who was present in court, we now have a full breakdown of exactly what went down and why his freedom has been taken away again. In a stunning twist, Tekashi 6ix9ine has become the first rapper many believe actually regrets cooperating with authorities. Typically, when someone avoids a decades-long prison sentence, you never hear them say, "I wish I hadn't." Most people move on, rebuild their lives, and enjoy their freedom. Just look at Gunna, he's living his best life, performing and moving forward without looking back. But 6ix9ine's situation is different. Instead of embracing a fresh start, he's acting as if cooperation destroyed him. Reports say he's getting into altercations while on probation, allegedly lashing out at anyone who dares call him a rat. He's fighting against the very label that came with his decision, as if he can rewrite history. Insiders are saying this obsession with proving he's still a street figure is his biggest downfall. Rather than letting go of that image, 6ix9ine is clinging to it, appearing in interviews and podcasts, even making bold threats, despite the fact that he already testified in court years ago. Critics argue this is what's truly ruining his life right now. Instead of facing 20 years and being remembered as a gangster, he's stuck in a strange limbo, resenting the very choice that saved him. And with his recent violations, experts warn he could be facing more prison time in the near future. For 6ix9ine, the high of once being seen as untouchable is long gone, and that desperate chase to reclaim it may cost him everything. New reports suggest that Tekashi 6ix9ine's latest behavior may be linked to troubling discoveries made during a raid on his home. Authorities allegedly found substances that could explain his erratic actions, leaving many questioning his state of mind. At just 20-something years old, he appears to be going through what some are calling a midlife crisis far too early. And fans say this is his lowest point yet. Instead of reinventing himself, 6ix9ine seems stuck chasing an image the new generation has already moved on from. Today's youth are vibing with artists like Destroy Lonely and Playboy Cardi, while 6ix9ine is still trying to push the same tough guy persona that no longer resonates. Critics argue his choices are clouded, pointing out the contradiction. He once avoided a 10-year prison sentence by testifying, but now he's allegedly willing to risk life behind bars over personal grudges. Observers say this shows a dangerous lack of logic. He wasn't willing to protect his career by serving time then, but now he's putting everything on the line for retaliation. To many, this looks less like strength and more like self-destruction. The interview that sparked this conversation made things even clearer. In it, 6ix9ine launched into a familiar rant, accusing fans of being hypocrites, insisting he's been treated unfairly, and claiming the industry owes him for cooperating with authorities. But as critics point out, it's been nearly 5 years since his trial, and the public has largely moved on. Instead of adapting, 6ix9ine appears trapped in the past, spiraling deeper into frustration and demanding a level of loyalty that no longer exists. In his latest remarks, Tekashi 6ix9ine attempted to defend himself by pointing out what he sees as double standards in the hip-hop world. He argued that people condemn him for cooperating with authorities, yet overlook other questionable actions by so-called street figures. But critics say his comparisons are completely off base. Commentators argue it doesn't matter whether someone is a street rapper accused of betrayal or one accused of disloyalty in personal relationships. The culture has grown tired of all of it. The backlash isn't about picking sides, it's about rejecting the behavior altogether. And when 6ix9ine tries to argue he's not any worse than the rest, the response has been loud and clear. The public isn't buying it. Many feel his attempts to justify himself only highlight how far his reputation has fallen. And during his latest rant, Tekashi 6ix9ine tried to defend himself by drawing wild comparisons. He asked why others can betray their friends, cheat on tests, or break small rules without facing the same backlash he does for cooperating with authorities. But critics say the argument doesn't hold up. It's a false equivalency that doesn't change the reality of his situation. The truth is, the public has grown tired of hearing excuses. Commentators say it's not even about snitching anymore. In today's industry, plenty of rappers have faced similar accusations and still managed to rebuild their careers. Just look at Gunna. He's thriving, performing, and selling out shows. The bigger issue for 6ix9ine, according to industry insiders, is that his aura has completely faded. Fans no longer see him as exciting, dangerous, or even entertaining. Instead of focusing on the past, many argue the only way forward would be to release impactful new music. But as of now, audiences say the energy that once made him a star is gone, and excuses won't bring it back. This is where the contradictions in Tekashi 6ix9ine's behavior truly stand out. On a recent podcast, the rapper, who famously testified in court, pointed at former associates and detailed their alleged crimes, was caught calling Young Thug a rat for speaking too much during an interrogation. Industry voices were quick to respond, pointing out the clear double standard. If someone with a clean reputation made that claim, it might hold weight. But coming from 6ix9ine, who is widely known for his own testimony, the criticism felt out of place. Observers say it shows a lack of self-awareness and a failure to read the room. To put it in perspective, many argue that Young Thug's situation doesn't compare to 6ix9ine's. In fact, fans insist that Thug remains one of the most respected street figures in hip-hop, while 6ix9ine's credibility has long since collapsed. The contrast between the two only highlights how deeply 6ix9ine's reputation has been damaged and why his words carry little weight today. Following his comments about Young Thug, many in the hip-hop community expressed disbelief that 6ix9ine would even attempt to take that position. Analysts say this shows just how disconnected he's become from the culture that once embraced him. Instead of rebuilding through music, he continues to make headlines for contradictions and public feuds. And while controversy once fueled his rise, today it only serves as a reminder of how far he has fallen. Critics also note that 6ix9ine seems obsessed with rewriting history. Rather than accepting responsibility for his choices, he continues to point fingers at others as if exposing hypocrisy will somehow repair his image. But industry insiders stress that credibility in hip-hop is earned, not demanded. And right now, his credibility is at an all-time low. The very culture that once made him a star has now turned its back, leaving him scrambling for relevance. Observers say this downward spiral has bigger consequences than just bad press. With repeated legal issues, probation violations, and public outbursts, experts warn 6ix9ine may face more than just fading popularity. He could be staring at real prison time once again. And this time, there may not be a comeback waiting on the other side. Instead of shocking the world with music, he's shocking it with mistakes, and that path rarely ends well. So what we're seeing here is the collapse of an image built on chaos. Tekashi 6ix9ine, once known for dominating headlines with wild antics and chart-topping hits, now finds himself drowning in contradictions, legal trouble, and a reputation he can't seem to shake. His story has become less about music and more about downfall. Insiders point out that 6ix9ine's fixation on proving his toughness only makes his situation worse. Instead of focusing on his music or rebuilding his career, he seems locked in a battle to defend an image that no longer exists. Commentators say this constant need to prove himself not only fuels new conflicts, but also deepens the divide between him and the industry. At the same time, younger fans have already shifted their attention to a new wave of artists, leaving 6ix9ine's aggressive persona feeling outdated. The louder he shouts about loyalty and respect, the more he reminds audiences of why they moved on in the first place. His attempts to revive old controversies no longer generate excitement. They only highlight how disconnected he has become from today's culture. And with every interview, the contradictions become harder to ignore. He criticizes others for actions far smaller than his own, while demanding sympathy for choices that permanently damaged his reputation. Industry voices say this cycle has trapped him in a loop. Every time he speaks, he digs the hole deeper. What was once shock value has now turned into fatigue, and it's clear the public's patience has run out. Legal experts warn that 6ix9ine's current trajectory could cost him more than just his career. It could cost him his freedom. With multiple violations already stacking up, prosecutors may have little patience left. Commentators stress that while controversy once worked in his favor, the courtroom is not the place for theatrics. This time, the spotlight could come with serious consequences, and no amount of excuses will erase the record. Meanwhile, industry insiders believe 6ix9ine's downfall is a cautionary tale for artists chasing fame through chaos. What once brought viral attention has now turned into a liability. Instead of dominating charts, he dominates headlines for the wrong reasons. Observers say the lesson is clear. The music industry may forgive many things, but it rarely forgives lost credibility. And for 6ix9ine, that credibility has all but vanished. Fans who once supported 6ix9ine now openly question his every move. Social media reactions show a clear shift. Where he was once defended as an underdog, he is now mocked as a cautionary example. Many argue his downfall isn't about snitching anymore, but about the way he continues to handle himself in public. The more he talks, the more he loses the little respect that might have remained. Observers also highlight the financial impact of his collapse. With fading streams, canceled shows, and sponsors unwilling to attach their names to his brand, his earning power has dropped dramatically. Analysts point out that without music success or public goodwill, his options are narrowing fast. What was once a multi-million-dollar empire built on shock value is now crumbling, and rebuilding it may be close to impossible. Critics now describe 6ix9ine as a shadow of the artist he once was. The rainbow hair, the loud persona, the viral moments, they no longer shock the public the way they once did. Instead, they serve as reminders of a past he can't escape. Industry watchers say that unless he reinvents himself completely, his legacy will be defined not by his music, but by the controversies that consumed him. Even within the rap industry, support for 6ix9ine has all but disappeared. Artists who once collaborated with him now avoid his name entirely, while new talent refuses to to associate with the controversy. Commentators say this isolation is perhaps the clearest sign of his fall. Hip-hop thrives on alliances, and without them, an artist is left standing alone. For 6ix9ine, that loneliness is now playing out in real time. Meanwhile, public opinion continues to harden against him. What was once curiosity about his antics has turned into fatigue and dismissal. Fans who used to tune in for chaos are no longer entertained, they're simply moving on. Analysts argue that this shift is irreversible. When the audience decides it's done, no amount of controversy can bring them back. For 6ix9ine, the curtain may have already closed. Even respected voices like Charleston White have weighed in. And while some admire his honesty, many question why he would even sit at the table with 6ix9ine, trying to justify the decision to cooperate with authorities. For critics, this only highlights how far 6ix9ine has fallen. His storyline has grown stale. Every appearance centers around the same talking points: how the streets turned against him, how hip-hop abandoned him, and how others get away with snitching while he is singled out. But analysts say this is nothing new. The public has heard these arguments countless times, and they no longer spark debate. Instead, they reveal an artist unable to move forward, repeating the same defenses as his reputation fades. Commentators stress that at this stage, the only thing keeping his name alive is controversy, not creativity. So, what do you think? Has 6ix9ine finally reached the point where it's time to let go of the past and accept the consequences? Drop your thoughts in the comments below, and don't forget to subscribe, like, and share this video so you never miss the latest updates.
Make God popular. Make God popular. I gotta hate.
50 Cent isn't slowing down one bit when it comes to teasing his former friend Lil Meech. After months of playful shots online, the rap mogul jumped back on Instagram to make another bold statement. This time, he poked fun at Lil Meech following the recent news that BMF has officially been canceled at Stars after 4 seasons. 50 shared a photo of Lil Meech holding a sign that read, "Out of work," and added a slick caption that had the internet talking. At this point, Lil Meech hasn't said a word about 50 Cent's latest post, staying completely silent online. Their tension originally kicked off earlier this year after Big Meech was released from prison, marking a huge moment in hip-hop history. But what really stirred the pot was when Big Meech invited Rick Ross, someone 50 Cent has had issues with for years, to perform at his Welcome Home event. That move didn't sit right with 50, who quickly took to social media to share his thoughts in a fiery series of posts. Things got even more personal when 50 Cent revealed screenshots of private messages between him and Lil Meech. In those texts, Lil Meech appeared frustrated and disappointed, questioning why things had gotten so tense and reminding 50 of all the respect and loyalty he had shown him over the years. The situation had fans glued to their screens, wondering if this friendship could ever bounce back again. Right now, Lil Meech still hasn't clapped back at 50 Cent's newest post, keeping things low-key while the internet keeps buzzing. Their back and forth actually started months ago, right after Big Meech's long-awaited release from prison. That homecoming became the center of attention when Big Meech brought out Rick Ross, a figure known for his rocky history with 50 Cent, to perform at his celebration. That decision clearly rubbed 50 the wrong way, and he wasted no time sharing his thoughts across social media. Soon after, 50 pulled Lil Meech directly into the situation by posting screenshots of private texts between them. In those messages, the 25-year-old actor sounded genuinely hurt, saying he didn't understand why things had gotten so cold between them. He told 50 that he had always shown love and respect, reminding him that everyone goes through tough moments, but that he never turned his back on him.
Oh, shoot. Got the discography over here and the filmography over there. This is like, what's the name, bro? What's this like the in the movie at Friday? This is one the father and the Ice Cube's dad and the you know what I'm talking about? Yeah, my name though. What's 1-1 Street?
The whole exchange had fans questioning if this friendship was gone for good. Sadly, Lil Meech's words didn't seem to change 50 Cent's mind at all. Just days later, 50 went public with serious claims, saying that things behind the scenes on BMF were not as smooth as fans thought. According to him, there were issues on set that had him concerned, especially about how certain people were behaving during filming. 50 explained that he felt Lil Meech had become distant and uncomfortable, hinting that it might have been because of his own close friendship with Mimi. He claimed he once told Mimi to focus on saving her money while Lil Meech was supposedly encouraging her to spend more freely. Then, 50 went on to allege that one day during a training session for the show, things got out of hand, saying someone noticed Lil Meech wasn't acting right. He even mentioned hearing stories about strange items being found in a vehicle, leading him to believe something wasn't right. These comments added even more tension to an already messy situation. After those claims, fans started flooding social media with their own opinions, trying to figure out what was real and what was just internet talk. Some believed 50 was simply being his usual outspoken self, always ready to stir things up for entertainment, while others thought there might actually be tension that ran deeper than anyone knew. Meanwhile, Lil Meech kept quiet, refusing to feed into the noise, which only made people talk more. Behind the scenes, people close to the BMF production said things were still professional. Despite all the outside drama, the show's cast and crew were reportedly focused on wrapping up filming for what would become the final season. Even though the cancellation news hit hard, the team stayed dedicated, wanting to give fans one last strong season before the curtain fell. Still, it was clear that 50's comments had created a lasting shadow over what had once been a powerful working relationship. When news officially broke that BMF had been canceled after 4 seasons, 50 Cent wasted no time taking a victory lap online.
Can't nobody steal that jacket.
Amazing. That's amazing.
I'm gonna get drunk. First one.
So sick.
The mogul reposted fan memes, quotes, and even old interviews where he claimed he saw this outcome coming. They should have listened, he reportedly said, referencing his earlier warnings about issues with the network and production. Many felt like 50 was using the moment to prove his point, but others accused him of kicking people when they were already down. Despite the mixed reactions, the cancellation sparked major conversations about the show's legacy. BMF had built a loyal fan base for its raw storytelling and connection to real-life history, making it one of the most talked about series on Stars. Lil Meech's performance as his father, Big Meech, had earned him widespread respect, even from those who didn't follow his music or personal life. Now with the show gone, fans wondered what would be next for him, both on screen and off. Sources close to Lil Meech said he was focusing on moving forward and staying positive despite all the outside noise. Friends claimed he wasn't too concerned with what 50 was posting, and that he was more interested in lining up new roles and building his acting career beyond BMF. They hinted that he already had a few projects in the works, including one major film role that could surprise a lot of people. Meanwhile, 50 Cent kept the online pressure going, dropping playful jabs here and there, some subtle, some not so much. Fans noticed he was using humor to make his point, but they also sensed that the situation had personal feelings mixed in. Many felt like 50's disappointment stemmed from the fact that he had once mentored Lil Meech and helped him land his breakout opportunity. What started as a professional bond had turned into public friction, and neither side seemed ready to make peace just yet. Even though things between 50 Cent and Lil Meech appeared rocky, industry insiders said there was still respect underneath it all. They mentioned that 50 often speaks out strongly when he feels let down by people he once supported, and this might just be another example of that pattern. A few longtime associates said 50 still acknowledges Lil Meech's talent even if the friendship isn't what it used to be. As for Lil Meech, his team remained focused on protecting his image and keeping him out of unnecessary headlines. They encouraged him to let his work speak for itself, especially as new opportunities started coming his way. The young actor had already built a name that extended far beyond his father's legacy, and fans continued to root for him to stay on track. Even with all the drama, both men remained major forces in entertainment, each carving out their own lane even if they weren't walking side by side anymore. With BMF officially over, the focus shifted to what 50 Cent would do next. The businessman wasted no time teasing new shows under his growing media empire, reminding everyone that he's still a powerhouse in television. When one door closes, I open 5 more, he joked online, line, clearly unfazed by the star's decision. Some fans even wondered if he'd create a new project inspired by BMF, but with a completely fresh storyline. Meanwhile, Lil Meech's fan base rallied around him, showing love and encouragement through messages, edits, and viral tweets. Many said they admired how he stayed quiet and didn't let negativity drag him down. The way he handled everything, with calmness and maturity, earned him a lot of respect across the industry. Both sides were making their next moves, and while the drama had cooled down, the entertainment world knew this story wasn't over yet. There's always another chapter waiting when it comes to 50 Cent and anyone in his circle. In the end, what started as a mentor-student bond turned into a public rift that kept fans watching closely. 50 Cent had once been the main force behind bringing BMF to life, believing in Lil Meech's ability to carry the story of his father to millions of viewers. But somewhere along the line, business and emotions collided, leading to the fallout that everyone's now talking about. Despite the tension, both men's careers remain strong. 50 continues dominating with his TV empire and music ventures, while Lil Meech is pushing forward in acting, fashion, and beyond. Insiders say that with time, there's always a chance for reconciliation, especially in an industry where relationships constantly shift. But for now, it's clear that both are walking separate paths, making their mark in their own way. The saga between 50 Cent and Lil Meech might be on pause, but fans can't help wondering, will they ever join forces again someday? As time went on, fans started digging deeper into what might have really caused the tension between 50 Cent and Lil Meech. Some believe the falling out wasn't just about BMF or Big Meech's event, it was about business loyalty and pride. 50 is known for expecting the same level of commitment he gives to others, and when he feels that loyalty slipping, he reacts fast. Industry insiders hinted that certain behind-the-scenes disagreements over contracts and credit might have fueled the fire even more. Lil Meech, on the other hand, seemed determined to take the high road. Those close to him said he didn't want to go back and forth online, especially when his focus was on building longevity in Hollywood. He had already learned how quickly things can spiral on social media, and instead of clapping back, he decided to stay silent and let people talk. Still, fans couldn't ignore the tension that continued to build between the two powerful figures. Then came whispers that stars had been dealing with internal shakeups long before the BMF cancellation news dropped. Some staff reportedly mentioned that budget cuts and executive changes affected several shows, not just 50's projects. That added another layer to the situation, with fans saying the decision might have been out of anyone's control. But because 50 and Lil Meech's feud was already public, many automatically connected the cancellation to their fallout. 50 used the opportunity to take more jabs at the network, reminding people how he'd been saying for years that stars didn't handle his shows properly. He hinted that his next move would be on a new platform where he'd have full control. This sparked excitement among viewers who love Power, Raising Kanan, and BMF, wondering if a similar series could return under a new name. No matter what happened behind closed doors, one thing was clear: 50 Cent wasn't about to slow down his hustle. Meanwhile, Lil Meech's public image began to shift in an interesting way. Despite being caught in the middle of controversy, his name started trending for positive reasons: brand partnerships, red carpet appearances, and even a rumored music comeback. It seemed like he was turning all the attention into opportunity, proving that he could rise above negativity and stay relevant. Insiders said that several major production companies had reached out to him with offers for both film and streaming projects. People admired his ability to stay composed while dealing with public drama, saying it showed maturity beyond his years. And although his connection to BMF will always be part of his legacy, Lil Meech was clearly ready to show a new side of himself. One that didn't rely on the past, but focused on growth, independence, and new beginnings. Even with all the new moves happening, 50 Cent continued to make headlines for his unfiltered opinions. Every time a fan mentioned BMF or Lil Meech under one of his posts, he responded with sharp humor that instantly went viral. Some people thought he was just keeping his brand alive. After all, controversy has always been part of 50's playbook, but others believed the wounds from the situation ran deeper than he wanted to admit. Still, 50 remained one of the few entertainers who could turn every feud into fuel for more success. His confidence and boldness kept him in control of the narrative, while others were still trying to catch up. Whether it's TV, film, or music, he knew how to keep his name buzzing. And even if he never said it outright, many fans believed he still respected Lil Meech's talent, just not how the situation ended. As the story continued to unfold, both stars seemed to be moving in opposite directions, but with the same goal, winning. 50 Cent kept stacking business deals, securing new partnerships, and expanding his empire beyond TV, while Lil Meech focused on proving he could thrive without anyone's backing. That silent competition between them only made the story more captivating for fans who'd followed BMF since day one. Every time 50 dropped a post, blogs instantly picked it up, sparking debates about whether he was being real or just strategic. At the same time, every new appearance from Lil Meech reminded people of his star power and charisma. Both men had learned how to dominate attention, even without saying much to each other. The tension might have cooled, but the impact of their fallout kept echoing across the culture, proving that in entertainment, every move tells a story. As months passed, industry voices began comparing the situation between 50 Cent and Lil Meech to past mentor-protege fallouts in hip-hop. Some insiders said it mirrored moments like when major artists split from their labels or mentors after early success. In many ways, the BMF situation became a symbol of how business and friendship rarely mix smoothly in the entertainment world. 50 had built a reputation for being both a teacher and a tough critic, and when he felt disrespected, he made sure the world knew about it. Meanwhile, Lil Meech was carving out his independence, learning the game on his own terms. He had people backing him in Hollywood, saying he carried himself with calm confidence despite the noise. The younger generation viewed him as a figure representing growth and resilience, someone stepping out from under a big shadow while still honoring his roots. That narrative alone kept people invested in where his story would go next. Even without public interaction between the two, fans continued connecting dots on social media. Whenever 50 posted a cryptic caption, people instantly assumed it was aimed at Lil Meech, while others insisted he had moved on completely. The speculation kept their names trending week after week. Some even joked that both men were feeding off the attention, using it to keep their brands in motion without ever having to say each other's names. But beneath the jokes, there was an undeniable tension that still lingered. Industry sources whispered that certain mutual contacts tried to ease things privately, hoping to prevent more public back and forth. While neither side confirmed anything, those close to them said the situation might not be as hostile as it looked online. Still, with both of them being strong-willed and business-minded, any kind of reconciliation would take time and mutual respect before it could happen. As it stands now, both 50 Cent and Lil Meech are focused on their next moves, with their paths leading in completely different directions. What started as a strong partnership turned into one of the most talked about feuds in recent entertainment history. Yet despite all the drama, both continue to shine in their own way. 50 dominating the business world, and Lil Meech proving he's more than just a TV star. Fans still wonder if the two might ever cross paths again, whether it's for business, peace, or maybe even another project. One thing's for sure, this story has kept everyone watching from day one. The loyalty, the success, the fallout, and the silence, it's all part of a larger narrative that shows just how unpredictable fame can be. And if there's one thing the culture knows about 50 and Meech, it's that neither of them ever truly fades from the spotlight. Make sure to subscribe, like, share, and comment on this video to keep the conversation going.
So you're at Frito's house. Frito's house. Where were you in Frito's house?
Outside.
Okay. And who was at Frito's house when you first got there?
Everybody that was in the house.
Okay. And it's because I don't know who everybody was or is, can you please specify?
Kobe, Melly, the only people I can remember.
Okay. Was that the first time you saw Melly after you guys left the studio?
Yeah.
Was Melly wearing the same clothes or different clothes than when you saw him at the studio?
At 4 a.m., just minutes after the shocking deaths of YNW Sack Chaser and YNW Juvie, Melly fired off a panicked text to Fredo Bang saying, "Brazy is messed up right now." Right after that, the two had an 8-minute phone call, though Fredo later claimed he doesn't even remember it. Moments later, Melly dropped his location pin for Fredo to scoop him up, and Fredo allegedly replied, "I'm on my way, I got you." Prosecutors now argue this points to Fredo being the one who picked Melly up immediately after the tragedy, and that's where things get wild. When Fredo was questioned under oath, he refused to give straight answers. This raised eyebrows because Melly is facing a massive $50 million lawsuit, and here's his own friend, who might have been right there afterward, choosing to plead the fifth instead of clearing things up. That silence spoke louder than any words. In the deposition, the lawyers pressed him hard. "Do you recall meeting with the prosecutor for the state of Florida in this case?" He answered, "Yes." Then they asked, "Do you recall if she offered you immunity, meaning if you talked, you wouldn't be prosecuted?" Immediately, his lawyers jumped in, Mr. Auden objected, and Ms. Davis instructed Fredo to plead the fifth. The family's attorney pushed again. That wasn't the question. The question was, Were you offered immunity? Fredo's response, I think I was. I can't really recall. Now here's the kicker. Prosecutors allegedly offered him immunity to testify against Melly in the criminal case. That's huge. It shows just how deep this situation runs and how much pressure is being applied behind the scenes. This wasn't about the civil lawsuit, it was about the criminal case, and Fredo's decision to stay silent could change everything. During the questioning, Fredo Bang was asked straight up, have you ever been convicted of a crime? Before he could even answer, his lawyers jumped in, telling him to plead the fifth. The strange part, that question had nothing to do with the case at hand. It was just about his background. The family's lawyer argued, this matters. A witness's criminal history can be used to challenge credibility. And honestly, that's true. Because in trial, one of the first questions is always about prior convictions. Fredo's lawyers pushed back, claiming that wouldn't even be allowed in front of a jury. But here's the twist. The family's attorney insisted it absolutely would, and even hinted that Fredo had a felony on his record. That's when it got really tense. They started digging deeper, pointing out Fredo's 2016 arrest. Serious charges that led to him serving about 2 years before being released on parole. The questioning piled up. Weren't you locked up for attempted murder? Didn't you face charges for illegal weapons and battery? And Fredo admitted, I pled guilty, I did my time, came home on parole. The courtroom energy shifted instantly. This was no small revelation. Then the conversation flipped to his history with YNW Melly. When asked how they first connected, Fredo said it started through music. Melly had wanted him as a manager, and they linked up for a feature track. But things got even more explosive when they brought up the infamous Vlad TV interview. Anyone who knows hip-hop culture knows those interviews come back to haunt artists in court. And sure enough, Fredo was grilled on it, especially when he mentioned G Money, calling him one of my best friends who passed away. That one moment showed how closely Fredo's past, his music, and this entire case are tied together, and why prosecutors keep pressing him so hard. When the questioning turned to the loss of G Money, things got emotional fast. Fredo was asked, how'd he die? He replied, some people say he was shot, but I don't know. I didn't see it. That shocked the room. How could he not know the exact details about his own best friend's passing? They pressed further. Was anyone arrested? Fredo answered, no. Then came the tough question. How mad are you over that situation? Fredo admitted, I'm real mad. But when asked if the killer being arrested would make him feel any better, Fredo stood firm. No, I don't wish jail on nobody. Even when pushed about whether he'd feel that way toward the person responsible for his best friend, Fredo doubled down. Yeah, because I've been to jail. I know how it feels. You're treated like an animal. I don't wish that on anybody. From there, the lawyers tried to hit his credibility. They caught him admitting he had lied about moving to Miami. Fredo explained that back then he couldn't legally relocate because of parole, so while he visited on travel passes, he wasn't actually living there. He confirmed his parole is now over, but the lawyers still used it to paint him as inconsistent. Then came the personal attack. Do you have anger issues? Fredo shot back, nah. When asked if that was another lie from an earlier interview, he responded, nah, I've been working on it. I'm in a good place now. Finally, they circled it back to Melly. Do you recall how long before that feature track you first met him? The deposition made it clear. Every detail of Fredo's past, his friends, even his emotions was being picked apart to test how much weight his words really carry. When asked if he remembered meeting some of the YNW crew, Fredo's answers were vague at best. Do you recall ever meeting Christopher Thomas Jr., also known as YNW Juvie? His response, I think I met him once or twice. Same with Sack Chaser. Probably met him once or twice. And Borland? I met him a couple times. Nothing concrete, just uncertain answers that raised eyebrows. Then the lawyers shifted gears to the music business. Have you ever done work with Track, the music manager? Fredo admitted, yeah, I did something for one of his artists, but not recently. They pressed on. Were you and Melly ever signed to the same label? Like Def Jam? Fredo pushed back saying, nah, because he signed with 300, right? I'm not really sure. I've never seen his paperwork. His answers came off cautious, like he didn't want to be locked into saying anything that could be used later. Things got even more heated when they dug up one of his past interviews. The lawyer asked, is it true you once said jail is worse than dying? Fredo didn't hesitate. That's my opinion. They even brought up whether he had spoken about having a courtroom phobia. Fredo replied, I don't think so. At one point, Fredo's frustration started to show. With so many questions circling back to old Vlad TV clips, he seemed annoyed. Why they keep bringing up Vlad interviews? But the attorney shot back, saying his role was to be the voice for Christopher Thomas Jr., and the courtroom was the only place to do that. And when asked about his views on jail, Fredo admitted it was personal opinion. The only time people are happy in jail is when they sleep. That statement alone sent shockwaves. It showed just how deep his experiences behind bars had shaped his perspective. The questioning turned to Fredo's relationship with Jamel, better known as YNW Melly. Were you hanging with him before he got locked up? Fredo pushed back, saying, "Can you make the question more specific? I wasn't with him when he got arrested, so I can't say that." But when asked directly if Melly was one of his best friends, Fredo didn't hesitate. "Yeah, I got love for him." That's when the lawyers pulled out more Vlad TV footage, and Fredo admitted something big. "I did lie right there." He confessed that in a past interview, he hadn't told the full truth. "When I said that, it was right before the passing of his friends. My video dropped after they died, and they were actually in the video, so yeah, that was a lie. I don't even know how I said that." The lawyers jumped on it. "Who was in the video?" Fredo answered plainly. "Sack and Juvie. They're in the Kill Ya music video, just standing in the background." The admission gave prosecutors exactly what they wanted, another strike against his credibility. But they didn't stop there. They switched gears and started playing clips from No Jumper interviews, trying to dig even deeper into his past words and actions. Then came one final question that cut straight to the heart. "Do you still carry around G Money's ID?" That moment reminded everyone just how personal this case is. Not just about music or business, but about friendships, loss, and loyalty being tested under the harsh lights of the courtroom. When asked why he still carried G Money's ID, Fredo kept it simple. Sentimental reasons. From there, the question shifted to his property in Miami. "You owned a house in Miami as of 2020? Fredo confirmed, "Yeah, March 2020. But when pressed about whether that was the same house he lived in when Juvie was killed, things got confusing. Fredo said he didn't recall, adding that back in 2018, he didn't even own a house. The lawyers tried to clarify, "So you moved from house A and then bought house B?" Fredo responded carefully, not giving them much to work with. Then came the bombshell question. "What do you know about whether Jamel Demons killed his friend, Christopher Thomas Jr.? Before Fredo could say more, his lawyer immediately cut in. "I'm going to instruct my client to assert his Fifth Amendment right." But here's where it got messy. Fredo had already let out a quick "nah" before his attorney jumped in. The lawyer re-asked the question, and this time Fredo formally pled the Fifth. That single moment sent a ripple through the room because it raised the question of what he almost said versus what he legally chose not to. The lawyers didn't stop there. They pointed out Fredo had been seen in videos wearing Free Melly shirts and claimed he'd been in the studio with Melly thousands of times. Fredo quickly backtracked. "I was probably lying. I've never been in a studio 1,000 times. I can't give you a number, but I know it wasn't that." That exchange painted a picture of someone caught between loyalty to a friend, pressure from the courtroom, and the weight of his own past statements, all playing out in front of everyone. The questioning took another sharp turn when Fredo was asked about the Free Melly shirt he'd been seen wearing. "Do you believe what your shirt says, that Melly should be free?" Fredo responded carefully, "I don't want to jail nobody, but yeah." Then came the big one. "So, you weren't on the scene when the shooting happened, correct?" Before Fredo could explain, his lawyers immediately jumped in. "We're asserting the Fifth Amendment." That refusal shocked the room. He couldn't even answer yes or no to whether he was there. Mr. Phillips, the attorney pressing him, explained exactly why this was such a big deal. In a civil case, unlike a criminal one, a jury is allowed to make a negative inference when someone takes the Fifth, meaning they can assume the silence is hiding something damaging. And Fredo's silence in that moment could make jurors think he was protecting himself, or even Melly. The weight of that instruction alone could shift the entire case. Phillips rephrased the question. "I'm just trying to understand whether you were on the scene when any shots were fired." But Fredo's lawyers shut it down again, making it clear he wasn't going to answer anything that might link him to that night. Then the focus moved back to the Free Melly shirt. "Were you paid or compensated to wear it?" Fredo replied, "No." The lawyers also highlighted an old Vlad TV clip where Fredo admitted he had spoken with Melly since his arrest. Under oath, Fredo clarified, "Only on a video visitation phone. He hasn't had phone privileges in a long time, so I haven't talked to him directly." That exchange left one thing clear. Every time Fredo invoked the Fifth, it only fueled speculation about what he really knows and just how close he was to Melly during the most critical moments of this case. The lawyers pressed Fredo about whether he had any cell phone contact with Melly while he was locked up. Fredo made it clear, nah. When he did have phone privileges, he would call or video chat. "I wouldn't take a call off a contraband phone." That denial set the stage for what came next. They then pulled up a Vlad TV clip, asking if parts of the interview had been edited. Fredo said no, nothing was cut. The questioning quickly shifted to music. Does a track exist with you, Melly, and King Von? Fredo confirmed, yeah. But when asked if it's been released, he said no, though he admitted it's a powerful record that fans would go crazy over if it ever dropped. Next came the legal side. Fredo revealed he had been subpoenaed for Melly's first trial, but never ended up testifying. Why? Because, according to him, the state never re-subpoenaed him. That explained why people were questioning why he wasn't called to the stand the first time around. But then came the question that turned heads. So you don't know whether a bunch of people met at your house in the early morning hours after a murder? Immediately, his lawyer stepped in. We're asserting the Fifth Amendment. The timing raised eyebrows because the implication was that people might have gathered at his home right after the crime, and he claimed to know nothing about it. Finally, the attorney circled back to his connection with Melly. Do you know enough about the fact you were texting with the person charged with double murder within minutes or hours after the crime? Once again, silence and legal walls went up. The way Fredo avoided those questions only made things look more suspicious, like there are details about that night he's determined not to let slip. The pressure only grew as the lawyer hammered Fredo on his contradictions. Why do you have two different answers? Why do you say you know nothing, but you seem to have information just minutes or hours after it happened? Once again, Fredo's attorneys cut in, asserting his Fifth Amendment rights. But the tension was obvious. They played back his Vlad TV interview where Fredo said he knew nothing about the night of October 25th leading into the morning of October 26th. Under oath, Fredo nearly slipped. He started with, "I told," before his lawyer shut it down. It was a close call, almost like he was about to reveal something he shouldn't. The attorney pressed harder, pointing to a clip where Fredo was laughing after saying he didn't know anything. What was funny about that? Fredo answered. The way Vlad asked the question, it was kind of funny. Still, the optics didn't help him. Then came another bombshell. Did you ever correct Vlad when he said people went to your house after the murder? Fredo admitted, nah. His lawyer immediately stepped in again, forcing him to remain silent. From there, the deposition took a wild turn. Fredo was asked about the time he met Kanye West with Melly. He recalled it happening in Florida, saying Kanye pulled up briefly, maybe 30 seconds. But when asked if he discussed YNW business disputes or group conflicts with Melly, Fredo said no, he stayed out of that. The questioning even touched on Melly's behavior. The lawyer asked if Fredo knew about any talk of split personalities or mental health issues. Fredo clarified, no. When I said something before, I was just talking about his style, the way he dressed, the way he moved. It was different from how he was brought up. Finally, they asked about Melvin. Do you know who Melvin is? Fredo hesitated. The attorney clarified, we've got Jamel, we've got Melly, and we've got Melvin. Were you aware that Jamel sometimes went by the name or character Melvin? The implication was clear. They were digging into the multiple personas tied to Melly's identity, and Fredo was being cornered to acknowledge just how much he knew. When asked about Melly's different names, Fredo brushed it off. I think he just called himself different things, just like all of us had different nicknames. But then the lawyers brought up some of Melly's lyrics. In one track he raps, "Don't wanna talk, the feds probably got my digits." They pressed Fredo. Was that about a wiretap? He explained it simply. It just means he didn't want to talk because conversations could be heard. It had nothing to do with this case. But the lawyers didn't let up. They pointed out that in past interviews, especially with Vlad, Fredo had insisted he knew nothing about what happened and that his name should be kept out of it. When asked under oath if that was true, Fredo admitted, yeah, I probably told Vlad that, and that's true. Yet before he could expand, his lawyer quickly cut in. We're asserting the Fifth Amendment. The courtroom tension grew as they asked whether glorifying violence in music was tied to Melly's case. 4 separate times, Fredo pled the fifth instead of answering directly. Then the attorney zeroed in on another lyric. In the first verse, you say, free my Melvin. Does that refer to Jamel, aka Melly? Once again, Fredo's lawyer instructed him to remain silent. The prosecutor, Christine Bradley, had previously argued that Melly's music contained heavy references to gangs, but when asked directly if he was affiliated with any gang, Fredo answered firmly, no. Finally, they asked about visuals in one of his music videos, pointing to a repeated red bandana. Fredo confirmed it was there, but made sure to clarify, that is not mine. Each exchange showed how the lawyers kept tying music, lyrics, and imagery back to the case, and how Fredo, caught between honesty and loyalty, leaned on silence whenever things got too close to the edge. At one point, the lawyers even questioned props in Fredo's music video. They pointed to what looked like a machete, but Fredo shut that down fast. "That's not mine." If you restart the video, you'll probably see somebody else holding it. Then they noticed a hand sign flashing the letter B. Fredo brushed it off, saying it might have just been the first letter of someone's name. But everyone in the room knew what that symbol usually represents. From there, the focus shifted back to the morning of October 26. Prosecutors pressed Fredo on whether Melly had been at his house and whether he gave him clothes to change into. Fredo first said he didn't recall, but the moment the questioning got specific about clothes, his lawyers immediately jumped in and asserted his rights. The investigators also pulled up digital evidence, noting that Melly's phone had connected to Fredo's Wi-Fi twice that morning, once at 8:47 a.m. and again at 12:27 p.m. When asked to confirm, Fredo once again stayed silent under his Fifth Amendment protection. Then came a list of names. Did Mariah Hamilton visit your house that day? Fredo said he didn't remember. What about her mother, Felicia Holmes? He claimed he didn't know her. They kept going. Jimmy King, Adrian Davis, Dontavius Withers, Trayvon Glass? Fredo's response was the same each time. Don't know who that is. But when they asked about Borland, someone more connected to the circle, Fredo admitted knowing him, but still said he couldn't recall if he came by. And when the spotlight turned to Melly himself, the lawyers instantly stepped in again, instructing Fredo to assert his rights instead of answering. The final question cut deep. Why did all these people, including some you claim you don't even know, end up at your house on October 26, 2018? Why was your Wi-Fi being accessed just hours after a homicide? And once again, Fredo pled the Fifth. And that silence spoke volumes, leaving everyone to wonder what really went down inside that house and why so many loose ends kept pointing back to him. On page 38 of his statement with prosecutor Christine Bradley, Fredo was asked directly, "Did Jamel Demons ever give you a gun?" Fredo answered no. Then came the follow-up. Did he ever ask you to give him one? Fredo claimed he didn't recall, but before the question could be pressed further, his lawyer stepped in, asserting his rights. The interrogation then moved to a key moment, an 8-minute phone call that took place at 4:04 a.m. on October 26th, right after the murders. Prosecutors say this was when Melly was allegedly in the woods, reaching out for help. Records show Fredo spoke with him for exactly 498 seconds. When asked what they discussed, Fredo said he didn't recall. Still, he admitted the call happened. From there, the questions got sharper. Did you see Melly on FaceTime when you picked him up that morning? Fredo claimed he couldn't remember. Didn't you admit to picking him up in the early hours of October 26th? Before he could answer, his attorney cut in once again, instructing him to remain silent. But earlier testimony revealed something interesting. Fredo said he was under the impression that Melly had been attacked, explaining, "I've been through criminal situations, so I don't like getting in people's business. I thought he was attacked." When asked how he came to that conclusion, Fredo responded, "Social media." That explanation didn't sit right with anyone. Why? Because evidence already suggested Fredo had been directly involved in helping Melly after the incident. In fact, Jameson Francois told police that Fredo was at the house on October 26th, right in the middle of it all. So while Fredo claimed his knowledge came from social media, the paper trail and witness statements painted a much different picture, one that prosecutors are still trying to piece together. The final part of Fredo's deposition hit the most intense questions yet. The lawyers pointed directly to his phone records. You received a text message and a pin drop from Jamel Demons at 4:45 a.m., correct? Before Fredo could respond, his lawyer cut in, "We're asserting the Fifth Amendment." Just minutes later, at 4:49 a.m., another message showed Melly allegedly sending his location to be picked up. Prosecutors said Fredo even replied, "I'm on the way, I got you." Once again, his lawyer stepped in, keeping him silent. The questions then moved to language in the text. Why do you refer to Jamel Demons as blood? The attorney pressed the point, arguing that Melly had also communicated with alleged gang members. Fredo's team, however, asserted his rights again, refusing to let him answer. They pushed further. Do you recall Mr. Demons sending a message saying, "Brazy as right now blood"? Fredo's response, another silence under the Fifth. The lawyer asked if anyone had borrowed Fredo's phone that morning, especially since Melly's phone was reportedly lost after the murders. But again, the answer was locked behind legal protection. Then came the biggest accusations. Isn't it true you drove Jamel Demons, known as YNW Melly, to your house in the early hours of October 26, 2018? His lawyer stepped in yet again. They followed up. Did Melly's friends and even his mother come to your house to discuss the shootings? Did you all talk about going to a field to find a firearm? Did you drive your car there? Did you help dispose of a weapon? Each time, Fredo asserted his rights. Even when asked about clothes being changed, about people allegedly gathering at his house, or about whether he ever contacted police when he first heard about Christopher Thomas being shot, his response never changed. Silence, assertion after assertion. This left one chilling impression. The prosecutors had plenty of questions, plenty of records, and even plenty of witness claims. But Fredo wasn't going to give them any new answers. His refusal to speak only deepened the mystery surrounding what really happened in those early morning hours. And that's where the story leaves us for now. If you want to stay locked in as this case unfolds, make sure to subscribe to the channel, drop a like, share this video, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Your voice matters here.
You alleged too that Nicole Murphy had relations with your ex-husband. Were you two friends?
Birthday parties. I've been to her house. She was at my bachelorette party. But you know what? At that time, my mother told me then. She said, you know, but you got to watch that one there. And I was like, who? I said, the one dancing. She said, yes, that's Eddie Murphy's wife. She said, you got to watch that one.
Current wife at the time or ex at the time?
Nicole Murphy has always been known for keeping it classy and staying far away from unnecessary drama. But when it comes to Lisa Ray McCoy, things have never been smooth between them. Their friendship went downhill after Lisa Ray openly accused Nicole of being the third party in her marriage to Michael Missick. A serious claim that shocked everyone since they used to be close friends. Lisa Ray even called Nicole a home wrecker and claimed she had a pattern of getting involved with married men. But Nicole wasn't about to sit quietly. She brushed off all the name-calling and rumors, but word on the street is she might have clapped back in her own subtle way. Allegedly, Nicole was spotted getting a little too familiar with Lisa Ray's new man, which had people whispering that it could have been payback for those public accusations. At this point, fans are wondering, could these two ever squash the tension and be friends again? It's hard to imagine, especially with so much history and bad blood between them. And let's not forget, Lisa Ray was the first one to call Nicole out publicly, especially over that infamous moment when Nicole was caught on camera sharing a kiss with director Antoine Fuqua, who was married to actress Layla Rochon at the time. That scandal had the internet in flames, with people accusing Nicole of trying to wreck another marriage. And when Lisa Ray started spilling even more tea about it, she took the drama to a whole new level. Back when Nicole Murphy was engaged to former NFL star Michael Strawn, things looked picture perfect. They were even planning to walk down the aisle. But rumors started flying that Lisa Ray allegedly sent Michael some receipts showing Nicole might have been doing some sneaky things behind his back. That was reportedly enough for Michael to hit pause on the wedding plans, and soon after the two went their separate ways. When people asked Lisa Ray why she kept pressing Nicole so hard, she didn't hold back. Lisa Ray claimed that Nicole had an affair with her ex-husband Michael Missick while they were still married. The real heartbreak for Lisa wasn't just the affair itself, it was the betrayal of trust. She said she looked at Nicole like a sister, only for her to turn around and do her dirty like that. But here's where it gets even messier. Lisa Ray admitted that, although she'll never be friends with Nicole again, she doesn't want bad blood between them, especially since they still move in the same Hollywood circles. However, word on the street says Nicole wasn't buying that peace talk at all. She allegedly felt like Lisa Ray was trying to play both sides, running her mouth in public and then pretending to be the bigger person later on. And if Lisa Ray thought Nicole being with her ex was the ultimate betrayal, what reportedly happened next made things even worse. Around 2011, rumors started swirling that Lisa Ray was romantically linked to Pastor Noel Jones, but Lisa quickly shut that down. She said he was just her spiritual guide, nothing more, nothing less. But still, the whispers kept coming, and Nicole's name wasn't too far behind in that gossip either. When the rumors started spreading about Lisa Ray and Pastor Noel Jones, the pastor didn't exactly rush to clear things up. He stayed quiet for a while, letting the gossip float around. And even his reality show Preachers of LA played into the storyline, teasing fans with the question of whether Lisa Ray could really be a pastor's wife. It wasn't until much later that Noel finally stepped in to say he and Lisa Ray were not a couple. Still, the streets had a lot to say. Allegedly, the two were closer than they let on. Some even claimed they were getting serious until a familiar face stepped into the picture, and that familiar face was none other than Nicole Murphy. Now, this hasn't been fully confirmed, so take it lightly. But insiders claimed that when Nicole caught wind of Lisa Ray spending time with someone she once knew, she swooped back in and made a bold move that hit Lisa Ray right where it hurt. According to rumors, Nicole didn't hold back because she felt like it was fair game. If Lisa Ray could interfere with her love life, then she wasn't about to play nice either. But once the internet caught wind of it, people weren't rocking with Nicole's approach at all. Many fans said she should have just moved on, especially since Lisa Ray had already stopped talking about her. It all turned into a messy back and forth that no one saw coming. After that whole situation blew up online, both women started moving differently in Hollywood. Lisa Ray began focusing more on her projects and faith, while Nicole tried to rebuild her image. But the tension between them never really went away. Every time one of them popped up in an interview or red carpet, fans couldn't help but bring up the past. Things got icy again when Lisa Ray did a podcast interview and threw a little shade without saying names. She talked about so-called friends who can't be trusted around your man, and everyone knew exactly who she was talking about. Nicole, on the other hand, stayed calm but posted a cryptic message on Instagram that had people talking. It said, "Some people love drama until they become the topic." That one post had blogs going crazy. From that moment, fans started speculating that Nicole was sending a direct message to Lisa Ray. The comment section blew up, with people picking sides, saying things like, "Lisa Ray been holding grudges for years," and Nicole always acting innocent but messy behind the scenes. Even though neither of them said names, the shade was crystal clear. At this point, it wasn't just about one rumor or one man anymore. It was about reputation, loyalty, and pride. The feud had turned into a full-on Hollywood Cold War, and everyone was watching to see who'd break the silence first. Then came the bombshell moment. Nicole Murphy sat down for an exclusive interview and finally spoke her side of the story. She didn't name Lisa Ray directly, but the message was loud and clear. Nicole said she was tired of being painted as the villain and that people believe what they want to believe when they don't know the truth. She also mentioned how hard it was to rebuild her name after the Antoine Fuqua scandal, saying that one picture cost her years of reputation. "It was a mistake," she said, "but I'm not the homewrecker people tried to make me out to be." The internet exploded with opinions. Some fans applauded her for finally standing up for herself, while others weren't buying it at all. Lisa Ray didn't take long to respond either. She hopped on Instagram Live and said she's done explaining herself, but added, "When someone shows you who they are, believe them." That one line reignited everything. Blogs were quick to screenshot it, and within hours, it was trending. It became clear that neither of them was ready to let it go, even if they said they were. Fans started debating who was really in the wrong, with some saying Lisa Ray should have moved on, and others saying Nicole had crossed too many lines to be forgiven. After that social media back and forth, insiders claimed things got even more personal behind the scenes. Reports started surfacing that both women had mutual friends forced to choose sides. Hollywood events that used to be friendly turned awkward. People said if Lisa Ray showed up somewhere, Nicole would skip it, and vice versa. And just when things seemed to calm down, a new rumor popped up. Someone leaked that Nicole might be working on a tell-all project, something that could expose behind-the-scenes drama and private moments from her Hollywood circle. Fans instantly started speculating if Lisa Ray would be mentioned in it. But Nicole later denied those claims, saying she's not interested in rehashing the past. Still, her silence whenever Lisa Ray's name came up spoke volumes. The two never reconciled, and every year or so, their feud finds its way back into the spotlight, like it's destined to never fade away. The internet keeps waiting for the day they might actually sit down and talk it out. But deep down, most fans know too many words have been said and too many wounds have been opened. By now, the feud between Lisa Ray and Nicole Murphy has become one of Hollywood's longest-running dramas. It's not even about men anymore. It's about principle. Lisa Ray's made it clear she values loyalty above everything, while Nicole has been trying to prove that she's not the villain people made her out to be. At one point, fans thought they might finally cross paths again at an awards show, but producers allegedly made sure their seating arrangements were far apart to avoid any awkward encounters. The fact that Hollywood event planners even had to consider that shows how deep this rift runs. And though both women have matured over time, the shadow of that old betrayal still follows them. Lisa Ray's continue to talk about fake friends in interviews, and Nicole, meanwhile, focuses on fitness, family, and staying booked. But the public never forgets. Every time one of their names trends, the others gets dragged into it. What's wild is that both of them were once symbols of class, beauty, and confidence. Two women who could have been unstoppable together, but pride, pain, and public exposure turned a friendship into one of Hollywood's most talked about rivalries. Now, years later, the Lisa Ray and Nicole Murphy saga stands as a reminder of how fast friendship can turn into a full-blown Hollywood storm. They both carved out powerful careers and proved their independence, yet the internet still loves to stir up their old drama. Lisa Ray has said multiple times that she's forgiven, but not forgotten. She's moved on spiritually, but she'll never let her guard down the same way again. Nicole, on the other hand, continues to keep her life private. No more messy headlines, no more scandals, just peace and success. Still, fans keep hoping that one day they might actually have a sit-down conversation. Just two grown women clearing the air once and for all. But knowing their history, that might never happen. The tension, the heartbreak, and the public embarrassment left scars that no apology could ever fully heal. It's a story that shows how betrayal and friendship can cut even deeper than heartbreak and love, and it's a lesson that in Hollywood, loyalty is rare. Once it's broken, it's almost impossible to fix. Even though time has passed, whispers about Nicole and Lisa Ray still pop up every few months. Whether it's a throwback clip, a resurfaced interview, or fans revisiting old scandals, people just can't let this feud rest. Some fans even joke that their drama is Hollywood's longest-running soap opera, and honestly, they're not wrong. Recently, an old clip from The Wendy Williams Show started trending again, where Lisa Ray talked about women who smile in your face but move grimy behind closed doors. Viewers immediately started connecting dots, bringing Nicole's name right back into the conversation. Nicole didn't respond directly, but she posted another cryptic quote about people who live in the past. That one line had the internet eating it up. At this point, both women know how to play the media game. A subtle post, a short comment, and the blogs light up instantly. And even though neither of them wants to reignite the drama, it's clear that Hollywood and the fans won't let them forget. Still, one thing's undeniable. Both Nicole and Lisa Ray built legacies that stand strong despite the chaos. They've survived heartbreak, betrayal, and the internet's harsh judgment, and that's something not many can say. Behind closed doors, some insiders say that mutual friends have tried to bring the two women together, hoping they could finally squash their issues once and for all. Apparently, there was even talk of a sit-down TV special that would let them tell their stories side by side. But neither one agreed to it. Lisa Ray reportedly said she's not interested in fake peace for the cameras, while Nicole allegedly told producers she's done being dragged into old mess. That shut the whole idea down quick, but fans loved the concept, saying it could have been the red table talk moment everyone's been waiting for. Even now, some Hollywood insiders claim the tension between them sometimes affects collaborations. People close to both women say that when casting directors, stylists, or event planners realize they're connected to one side, they have to be careful not to offend the other. That's how deep this feud runs. It's part of Hollywood history now. Still, there's something poetic about how two powerful women can be each other's greatest mirrors, reflecting the pain, pride, and lessons they've carried for years. The story might have started with betrayal, but it's ending with growth, independence, and power on both sides. At the end of the day, the feud between Lisa Ray and Nicole Murphy became bigger than both of them. It's not just a story about friendship gone wrong, it's about fame, loyalty, and how the public feeds on drama. Every headline, every interview, every rumor kept their names alive in Hollywood gossip for over a decade. But beneath all that noise, you can tell there's a bit of pain still there. Lisa Ray lost a friend she once trusted like family. Nicole lost her reputation and had to fight to earn it back. Both women faced public judgment that most people couldn't survive, yet they did gracefully and with their heads held high. They taught Hollywood something major. Not all feuds need fists or words. Sometimes silence speaks louder. Nicole's quiet confidence and Lisa Ray's fiery truth-telling created one of the most unforgettable rivalries in entertainment history. And maybe that's the real twist, and they don't need to make peace to prove they've grown. Their stories already did that. The internet didn't hold back once this drama resurfaced. One fan commented, "Nicole Murphy is so stunning, but it's wild how messy her reputation got." Another wrote, "I just don't get it. How can someone who went through heartbreak with Eddie Murphy turn around and get involved in situations that cause more heartbreak for others?" People started debating whether Nicole's actions were her way of standing up for herself or if she took things too far. Some fans felt like she was just reclaiming her power after being dragged for years, while others said she should have let it go and focused on her peace instead. So what do you think? Was Nicole simply defending her name, or did she cross a line that can't be undone?
So you mean to tell me OJ was found with a bloody glove, he was arrested immediately. Immediately, with all the circumstantial evidence they found on OJ, they placed it. So you mean to tell me they got all of this on this,
and he still get to move freely amongst America.
Charleston White shocked everyone when he stood up and declared David innocent. And he came with proof nobody expected. The evidence he revealed flipped the whole case on its head, leaving people questioning everything they thought they knew. When the news first broke that a body was discovered in a Tesla registered to rising music star David, the internet exploded with theories, accusations, and outrage. Headlines were quick to paint him as guilty before any trial even started. Fans argued if his lyrics were secret confessions, and major brands cut ties in a rush to protect their image. But right in the middle of this storm, one voice refused to stay quiet. Charleston White, known for being bold, controversial, and never afraid to speak his mind, shocked audiences when he declared that the 20-year-old artist was not guilty. He insisted that the very fact no arrest had been made was the clearest sign that David was innocent. His statement turned the conversation upside down and forced people to ask, was everyone too quick to judge? Charleston didn't just stop with one bold statement. He doubled down with reasoning he claimed was impossible to ignore.
So I'm saying, let me think outside the box. Maybe his mama done it. Maybe her mama done it and set him up. Maybe one of them racist uncles or cousins don't like her. Maybe the other boyfriend done it. Maybe the pimp last year when she ran away done it.
He argued that in America, especially for young black men, people often get arrested on far less evidence every single day. His take was clear. If law enforcement really had solid proof against David, he would have already been behind bars. They'll put you in jail with way less evidence, Charleston warned, pointing out how quick authorities can be to make an arrest even just to hold someone. To Charleston, the absence of charges didn't mean investigators were secretly building a bigger case. It meant they didn't have a case at all. He drove the point home with one of his trademark raw analogies, delivered in a way meant to make listeners stop and think. He stressed that if an everyday person had a body linked to them, they'd be locked up instantly. The fact that David was still touring, still free, still moving around publicly without an arrest, Charleston argued that this spoke louder than any rumor. But he didn't stop there. He went even further, breaking down the wild allegations circulating online, talk of matching tattoos, leaked photos, and lyrics fans twisted into so-called confessions. Charleston called the whole narrative too neat, too convenient, and flat out dismissed it as nothing more than a setup designed to make David look guilty. According to Charleston, the story just didn't add up. He painted the picture like this. If a black artist was truly tied to such serious accusations, with people online claiming there was even evidence against him, how could it be that not even a detainment had happened? Not a single charge filed, not even a temporary hold. To Charleston, that silence from law enforcement wasn't neglect. It was the strongest proof that David might not be the villain the media was making him out to be. And in classic Charleston White fashion, he didn't shy away from uncomfortable questions. He brought up how the situation was being described, shocking, brutal, and far more extreme than many thought David was even capable of. Charleston pressed his viewers to think deeper. Could this have been a setup? Could someone else have been responsible? He argued that if the case was really as open and shut as people online claimed, David would already be locked up. When his words hit platforms like X, YouTube, and Instagram, the internet split in half. Some thought Charleston was defending the indefensible, trying to absolve a man whose name was now tied to a national scandal. Others, though, felt he was the only one bold enough to say out loud what they had been quietly thinking. Maybe this story wasn't so simple after all. Charleston didn't just drop one hot take and walk away. He kept hammering the point, insisting it wasn't just suspicious that David hadn't been arrested. It was almost impossible to believe the story as it was being told. He even drew comparisons to one of the most infamous trials in modern history, the O.J. Simpson case. Charleston kept pressing on what he saw as hypocrisy in the way cases like this get handled. He argued that police will often arrest people on the flimsiest of circumstantial clues. So why hadn't they done the same with David, who supposedly had far stronger allegations stacked against him? To Charleston, that gap didn't make sense, and he pushed his audience to think about it. He even started spinning scenarios that suggested someone else might have been behind the crime. These weren't polished courtroom arguments. They were raw, unfiltered speculations tossed into the public like grenades. But that's exactly why Charleston's words traveled so far. He wasn't bound by cautious legal talk. He spoke in a way that hit people directly. Blunt, messy, and emotionally charged. And through that style, he painted a picture of a case that in his eyes simply didn't add up. Charleston also mocked the idea that David's supposed relationship with the victim was clear-cut. He questioned the credibility of the viral matching tattoos theory that fans had been running with. The internet had latched onto the detail that both David and the young woman shared a tattoo on their index fingers, using it as supposed proof of intimacy. But Charleston wasn't buying it. To him, the tattoo didn't prove anything. It was just another example of thin details being spun into damning headlines. And then came one of his most controversial takes yet, the line that lit up social media. Charleston suggested that instead of being a smoking gun, all of these so-called clues were just distractions designed to scapegoat David and frame him as guilty before any real evidence was confirmed. Charleston's comments sparked outrage, with critics accusing him of crossing the line and excusing David by shifting blame. But his defenders pushed back, arguing that Charleston wasn't excusing anything. No, he was flipping the narrative, forcing people to question whether the story being told was too one-sided. And in Charleston's world, uncomfortable questions were always better than blind acceptance. He hammered home the racial angle again and again, making it the foundation of his defense. "They don't let young black men get away with crimes like this, not in America," he declared. That line echoed across social media, and for Charleston, it was the ultimate logic. If David had really committed something this horrific, he argued, he wouldn't still be free. The fact that David was still performing, still moving around publicly as an uncharged man, to Charleston, that meant something deeper was going on. And that's why Charleston White stood out. While others were busy dissecting tattoos, photos, and even David's lyrics, Charleston zoomed in on the bigger picture: race, justice, and how the system operates when the cameras are watching. By this point, he wasn't just questioning the case. He was tearing it apart piece by piece, daring anyone to prove him wrong.
And I know they said, man, he wrong for calling her a little hoe, but she was. Little girl don't run away from home. Little hoes and little bitches. There's nothing else put him in jail just to put a hole on him. Nothing, listen, hold on. If they find a dead body in me and your car, and this is our car, do you think they'll let me and you stay out like long?
His words carried the conviction of someone who had spent years studying injustice. To Charleston, this wasn't only about one rising star in hip-hop. It was about a system that had never been fair to black men suddenly appearing too fair in a case that seemed tailor-made for a quick conviction. The situation, in his eyes, was a paradox, with a body found in a Tesla tied to David, accusations swirling, and lyrics being read like confessions, yet still no arrest. Charleston looked at those same facts and came to the opposite conclusion. To him, they screamed innocence. His reasoning was unusual. If guilt were real, the system wouldn't hesitate. Charleston wasn't denying that the evidence existed. He was saying it was too much evidence, so much that the lack of an arrest became suspicious in itself. That contradiction, he argued, demanded an explanation. He went even further, raising questions almost nobody else dared to ask. What if this wasn't David's crime at all? What if it was a setup, carefully constructed to look airtight, but actually full of holes? Those what-ifs turned his commentary into pure viral fuel. Some listeners rolled their eyes, dismissing him as reckless and irresponsible, but others found themselves nodding along. After all, in the world of celebrity scandals, setups, and cover-ups weren't exactly unheard of. Charleston knew how to keep that tension alive. He kept bringing the conversation back to one undeniable truth. David was still free. That fact alone, he said, overshadowed every rumor, every headline, every viral post. Charleston's stance was simple. If the evidence was truly airtight, then why had no arrest been made? To him, the answer was clear. David didn't do it. And that was the hill Charleston White was ready to stand on. No matter how much heat came his way, Charleston knew his words would spark backlash. He knew people would accuse him of downplaying a tragedy or excusing behavior that should never be excused. But if there's one thing about Charleston White, he's never been afraid of backlash. In fact, he thrived on it. So, as social media tore itself apart, debating whether his defense was truth-telling or straight trolling, Charleston doubled down. He wasn't backing off, not even a little. He told audiences to think about every case they'd ever seen where young black men were dragged into courtrooms over rumors, arrested on suspicion, locked away over maybe and probably. And now, here was a case stacked with DNA talk, tattoos, lyrics, cars, and endless headlines, and still no arrest. To Charleston White, that wasn't coincidence. That was innocence, and for millions watching online, it was the kind of statement that made people stop, rewind, and wonder if maybe, just maybe, he had a point.
Why would they let him walk this freely, only to lose endorsements and sponsorships and cancel shows and not his freedom? In the climate that we're in,
Charleston's defense of David didn't come out of nowhere either. To understand why his words went viral, why his opinion stirred up millions of comments, and why people even gave weight to such an outlandish claim, you have to understand the man himself. Because Charleston White isn't just another commentator with a microphone. He's a man built on controversy, someone who has lived through crime, redemption, hypocrisy, and spectacle, all rolled into one unforgettable figure. Charleston's story began in 1977, deep in Texas, and by the time he was just a teenager, he was already living a life that would shape his entire future. Charleston's life had already taken a violent and irreversible turn before he even became an adult. As a teenager, he was involved in a deadly altercation outside a Foot Locker store, an incident that ended with a man losing his life. Charleston was tried as an adult and spent years behind bars until the age of 21. That moment branded him forever, leaving not only a criminal record but also a permanent stain on his reputation. To his critics, it's proof that he has no moral high ground. But to Charleston, it became the foundation of his life story, a mistake that fuels his outspoken mission today. After his release, Charleston tried to reinvent himself. He became a community activist, even founding the Hypocrisy Over Politics organization, dedicated to steering kids away from gangs and crime. For a while, it seemed like he was walking the path of redemption, using his painful past as a warning for the next generation. But Charleston was never built for quiet redemption. His energy, his personality, and his need to provoke pulled him right back into the spotlight, not as a saint, but as a firebrand. By the 2020s, Charleston had become infamous for his brutal honesty and his willingness to call out anyone. Rappers, politicians, even whole communities. From T.I. to Boozy Badass and countless others, Charleston used their names as stepping stones for his brand of raw online commentary. He didn't just critique people, he attacked reputations, families, even parenting choices. Every insult went viral, every feud brought more followers, and every time he did it, people were left asking the same question. Is Charleston White a truth teller or just a clout chaser willing to say anything for attention? Take his feud with streamer Adin Ross, for example. During a live stream in 2023, Charleston pepper sprayed Ross's associate on camera, creating instant chaos and sparking legal threats. That single act became the perfect snapshot of Charleston's personality: volatile, unpredictable, and impossible to ignore. In another viral moment, he waved stacks of cash at hecklers during a comedy show, taunting them instead of calming the situation. To some, it was comedy gold. To others, it was proof that Charleston wasn't a reformed activist at all. He was a showman, addicted to outrage. And that, ironically, is exactly why people keep tuning in. Charleston doesn't just talk, he embodies contradiction. One minute, he's condemning gang culture and preaching about accountability. The next, he's launching personal attacks, mocking tragedies, and turning pain into punchlines. In September 2025, he even ignited controversy by taking aim at the family of conservative commentator Charlie Kirk shortly after his passing, a moment that showed the duality of Charleston in full. Part social critic, part troll, all chaos. So when Charleston White speaks, people listen, but not always for the same reason. Some believe he's exposing uncomfortable truths, others are just waiting to catch him contradicting himself. Either way, his words spread fast, and that's exactly why, when he turned his spotlight onto the case of David, it mattered. Charleston's voice doesn't exist in a vacuum. It lives at the center of controversy. And this time, his target wasn't a rapper he was beefing with or a politician he despised. It was the justice system itself, and his explosive claim that David was innocent. By the time Charleston White threw his weight behind David, his reputation was already a patchwork of scandals, hot takes, and viral explosions. Charleston wasn't some outsider suddenly stepping into the spotlight. He was already a storm. His entry into David's case only added thunder to an already chaotic situation. By early 2024, Charleston was making headlines for mocking fallen rappers, including Chicago's King Von and Houston's Takeoff. He didn't just mention their names. He laughed, dismissed their legacies, and called it the natural end for street life. Clips of his commentary spread like wildfire, cementing his reputation as someone who showed no respect for sacred ground. For many, that was the moment Charleston stopped being seen as a reformed activist and became a full-blown professional antagonist. Then came the ugly feud with Boozy Badass. Charleston openly accused Boozy of being a bad father, claiming his choices were leading his kids toward the same destructive path he once walked. It wasn't just an insult. It was a public attack on Boozy's family. And when Boozy fired back, Charleston only escalated, blurring the line between comedy, threats, and real-life hostility. To Charleston, it was just keeping it real. To his critics, it was harassment on full display. Even law enforcement wasn't safe. Charleston regularly called out police chiefs, mocked entire departments, and at one point even hinted at violent defiance. The contradictions piled up higher and higher. Here was a man who built his name condemning gang violence, but who simultaneously glorified confrontation and chaos. And yet, Charleston thrived in that storm. Every insult, every feud, every outrageous statement made him a bigger name. By 2025, Charleston White wasn't just an activist, he was a one-man media circus. Whether it was flashing weapons on live streams or clowning rappers in interviews, he had figured out how to monetize controversy itself. So when he spoke on David, critics rolled their eyes. They argued Charleston wasn't defending truth. He was chasing clout. After all, what bigger story could a provocateur sink his teeth into than a pop star accused in a national scandal? But here's the paradox. The louder people accused him of chasing clout, the more traction his words gained. His defense of David wasn't whispered in private rooms. It was blasted across YouTube, TikTok, and X, where millions consumed it, debated it, and repeated it nonstop. That clip alone, stripped from its full context, racked up millions of views. Some users mocked him, others stitched the video in agreement, and countless more dropped comments saying, "I don't like Charleston, but he's not lying." That was the twisted power of Charleston White. His credibility was constantly under attack, yet his influence only grew. Even the people who despised him couldn't resist engaging with his content. And that's why, when he positioned himself as David's unlikely defender, the world couldn't look away. For Charleston, defending David wasn't just about reacting to a headline, it was personal. He was projecting his own life story onto the case. To him, David wasn't just another name in the news. He was a symbol, a mirror of Charleston's own troubled youth, and maybe even a chance to rewrite his own history through someone else's trial. Charleston had spent decades telling anyone who would listen that America is quick to lock up young black men without hard proof. And he knew that feeling firsthand. As a teenager, his life was derailed by a prison sentence that left a permanent scar on his record. That experience shaped the way he views every arrest, every accusation, every headline. So when he looked at David's case, he saw the same trap he once fell into. Only this time, the system hadn't moved yet. They don't let young black men get away with crimes like this, not in America, Charleston repeated again and again. To him, those words weren't just a hot take. They were lived experience. His logic was simple. If the case against David was truly airtight, the system would have already acted. The fact that it hadn't, in Charleston's mind, that was proof of innocence. To Charleston, the very fact that David was still free meant innocence. But beneath all the theatrics, there was a deeper connection. David, like Charleston in his youth, was a young black man trapped in a narrative he couldn't control. Whether guilty or innocent, the court of public opinion had already branded him, and Charleston knew that pain all too well. In David, Charleston saw himself. That irony made the story impossible to ignore. The same man who mocked rappers and stirred chaos was suddenly casting himself as a guardian of justice for a young star the world was ready to crucify. Whether you believed him or not, Charleston wasn't just defending David, he was defending his own life story and his belief that the system never plays fair. Meanwhile, the case itself only grew darker, with new leaks, wild speculation, and official updates keeping the mystery alive and the public glued to every headline. It looked like a smoking gun. Yet law enforcement stayed silent. Reporters pressed for answers, but officials kept repeating the same line. No arrests have been made at this time. That phrase echoed across every headline and broadcast, fueling even more speculation. Meanwhile, the internet went into overdrive. TikTok sleuths dissected David's lyrics, fans broke down music videos frame by frame, and timelines of tours were compared to the case. But for all the noise, no hard evidence was ever made public. No DNA reports, no eyewitnesses, no confirmed trail tying David directly to the crime. Just whispers and endless theories. Behind the scenes, detectives quietly worked the digital side, but Charleston's commentary was already reshaping the narrative. By declaring David innocent, he wasn't just defending an artist, he was influencing millions. Hashtags like #FreeDavid and #CharlestonSaid started trending, proving the strange power of viral commentary. It doesn't just react to news, it rewrites it. In David's case, Charleston White had become the loudest voice in the room. His defense spread like wildfire, forcing even mainstream outlets to address him. Suddenly, journalists who had been focused only on the investigation were now writing about Charleston himself. A man with no badge, no legal training, but a megaphone too loud to ignore. Opinion pieces popped up overnight. Some called him reckless, accusing him of undermining the case. Others admitted his point about the lack of an arrest wasn't entirely baseless. Love him or hate him, Charleston had dragged the case into a brighter and messier spotlight. fans split into warring camps. Supporters quoted his clips like gospel, repeating his mantra, "He'd be locked up already." Critics, meanwhile, accused him of insulting the victim's memory. Online arguments turned vicious, and what should have been a solemn investigation quickly became the internet's newest battlefield. Even brands started to take notice. Brands that had quietly distanced themselves from David now found themselves stuck. Should they cut ties completely and risk angering millions of fans, or hold off in case Charleston was right and David got cleared? The uncertainty froze endorsements in place, leaving David's image in limbo, not destroyed, but not repaired either. Law enforcement wasn't swayed by hashtags, but subtle pushbacks began to surface. Leaks hinted investigators were still building their case, digging through surveillance, messages, and testimony. Anonymous voices suggested the lack of an arrest wasn't proof of innocence, but a strategy to avoid rushing charges. Charleston, though, only grew louder. He seized on every delay, every no comment, every vague press release as proof that the system was stalling because it had nothing. To him, the longer it dragged on, the clearer it became. David was innocent, and Charleston was the only one brave enough to say it. It was the question no one could answer, and in that silence, mixed with Charleston's relentless commentary, kept reshaping public opinion day by day. What began as a murder investigation had spiraled into a cultural storm about race, justice, fame, and who decides guilt in the age of viral content. At the center wasn't a police chief or a prosecutor. It was Charleston White. As weeks turned into months, the David case grew into something far bigger than one investigation. It became a mirror of how society consumes crime and celebrity online. Charleston's voice was louder than police updates, bolder than lawyers, and more viral than journalists chasing the facts. For David's fans, Charleston gave them hope when the world seemed ready to bury their idol. His words, flawed or not, gave them a script to fight back against headlines. And in the digital era, sometimes the narrative matters more than the facts. While detectives worked slowly in the background, Charleston thrived, because the longer nothing happened, the stronger his words sounded. The case isn't closed, and the truth still isn't fully known, but the impact is undeniable. Charleston White didn't just comment on the story, he reshaped it. He made David's innocence as loud a topic as the crime itself, turning speculation into debate and debate into viral influence. For David, the consequences are still unfolding. His career now hangs in the balance, suspended between a loyal fan base and a skeptical industry. And for law enforcement, the stakes are higher than ever. If they move without airtight proof, Charleston's words will come back louder than ever. Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like, share, comment your thoughts, and subscribe for more deep dives.
This is I kind of want to open this up because there's a whole thing going on right now with child act post by Jay Lewis, aka Little JJ. He posted on Facebook, "Just Jordan got canceled. I ain't giving up no ass." LOL.
Remember Lil JJ, the 11-year-old kid from Little Rock, Arkansas, who shocked the world when he stepped onto a BET stage and outshined grown comedians with ease? The reason he suddenly disappeared will leave you stunned. Within just 2 years, Nickelodeon gave him his very own sitcom. But by 2008, he was gone from Hollywood just like that. When the Quiet on Set documentary dropped in 2024, Lil JJ finally broke his silence with 4 words that flipped everything upside down. So what really happened to the boy wonder who looked destined for superstardom? October 31st, 1990. Halloween night in Little Rock. James Charles Lewis II was born with a rare gift that would shape his entire childhood. As the oldest of 4, young James figured out early that he had something special. He could make people laugh, not with corny kid jokes, but with punchlines so sharp that adults were left speechless. By just 8 years old, James was already hitting local talent shows, church gatherings, and family events, winning crowds like a natural. His parents knew their son had something rare, but they had no clue how heavy that gift would become. While his friends were busy gaming, James was writing routines that could make full rooms of adults forget their problems. The Lewis household quickly turned into a live comedy lab. Dinner conversations became mini stand-up sets as James tested out new material on his younger siblings. Even teachers at his elementary school noticed something different. During show and tell, while other kids nervously read their lines, James had the whole class rolling with laughter. James had his classmates cracking up with jokes that felt way beyond his age. Sharp, clever observations about school life that hit every time. By 4th grade, he had already earned the title of class clown, but not the kind that got in trouble. His humor wasn't disruptive or mean, it was smart, relatable, and uplifting. He could find comedy in any situation without tearing anyone down. At just 9 years old, James stepped onto the stage at a local talent show. So small, he had to stand on a box just to reach the mic. The crowd expected some cute kid jokes, but instead, James unleashed a 5-minute set about how kids and adults see the world differently. The punchlines were fresh, the delivery was flawless, and the audience reaction was electric. Soon, word started spreading across Little Rock's small entertainment scene. This wasn't just a funny kid. This was a prodigy who could hold his own like a grown professional. Comedy clubs began reaching out, inviting James to perform, though his parents were cautious at first. But James wouldn't let it go. He knew the stage was calling him. Finally, his parents gave in and let him hit a family-friendly showcase. That night became a turning point. In front of more than 200 people, most expecting to see local adult comedians, James owned the spotlight like he'd been doing it for years. The crowd wasn't just entertained, they were stunned that a 10-year-old could command the room like that. James wasn't just funny, he was delivering age-appropriate jokes that were genuinely hilarious. The crowd gave him a standing ovation that went on for 5 straight minutes. Right after the show, comedy club owners were rushing to his parents with offers for regular bookings. In no time, James Charles Lewis II had turned into a hometown star. Then came 2003, when James was only 11 years old. His family heard about BET's coming to the stage, a nationwide talent search looking for the next wave of comedians. James filmed his audition right there in their humble Arkansas home. No studio, no coaches, just pure raw talent caught on a basic camera. A week later, the life-changing call came. Bet wanted James in Los Angeles for the live competition. The family scrambled to get him there, maxing out credit cards just to put their boy on that plane to California. Backstage at BET Studios, James stood surrounded by grown comedians with years of experience. He should have been nervous, but he wasn't. When his name was called, James hit that stage like he owned it. And what happened next? He shut it down completely. His jokes were sharp, his timing perfect, his confidence unshakable. The audience couldn't believe what they were seeing. A kid from Little Rock controlling the room like a pro. Even seasoned comedians who had been grinding for decades were stunned into silence watching this little powerhouse own the spotlight. When the judges announced James Charles Lewis II as the winner of Coming to the Stage, it wasn't just a trophy, it was a cultural moment. Hollywood had just been introduced to a young force of nature, one that the industry wasn't prepared to protect. The phone at the Lewis household in Arkansas wouldn't stop ringing. Everyone wanted a piece of the miracle kid who could leave audiences laughing until tears rolled down their faces. At first, the offers were small. Local comedy clubs booking James for weekend shows, promoting him as the youngest professional comedian in America. Then came the interviews with regional TV stations, and even comedy festivals started bending their rules just to showcase the boy wonder from Little Rock. But the real game changer, Hollywood came knocking. Talent scouts began flying into Arkansas just to see James live. They didn't come quietly either. They showed up in shiny rental cars, dressed in sharp suits, carrying stacks of contracts that promised to change everything for the Lewis family. Big money, bigger promises, and the kind of attention that could skyrocket James to superstardom overnight. Hollywood executives came in painting big dreams, telling the Lewis family that James could be starring in blockbuster movies, hosting TV shows, even landing merchandise deals that could set them up for generational wealth. The numbers they threw around sounded unreal to a working-class family from Arkansas, and James, he was convinced this was his destiny. Every day spent back home felt like wasted time, and he begged his parents to let him chase those opportunities before they slipped away. Finally, in late 2004, the family made a decision that would flip their lives upside down. They packed up everything and moved to Los Angeles. The shift was massive. Arkansas meant comfort and familiarity. Los Angeles meant nonstop competition, sky-high living costs, and an entertainment world with unspoken rules that nobody explained to newcomers. By now, James was 14, performing under the name Lil JJ, and hitting auditions across the city. His stand-up background gave him a huge advantage over typical child actors. While other kids were just reading their lines, Lil JJ was improvising, adding his own style, and making characters come alive. That's when Nickelodeon took notice. The network was struggling to bring back the magic that once made them #1 in kids television. Their sketch comedy powerhouse All That had been sliding in ratings, and execs were hunting for new blood to shake things up. Lil JJ auditioned in early 2005, going head-to-head with dozens of child performers. But the moment he stepped on stage for that final audition, something clicked. His timing was flawless, his comedy instincts were sharper than ever, and the years of live performance training showed. The Nickelodeon execs were blown away. way, not just by his humor, but by the professionalism and work ethic of a kid who already carried himself like a seasoned entertainer. Nickelodeon offered Lil JJ a breakout role on the 10th season of All That, giving him the spotlight on the famous Vital Information segment. Overnight, his national exposure skyrocketed, turning him from a local comedy prodigy into a face recognized by millions. His timing, charisma, and clean humor resonated with kids, while parents loved that his comedy stayed family-friendly. But behind the bright lights, the experience introduced him to the harsh reality of children's television. Everything on set was controlled by adults who often treated young performers like products, not people. The schedules were brutal, packed with rehearsals, filming, and promotion, leaving little time for normal teenage life. And the pressure? Endless. JJ had to be funny, charming, and marketable 24/7, or risk losing everything he'd worked for. Still, Lil JJ thrived under the pressure. His Vital Information skits became a highlight of the show, consistently pulling strong ratings. Network research even revealed that audiences were tuning in specifically to watch him, and his energy was helping revive All That's popularity. Nickelodeon execs quickly realized they had a star on their hands, and they wanted more. In a move almost unheard of for someone so young, they offered him his very own sitcom. On January 7, 2007, Just Jordan premiered on Nickelodeon, pulling in ratings that beat expectations. The show followed Jordan Lewis, a 16-year-old who moves from Arkansas to Los Angeles to live with his grandfather and help run the family diner. The storyline wasn't random. It was loosely inspired by Lil JJ's real life, adding another layer of authenticity to his rise. For a 17-year-old performer, starring in his very own TV series was the ultimate validation. Lil JJ was no longer just the funny kid in a sketch show. He was now the star, the face on the poster, the reason audiences tuned in every week. The first season of Just Jordan delivered 13 episodes that introduced viewers to Jordan's world. His younger sister Monica, his no-nonsense mother, his tough but loving grandfather, and his best friends Joaquin and Tony. The writing mixed sharp comedy with heartfelt moments, creating a show that spoke to both kids and parents. Critics praised the show's authenticity and gave credit to Lil JJ's natural performance. While many young actors seemed like they were just reciting lines, JJ brought real emotion, timing, and charisma, making his character feel believable. That raw talent set him apart in an industry filled with scripted smiles. Behind the scenes, the show had a unique advantage. Just Jordan was produced by Ralph Farquhar, a respected African-American producer with credits on Moshe, The Parkers, and The Proud Family. His presence offered some protection from the darker sides of the industry, but it couldn't erase the pressure that came with being the lead star. Because make no mistake, Lil JJ was carrying a massive responsibility. As the face of the series, his performance determined whether dozens of writers, actors, and crew members kept their jobs. On top of acting, he had to constantly be funny, professional, and help promote the show. For a teenager, the weight of those expectations was overwhelming, even if he made it look effortless on camera. For a teenager, leading a hit sitcom was already a massive challenge, but Lil JJ kept pushing forward. When Just Jordan returned for its second season in September 2007, the show added a new twist. It was filmed in front of a live studio audience. The energy was electric, but so was the pressure. The second season brought bigger storylines that gave JJ the chance to show off his range, not just as a comedian, but as a real actor. Once again, critics applauded his performance and ratings stayed solid. Nickelodeon executives were encouraged and even started talking about what a third season might look like. But just as things were looking brighter than ever, everything came crashing down. On November 5th, 2007, the Writers Guild of America went on strike, shutting down production across nearly every scripted TV show in the country. Just Jordan was no exception. The episodes that were already finished kept airing, but no new ones could be filmed. Suddenly, the momentum that had been building for years hit a wall. For long-running shows with loyal fans, the writers' strike was just a bump in the road. But for newer shows still fighting to secure an audience, the pause could be deadly. And sadly, Just Jordan fell into that second category. The strike dragged on for 100 long days, finally ending in February 2008. But by the time new episodes aired, something had changed. The audience wasn't all there anymore. Viewers who had drifted to other shows during the hiatus didn't automatically return, and while critics still praised Lil JJ's performance, Nickelodeon executives were staring down budget cuts and uncertain ratings. In the end, they made the cold business call: cancel the show. After 2 seasons, 29 episodes, and endless potential, Just Jordan came to an abrupt end. Its final episode aired on August 23, 2008. Lil JJ was only 18, legally an adult, but still processing the loss of the show that had defined his teenage years. But what came after was even more shocking. Normally, a canceled show isn't the end, it's just a transition. Talented actors move on, land new projects, and keep climbing. For Lil JJ, though, that's not how it played out. Instead of fresh opportunities, there was silence. The calls from casting directors slowed, auditions became rare, and projects that once seemed promising either stalled or mysteriously moved forward with other names. Practically overnight, Lil JJ, who had just been one of Nickelodeon's brightest young stars, found himself shut out of the very industry he'd worked his whole life to break into. He had conquered as a kid, but Hollywood suddenly wasn't calling anymore. The reasons behind Lil JJ's sudden career freeze were never officially explained, but the whispers in Hollywood told a different story. Some insiders claimed he had become difficult to work with, though no one could ever point to a real example. Others argued he was caught in the middle, too old for children's programming, yet still too young for more mature roles. But the truth was far more complicated. Lil JJ wasn't just another child actor. He was a prodigy. His raw talent, sharp instincts, and independent thinking made him stand out, but they also made adults in the industry uncomfortable. From the very beginning, JJ wasn't content with just reading lines the way they were handed to him. His comedy background had trained him to trust his instincts, to punch up a scene, to suggest changes that could make it funnier or more real. But in Hollywood, especially in children's television, that kind of independence wasn't celebrated. It was seen as a problem. Executives wanted young performers to follow directions, stay grateful, and never question authority. But Lil JJ didn't fit that mold. Even as a teenager, he had ideas about his characters, suggestions to improve scripts, and input on how scenes could hit harder. What should have been valued as creative genius was instead labeled as being hard to manage. The response from the industry was cold and decisive. If Lil JJ wasn't going to play by their rules, then he simply wouldn't play at all. With Hollywood doors quietly closing, JJ made a choice that likely protected his peace of mind, even if it dimmed his star power. He enrolled at Arkansas Baptist College, choosing to focus on his education while stepping away from the toxic side of show business. During college, Lil JJ joined Omega Psi Phi, building brotherhood and connections far beyond the entertainment world. He also started opening up about his past, sharing the pressure of carrying a TV show as a teen, the struggle of growing up in the spotlight, and the uphill battle of transitioning from child star to adult actor. These reflections were healthy for him personally, but risky for his career. In an industry that preferred silence, JJ's honesty made him stand out as someone unafraid to reveal how young performers were really treated. Hollywood's answer: more silence. For over a decade, Lil JJ drifted through the industry wilderness. He picked up small roles when they came, appeared on shows like Wild 'N Out, and stayed connected to his first love, stand-up comedy, performing in clubs nationwide. He was surviving, but no longer thriving, his true potential left untapped. Then, in March 2024, the conversation around child stars exploded. The documentary Quiet on Set, The Dark Side of Kids TV premiered, pulling back the curtain on decades of dysfunction inside Nickelodeon. The revelations stunned even industry veterans. Former stars came forward with painful accounts of toxic sets and mismanagement. The spotlight fell especially on powerful figures like Dan Schneider, the man behind hits such as All That and Drake and Josh, whose work environments were described as deeply unhealthy for young talent. The stories were shocking, and one of the most heartbreaking came from Drake Bell, who revealed he had been taken advantage of by dialogue coach Brian Peck when he was just 15. The documentary sent shockwaves across Hollywood, reigniting long-ignored questions about how the industry treated its youngest stars. And in the middle of that storm, Lil JJ finally stepped back into the spotlight. As the documentary gained national attention, the spotlight turned toward other former Nickelodeon stars. People wanted answers. What really happened to Amanda Bynes? Where was Jeanette McCurdy? And what about Lil JJ, the young prodigy who once looked destined for greatness before suddenly disappearing after Just Jordan was canceled? On social media, his name started trending. Fans began tagging him in posts about the documentary, urging him to speak up. The assumption was heavy. If he had worked at Nickelodeon during that era, surely he must have witnessed something or even experienced it himself. The pressure for Lil JJ to break his silence grew louder by the day, but that spotlight came with its own trap. The public often lumped all former Nickelodeon stars together, creating an unfair expectation. For those who hadn't personally gone through what others described, it meant facing an impossible choice: either claim victimhood they hadn't lived, or risk looking cold and unsympathetic to those who had. On March 20th, 2024, Lil JJ finally broke his silence. He took to Facebook with a post that was quickly screenshotted, shared, and spread across every platform imaginable. It wasn't a long statement, it wasn't an interview, it was just 4 words, and those 4 words stunned everyone. The blunt wording shocked people who still remembered him as the clean-cut kid comedian, but the meaning was impossible to miss. Lil JJ was making it clear. During his time at Nickelodeon, he had not been harmed in that way. His post was pushing back against the growing assumption that every former child star was automatically a victim. The response came fast, and it was split right down the middle. Some praised him for standing firm, speaking his truth, and refusing to let others pressure him into a story that wasn't his own. Others, however, criticized the way he phrased it, saying it came off as too harsh or insensitive toward those who had shared their painful experiences. But Lil JJ's words revealed something much deeper than just a denial. His post was a declaration of independence. It was his way of saying that not every child performer was broken by Hollywood, and that some managed to come out with their spirit intact. More importantly, his statement gave the public a shocking explanation for why his career had truly vanished. He hadn't disappeared because of hidden trauma. He disappeared because he refused to be controlled. His independence, his unwillingness to play the role of the compliant child star, made him a problem in an industry that valued obedience over originality. The truth was brutal. Hollywood didn't destroy Lil JJ with scandal. They erased him through silence. Through exclusion, neglect, and quiet rejection, they sidelined one of the most naturally gifted young performers of his generation. Not because he lacked talent, not because he couldn't compete, but because he wouldn't bow down. Lil JJ's blunt but truthful response pulled back the curtain on something most people had never considered. Hollywood's control over child stars wasn't always about direct mistreatment. Sometimes the system worked in more subtle ways. They didn't have to silence every young performer. They just had to crush the careers of a few who dared to stand their ground. That alone was enough to keep the rest in line. And Lil JJ, he became one of those examples, a warning of what happens when a young star refuses to give up their independence. His career may have been sidelined, but his honesty turned into a quiet victory the industry never expected. They managed to silence his opportunities, but not his voice. And in many ways, that truth hit harder than any scripted performance ever could. Because at the end of the day, Lil JJ's story isn't just about one performer. It's about the system itself and how it treats the very talent it profits from. If you found this story eye-opening, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive.
Helping now, new details following a grisly discovery in Hollywood. A 15-year-old girl found dead inside a singer's sacrifice.
Neutral.
You understand?
Yeah. Appreciate
Michael Jordan, what about him? His dad, right? Bill Cosby, his son, right? Dr. Dre, his son. You're out in Hollywood. A lot of people come up.
Music industry, and there's a lot of weird things that go on. These meetings they be having, it's more than just that. They plan things.
It's about David unaliving Celeste may have been like a ritual, like a sacrificial ritual, which I can see that being a possibility just because when we're talking about like old sacrificial like rituals, they do seek out virgins or seek out young women to sacrifice. That is something that they used to do. Maybe that David, during his gore content and during all the messed up stuff he was looking at, maybe he found content about sacrificial rituals.
So after Kanye dropped that line about sacrifices in Hollywood, a lot of people brushed it off as just another wild rant. But now, with what just came out about D4VD and Celeste, those words sound completely different. Celeste was found inside D4VD's Tesla, and according to reports, her body had been there for a long time before anyone discovered it. For many, this didn't seem random at all. It looked like exactly what Kanye was warning about, a so-called sacrifice tied to fame. Except this one went completely off the rails. Instead of staying hidden, everything spilled into the spotlight, leaving David in the middle of outrage as Celeste's family and friends demand justice. But that's not all. Disturbing details are starting to surface about David's behavior, from his dark obsession with twisted visuals to openly admitting that he used to watch shocking content just to numb himself. Even worse, insiders now claim that plenty of people in the industry already knew what David was into, yet nobody said a word. That's the part making people question everything. So here's the burning question. Could Kanye's theory about Hollywood using sacrifices to control artists explain why David's story spiraled so fast? And the biggest question of all, why has David still not been arrested when he looks like the main suspect in all of this? Let's break it down. To give you some background, Celeste Rivas first went missing back in April 2024, and after a whole year with no clues, most people thought the case had gone completely cold. But then, out of nowhere on September 8, 2025, her body was discovered inside the trunk of a Tesla registered to David, and that's when everything exploded. Reports said the body had been there for some time, and investigators confirmed it was was Celeste through dental records. While the exact cause of death couldn't be determined, authorities have now officially labeled her death a homicide. Now let's talk about David, because here's where things take a disturbing turn. Online investigators started connecting dots between him and Celeste, pointing to screenshots and Discord conversations that allegedly linked them together. One screenshot shows David tagging her in a chat, and in another, members of his Discord community appear to discuss his interactions with her. This has sparked major backlash online, with people demanding answers about how much David's fan base really knew. And it doesn't stop there. In August 2024, just a few months after Celeste's disappearance, messages surfaced of users telling David to drop the one with the missing girl, apparently referring to a song he had teased. Even Celeste's Discord profile activity seemed to vanish around the same time, which lined up with her disappearance. The internet is now flooded with speculation, and the timeline of events makes this story even more chilling. Did David know more than he's letting on? And why are these screenshots surfacing now when the case is back in the spotlight? And then there's David's music. Right before Celeste vanished, an unreleased track leaked online with the title Celeste Demo, and the lyrics talked about David being obsessed with a girl named Celeste. That alone set off alarm bells, but things only get stranger from there. Celeste's mother admitted in interviews that she knew her daughter was connected to David before the disappearance, while a teacher later told TMZ that Celeste had previously run off to Hollywood to be with him. Authorities reportedly found her and brought her back home, but fans are asking why more wasn't done at the time. On top of that, photos and videos have surfaced showing David hanging around some of the biggest names in the music scene, including Billie Eilish and Katai. Now people are questioning, how much did the industry know about David's darker side, and why didn't anyone step in? That's the part making this story even more controversial. We also can't ignore the Discord leaks. Screenshots suggest that even some of David's own fans were aware of his questionable connections to Celeste, and yet no one came forward. Even more puzzling, fans are now side-eyeing Celeste's family because her mother admitted to knowing about David all along. Online speculation has even gone as far as suggesting David may have been paying the family to stay quiet, though nothing has been confirmed. This isn't just a story about one artist, it's turning into a scandal that drags in the music industry, family ties, and even fandom culture. One woman from Lake Elsinore, the area where Celeste's family lives, jumped into the conversation online, claiming that the family allegedly accepted $10,000 a week from David to keep their connection going. According to her, the parents always knew what was happening, and that's why some fans are now dragging the family and demanding they be held accountable. One user even wrote, "With the whole David situation, I am indeed parent shaming, because what? How is it that you know your daughter's boyfriend's name is David, but not that he's a whole grown man? And why were the connections not made? A year ago, a whole Discord server knew and didn't say a word. 2 + 2 = 5. That comment set off a wildfire online, with people saying this feels like yet another case where families turn a blind eye just because someone's rich and famous. The fact that this conversation is happening in real time makes the situation even more explosive. Now, speaking of fame, another theory that's blowing up online ties this back to Kanye's infamous words about Hollywood and sacrifices. Kanye didn't just randomly say, "My mama was sacrificed." He framed it as a pattern in the industry where loved ones and people closest to artists are used as a way to control them through trauma. So when you connect that idea to Celeste's case, people can't help but notice how David's world tour lined up with the discovery of her body. And suddenly, Kanye's clip hits completely different. As if things weren't already messy, the internet started digging into David's past lyrics and performances, and what they found left people speechless. Some tracks suddenly sound way darker now, with references that fans claim mirror real events tied to Celeste. What once seemed like artistic expression is now being reread as straight-up confessions. Online sleuths are combing through his entire catalog, and clips are going viral where David appears to brag about secrets only he would know. Whether it's coincidence or something more sinister, fans are saying the music itself may hold the biggest clues. Meanwhile, David's team is doing everything they can to shut this down. PR statements, deleted posts, and even legal threats have been flying since the Tesla discovery hit the news. But the harder they try to bury it, the more suspicious it looks. Screenshots of deleted tweets, vanished Discord servers, and sudden account bans are fueling conspiracy theories that there's a massive cover-up happening behind the scenes. People are asking, if David has nothing to hide, why is his camp working overtime to erase the paper trail? And let's not forget the industry ties. David hasn't just been floating around on his own. He's been seen with some of the biggest names in music, hanging backstage, partying in VIP sections, and even collaborating on unreleased tracks. Now fans are questioning how much those artists knew and if they've been protecting David this whole time. Some insiders even whisper that his rise wasn't natural at all, that powerful figures in the business were boosting him no matter what dirt came out. It's making people wonder, is this really about talent, or has David been a protected asset from day one? And here's where things get chilling. Whispers of a longer cut of footage tied to David have surfaced. According to insiders, there's more evidence sitting in private files that could expose exactly who was involved and what really happened. The clips floating online right now are already disturbing enough, but if that full video ever leaks, it could destroy reputations across the industry. Some fans believe this is why everyone's scrambling to control the narrative. Because the truth isn't just about David, it could drag down a whole circle of artists, executives, and insiders. The storm hanging over this case is far from over. Court records are now being dragged into the spotlight, and they paint a picture that's hard to ignore. Fans have uncovered past filings that suggest David was already on the radar of authorities long before Celeste's case exploded. Whether it was smaller disputes, restraining orders, or whispers of disturbing behavior, the paper trail seems to show warning signs everywhere. And now the big question is, how did he keep slipping through the cracks when all these red flags were stacking up? At the same time, David's social media is turning into a war zone. Every new post he makes is instantly flooded with comments demanding answers, calling him out, and dragging his name through the mud. Hashtags linking him to Celeste's case are trending worldwide, and fans are split between defending their idol and accusing him of being guilty. What used to be a loyal fan base has now become a battlefield, and David can't control the narrative anymore. And then there's the money trail. Rumors are swirling that David was funneling cash into hush deals, quiet settlements, and even payouts to silence certain people close to the case. While none of these payments have been confirmed, screenshots of alleged transactions are circulating online, and the numbers are shocking. If true, this would mean David wasn't just trying to hide something. He was actively buying silence while continuing his rise in the music industry. Industry insiders are now pointing fingers at the labels and managers who stood by David while all of this chaos unfolded. The question being asked is simple. How much did they know, and why didn't they cut ties sooner? With photos of David smiling alongside executives and walking red carpets at major award shows, fans are accusing the industry of protecting its own at the expense of justice. This isn't just David's scandal anymore. It's becoming a black eye for the entire business. And while David's camp stays silent on most of the accusations, fans are noticing his sudden shift in behavior. The once confident performer now looks anxious in public appearances, avoiding eye contact and rushing off stage the moment his set ends. Paparazzi shots show him looking exhausted, hunched over, and paranoid, like someone who knows the walls are closing in. People are saying his career might already be over, not because of canceled shows or lack of streams, but because his entire image is collapsing in real time. Reporters are now digging into David's touring schedule, and the timing is suspicious. When Celeste's body was discovered, David was in the middle of a massive world tour, performing to sold-out crowds while headlines back home were exploding. Some are saying the tour itself was a distraction, a way to keep him busy and shielded while the controversy built behind the scenes. Fans are asking, was this just bad timing? Or did the industry deliberately send him on tour to dodge the storm? And then there's the music videos. Fans are rewatching them with fresh eyes, and suddenly every strange symbol, lyric, and scene is under the microscope. Clips that once looked like random artistic choices are now being labeled as hidden messages, with people breaking them down frame by frame. Some claim David was dropping hints the whole time, almost bragging about what was going on in real life. Whether it's just conspiracy theories or something more, the fact that fans are treating his catalog like evidence shows just how far this scandal has gone. Behind the scenes, major brands are starting to distance themselves from David. Sponsorships are vanishing, merch collabs are being pulled, and certain streaming platforms are quietly burying his music in the algorithm. What was once a fast rising star now looks like a liability no one wants to be tied to. Insiders are even whispering that contracts worth millions are on the line, and David could lose everything overnight if companies keep cutting him off. Meanwhile, conspiracy channels online are exploding with theories about who benefits from this scandal. Some believe David is a pawn, used and then discarded by bigger forces in the industry. Others think this is all about silencing him before he could reveal secrets of his own. Either way, his story is no longer just about him and Celeste. It's being tied to a much larger narrative about how the entertainment world handles its darkest scandals. And here's the most chilling part. Multiple insiders claim that this case is far from over, and more names could soon be exposed. If the whispers are true, David wasn't acting alone, and other figures in music, management, and even media could get dragged into the spotlight next. Fans are calling it a ticking time bomb, because once more evidence surfaces, the fallout won't just destroy David, it could shake the entire industry at its core. Court insiders are now hinting that sealed documents tied to David could soon be unsealed. And if that happens, everything changes. Rumors say the files include testimony, private messages, and even footage that hasn't seen the light of day. The possibility alone has fans buzzing, because it means the public might finally get an unfiltered look at what investigators already know. If those documents drop, David's carefully crafted image won't just crack, it could completely collapse overnight. At the same time, whispers are circulating about David's inner circle starting to turn on him. People who once stood by his side are suddenly going quiet, unfollowing him online, or even leaking details anonymously. That shift has fans convinced the loyalty is gone, and it's only a matter of time before someone close to David spills everything to save themselves. If his own crew flips, the scandal won't just end his career, it could expose the whole machinery behind him. Fame skyrocketed practically overnight, and not all artists close to David are keeping quiet. Santee P, who worked with him, even posted a TikTok claiming that David completely changed after signing his record deal. According to Santee, David used to be religious and often mentioned God in his music, but once the ink dried on that contract, all of that stopped, and Santee suggested this wasn't random at all, hinting that it was part of the contract's rules. This is striking because Kanye had already said the same thing years earlier, that industry contracts secretly restrict what artists can rap or sing about. And when you look at how David's story unfolded, those theories suddenly sound less like wild rants and more like a pattern. A rising star on a global tour, a girl tied to him in life and art, tattoos that match his songs, lyrics that name her directly, and then her body turning up inside his Tesla in plain sight. The biggest mystery is this: if David really had anything to do with it, why would he leave her body inside a car registered to him? That's like leaving fingerprints at a crime scene. And even stranger, how come police still haven't arrested David when so much of this points straight back to him? Whether guilty or innocent, the fact that her body was found in his car should have triggered serious consequences by now. Fans online keep saying the same thing: anybody else would have been arrested already. Something here just doesn't add up, and that's why this case is shaking the entire industry to its core. If you're following this story as closely as we are, make sure to hit that subscribe button, drop a like, share this video, and let us know in the comments what you think really happened.
I need that at the warehouse.
Tell me. It been 20 years, bro. It been 20 years. I figure if I wasn't built like that, it'll show by now. It been 20 years, bro. I done faced every challenge they like to throw at me, man. You ain't seen me fold, you ain't seen me break.
This time, it's not about King's fights at Waffle House or missing court dates. This is way messier. His own ex just sent social media into overdrive after allegedly leaking what fans are calling a private tape of King. And if that wasn't shocking enough, Boosie jumped in and threw shade at T.I., clowning the way he raised his son. Now, whether that video is real or fake doesn't even matter to the internet, because people have been whispering about King's image for years. Some fans said the baby situation was just a cover-up. Others claimed his lifestyle didn't match the tough persona he puts online. And now, this so-called leak has those old rumors coming back full force. It gets even wilder. People are digging up every past allegation. The chatter that King might not actually be the father of his child, claims that his ex only got involved to secure the bag, and accusations that he's been playing a gangster role that was never really his. And Boosie stepping in? That's no small thing. Instead of roasting King directly, he aimed his shade at T.I., turning this whole situation into a public feud. So buckle up, because we're about to dive into everything: the paternity drama, the cover-up theories, the fake gangster accusations, the public spirals, and most importantly, how Boosie used this entire mess to try and embarrass T.I. in front of the world. And let's be real, before this tape situation even hit the blogs, people were already questioning if King was truly the father of his son. From the moment his ex announced her pregnancy, the internet was suspicious. The biggest red flag people kept pointing to: she's older than him, and that alone had folks calling her out, saying, "Girl, you knew exactly what you were doing." Mama and their newborn looked happy, but then the money talk started flying. People swore up and down that she only got pregnant to secure the bag. They claim she saw the Harris last name, the fame, the money, and decided to cash out with a baby. Whether that was true or not didn't even matter, because the comments just kept piling up. And when the baby was finally born, instead of shutting the gossip down, the speculation actually got even louder. People online were posting things like, "He doesn't even look like King," while others were convinced King was just rushing to prove he was grown. That's when King clapped back, going online to call the baby his twin, saying, "He looks just like me." He doubled down by posting pictures, adding, "Y'all can't tell me this ain't mine." But here's the kicker. The harder King tried to prove it, the less people believed him. And it wasn't just about the baby. For years, the internet has been whispering about King's image and lifestyle. So when this pregnancy happened, some fans instantly thought he's just trying to prove something. Now that the so-called tape is floating around, those same people are pulling out old receipts and claiming this was the plan all along, to use a baby to silence the rumors. That's when the whole conversation shifted. While some were dragging King over the baby drama, others pointed out that this wasn't even the first time he'd been accused of putting on a show. For years, fans have said King's been pretending to live a tough street life, talking bold, jumping into beefs, and acting like he grew up struggling. But then people remind each other this boy was raised by T.I. and Tiny. He had money, privilege, and most of his childhood was spent with his grandma. Nothing wrong with that, but it doesn't exactly scream, "I came from the trenches." Every time King hops online yelling about being from the hood, the comments come flying in, "Be serious!" Fans say he's been trying too hard to force this street image to cover up the fact that deep down he doesn't really fit that role. It's like King is fighting two battles at once, trying to prove he's a father and a grown man, while also proving he's this hardened gangster. But instead of making him look strong, it just makes the spiral look even worse. And trust me, the spiral only got louder once those Waffle House clips started making the rounds. A video went viral showing King going back and forth with employees at the restaurant. He was loud, heated, and people couldn't believe this was the son of T.I. and Tiny acting out over fast food. Here's King wilding out at Waffle House. But the wildest part? His own dad went live the very next day, basically admitting he didn't understand why his son felt the need to argue with a short-order cook. T.I. said he and King's uncles tried to talk sense into him, reminding King that he lives a life most people only dream about. So why stoop down and argue with people who are just doing their jobs? But clearly, that advice didn't stick, because after that, King's name kept popping up for all the wrong reasons. The biggest one? His arrest footage surfaced online, showing exactly what went down in 2024 when King got pulled over in Georgia. According to reports, police said he nearly clipped a squad car while leaving a gas station. They claimed there was a smell of weed coming from his BMW, and on top of that, he had a firearm on his hip. When they ran his info, it turned out he had a warrant dating all the way back to 2022. That case was tied to speeding, driving with a suspended license, and even a DUI. He was supposed to appear in court but never showed, which is why the warrant was still hanging over him. The video shows officers pulling him out, cuffing him, and sending him straight to county jail. And while King wasn't acting out in the footage, he actually stayed calm. The internet wasn't buying it. To them, this was just more proof that his life was going off the rails. At this point, fans weren't just calling King reckless. They were saying his entire public spiral, from the Waffle House drama to the skipped court dates and the arrest footage, looked like him trying to cover up deeper rumors he couldn't escape. And here's where things get even messier, because as soon as this alleged tape started making the rounds, guess who decided to jump in? Boozy. Instead of staying quiet, he allegedly started clowning T.I., making slick comments about how his son ended up in this situation. And the internet instantly clocked it as shade. Not really at King, but at T.I. himself. And that's what makes it so wild. Boozy isn't just some random voice. He's got a history of stirring controversy whenever topics of sexuality come up. This is the same man who once had to publicly apologize to his daughter, Iyanna, after making offensive remarks about her being gay. He went on Instagram, said he was sorry, tried to walk it back, but everybody knew the damage was already done. So when people saw him inserting himself into King's situation, they were quick to call it out. Isn't this the pot calling the kettle black? Fans dragged him for having his own family issues and messy comments to deal with, yet here he was clowning someone else's kid. But there's another layer too. Boozy hasn't exactly had it easy himself. Remember, he just took a plea deal on those firearm charges, and if things go left, he could end up right back in jail. So for him to be out here trolling T.I. while juggling his own problems, that told people this wasn't just about King. This felt personal, and if you've been paying attention, T.I. and Boozy's relationship has been shaky for a long time. So to really understand why Boozy is even in the mix, we've got to break down the timeline of his beef with T.I. And trust me, it explains everything. It all started when Boozy made headlines for comments about Dwyane Wade's daughter after she came out as transgender. And here's the clip that really lit the fire. Boosie talking about Wade's daughter, a moment that had the internet calling him out for being insensitive. A lot of people dragged him for being transphobic, and T.I. was one of the loudest voices. He went straight to Instagram telling Boosie to mind his business and stop worrying about another man's kids. That moment planted the first seed for their feud. Then, a couple months later, things escalated when Boosie called T.I. a snitch over his old federal gun case. T.I. fired back, saying he'd never let anyone disrespect his family and that he wasn't scared to go head-to-head with Boosie if he had to. From there, it snowballed. By that summer, Boosie started criticizing T.I. for how he handled parenting, especially that infamous situation where T.I. admitted he once went with his daughter to the gynecologist. Boosie went off, calling him controlling and out of line. I clapped back saying Boosie was the last person who should be giving parenting advice. At that point, they weren't just trading words about music. They were throwing shots about family, credibility, and even snitching accusations. It was clear this wasn't just rap beef. It was personal. For a minute, it looked like things cooled off. Both went online saying they were moving on and had no real problem. But by 2023, the feud reignited all over again. By 2023, the tension between T.I. and Boosie was back in the spotlight. And this time, it was uglier than before. Boosie went on Vlad TV and made it clear he didn't want to work with T.I. anymore. He even said a joint album they had planned was dead in the water, all because of those old snitch claims. The internet ate it up, turning the whole thing into a trending topic overnight. T.I. didn't let it slide either. He clapped back with receipts saying he had the paperwork to prove he never cooperated with anybody. He even invited Boosie to sit down and review it face to face if he was so sure. Fans were shocked because instead of squashing the beef, both sides just doubled down. From there, things spiraled fast. Boosie started throwing subs in interviews, while T.I. used Instagram Live to take jabs at Boosie's credibility. The back and forth wasn't just about music anymore. It was about manhood, reputation, and who the culture would believe. And the wildest part, fans picked sides. Some said T.I. was defending his name, while others claimed Boosie was just saying out loud what everybody else was already thinking. It was clear now, this wasn't just rap drama. It was turning into a full-on personal rivalry that had no easy way out. And just when people thought the back and forth couldn't get any messier, the family drama started spilling into the feud. Boosie began hinting in interviews that T.I. wasn't being a strong role model for his kids. Comments that fans instantly linked to King's wild behavior online. It wasn't subtle shade anymore. It was personal shots aimed right at T.Y.'s parenting. T.I. wasn't about to let that slide. He went live telling Boosie to worry about his own household before speaking on somebody else's children. He reminded fans that real men don't use another man's kids as weapons in a beef. But by then, the damage was done. The internet was buzzing nonstop about whether Boosie crossed a line. What made it even crazier was that Boosie's own track record wasn't spotless. Fans quickly pulled up his legal issues and old controversies, saying he was in no position to criticize anybody else's family. That only fueled the fire, because instead of pulling back, Boosie kept the pressure on with more slick comments. At this point, it was clear the feud had moved way beyond music. It wasn't about songs, collabs, or even street credibility anymore. This was about pride, family, and public image. And both men looked ready to keep the shots flying no matter how messy it got. Boosie once accused T.I. of not standing up for him during his own legal mess. But T.I. made it clear he was done babysitting and wasn't obligated to defend someone who constantly disrespected him. So fast forward to now, and it all adds up. Boosie jumping into King's situation wasn't random, and it definitely wasn't just about clout. It was another chance to poke T.I. right where it hurts. And with King being at the center of internet drama, Boosie just couldn't resist. Once that alleged tape started spreading and Boosie chimed in, the internet wasted zero time tearing King apart. And some of these comments, they were cold. One person wrote, "He was always weird looking to me. Too bad he took after Tiny and not T.I." That hit hard because people have been dragging King's look since he was little, always comparing him to his parents. Then someone else went even harsher, saying he looks like the clown from The Simpsons, Sideshow Bob. And of course the internet ran with it. Side by side started popping up everywhere. But the comment that really set things off was this one: "King about to be queen." That line didn't just clown his image, it instantly brought back years of speculation about his identity. And that's why this whole situation is way bigger than just a leaked clip. These comments prove people never stopped questioning King, and with Boosie stirring the pot, the conversation turned into something way deeper. The bad blood between T.I. and Boosie clearly never died, and right now, King Harris is stuck right in the middle of their feud. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop your thoughts in the comments because this story is far from over.
Not me. I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this. I gave y'all 30 years of my career.
Robert.
30 years of my career. Y'all trying to kill me. You killing me, man. This is not about music. I'm trying to have a relationship with my kids, and I can't do it. Y'all just don't want to believe it.
People close to R. Kelly have long described him as dangerous, even monstrous. Now, a new video from prison has resurfaced, reopening old wounds and leaving his victims shaken. In this breakdown, we'll go through the clip and the shocking state of Kelly's life behind bars. And once crowned the king of R&B, R. Kelly is now serving a 31-year sentence at a federal facility in North Carolina for serious convictions, including racketeering and exploitation crimes. But what's really disturbing are these prison calls which reveal just how far he spiraled mentally. The warning signs were there years ago. Remember that wild 2019 interview with Gayle King? Kelly completely unraveled on live TV, shouting and breaking down in front of millions. That meltdown was basically a preview of the unstable behavior we're now hearing in his prison recordings. When Gayle pressed him on the repeated allegations, Kelly shouted, "They are lying on me." His paranoia and manipulative mindset were on full display then. The same mindset we're seeing in his latest calls from prison. The most chilling moment came when R. Kelly broke down in that infamous Gayle King interview, a breakdown that now feels like a preview of his current mental state in prison. Back then he shouted, "I'm fighting for my life." At the time it sounded dramatic, but now those words hit different because in his recent prison recordings, that same panic is written all over his voice. Even more unsettling is when Kelly once said, "I'm alive."
No idea that this man just beat me on the bus. My daughter came home, she was 98 pounds. When she left to be with him, she was 120.
I love my brother, you know, but he do have a...
I know the type of monster he...
Now in 2025, that line feels eerie, especially with his new prison tracks where he claims people are out to harm him behind bars. It's like he already sensed the paranoia and isolation he's living through today. When Gayle pressed him about the accusations, Kelly tried to flip the narrative, even saying, "This camera on me," in a way that showed he knew how to put on a performance. That same kind of calculated energy is present in his prison recordings now. Only this time, it sounds amplified by pure desperation. This year, Kelly has allegedly been recording music and leaking messages through phone calls from prison, but these aren't just regular freestyles. They feel like carefully crafted messages aimed at pulling sympathy and keeping his name alive. These new prison recordings are being called chilling because Kelly keeps talking about death, poison, and the idea that everyone is out to get him. Things really took off in March 2025 when he jumped on a viral social media challenge, remixing Chris Brown's Residuals through a prison phone call. But instead of being playful like most artists, Kelly's version came off dark and unsettling. What makes it even wilder is comparing his prison voice to his older interviews. In that CBS sit-down with Gayle King, you could already hear the desperation rising. And in another tense HuffPost interview, Kelly showed the same defensive streak, shutting down tough questions, getting angry, and trying to flip the script. That same pattern has followed him for years. Whenever challenged, he'd deflect or lash out. Now, those same traits are showing up in his prison recordings, but with a new twist. They're dripping with fear and isolation. Instead of sounding like a performer in control, he sounds like someone trapped in paranoia, convinced the world is closing in on him. In prison, R. Kelly's victim mentality has turned into something much darker. One audio clip spread across TikTok and Instagram with Kelly asking, "Who's getting all my checks?" about his royalties. But it wasn't just the lyrics. It was that raw prison phone vibe that split opinions. Some called it heartbreaking, while others said it was flat out chilling because you could hear the fear in his voice. By May 2025, a track titled "They Trying to Poison Me in Jail" appeared on YouTube. Pitched as a vulnerable ballad, Kelly claimed prison staff were out to harm him. As months passed, the songs grew darker and more desperate. By June, titles like "I'm Not Safe in Prison" and "I Heard the Guards Say Kill Him" surfaced online. These didn't sound like typical songs. They felt more like frantic SOS messages from a man spiraling in paranoia. From his infamous 2019 Gayle King interview to these 2025 recordings, the slide into psychological collapse is clear. Back then, he talked about being buried alive and fighting for his life. Now those words feel literal. The once celebrated star reduced to shaky phone calls, convinced everyone is out to get him. What makes these prison recordings disturbing isn't just the lyrics, it's what they reveal about Kelly's mental state. The themes stay dark, full of fear, paranoia, and talk of death. The big question is whether these are genuine threats he's facing or signs of a collapsing mind. Either way, it raises tough conversations about prison reform and the treatment of high-profile inmates. The timing was also suspicious. These recordings started surfacing just as his legal team filed court papers in June 2025, requesting early release and claiming there was a real plot against him in prison. It feels like the same strategy we saw before trial, using media and public sympathy to boost his case. Now here's the twist. Federal prisons are strict. No recording devices allowed. These aren't music videos filmed inside. They're jail phone calls, later dressed up with AI visuals or stock prison footage by people on the outside. It's basically an underground system built to put Kelly's voice back on the streets. But are they all real? At least one viral video turned out to be fully AI generated. Still, others are clearly authentic, like a March 2025 phone call where Kelly performed his old hit When a Woman's Fed Up Lived Through a Prison Line. The emotions in these recordings are raw, but the context makes them hit even harder. This is a man who once sold out arenas, now reduced to singing through a prison phone for a small podcast audience. Compare that vulnerable voice to the defiant Kelly in those old HuffPost interviews when he stormed off, still clinging to control and pride. That version is gone. The man calling into podcasts today sounds broken, isolated, and genuinely afraid. As 2025 went on, the recordings only got darker. The most recent release in August was a track called It's August and Still in Prison Again, produced by Lil R3 Vibe. In it, Kelly laments his continued incarceration, reminding everyone that despite appeals and legal maneuvers, he remains behind bars with little chance of release anytime soon. Looking back at those 2019 Gayle King moments, his words feel almost prophetic. When he cried about being buried alive and fighting for his life, it now sounds like he was predicting his own fate. Now, let's get real about life behind federal prison walls, because understanding Kelly's daily reality is key to grasping why these recordings feel so disturbing. The fall from global superstar to federal inmate may be one of the most dramatic collapses in R&B and hip-hop history. FCI Butner Medium I in North Carolina, the federal prison where R. Kelly has been housed since April 2023, is a medium security facility with medical units and a history of holding high-profile inmates like Bernie Madoff. For Kelly, transferred there after stints in Chicago and other centers, this place is likely home for decades to come. His projected release date is December 21st, 2045. If that stands, he'll be 78 years old by the time he walks free. So what does daily life actually look like for him? The routine is a world away from his superstar days. As a convicted offender, he's likely kept in protective custody, away from general population for safety reasons. That means 22 to 23 hours locked in a cell with just 1 hour of recreation, often alone. No group programs, no church services, and very limited contact with others. Court filings even reveal he's been placed in solitary confinement at times for his own safety. That level of isolation takes an even heavier toll, stripping away what little freedom protective custody allows. Experts say this kind of long-term isolation can crush someone's mental health, and the fact he's moved in and out of solitary shows that the threats against him aren't just paranoia. Officials are taking them seriously. The psychological toll of this kind of isolation is brutal, especially for someone like R. Kelly, who once fed off the energy of sold-out crowds. For a man who lived for the rush of performing, the silence of a solitary cell is the exact opposite of everything he once knew. Prison medical care is technically provided, but his legal team has claimed he isn't getting proper treatment, even hinting at a serious illness in a 2025 filing. The details are private due to medical laws, but it adds another layer to his decline behind bars. What makes his situation especially dangerous is his status in the prison hierarchy. In the unwritten prison code, people convicted of crimes involving minors are placed at the very bottom, even below murderers or major drug dealers. That reality often means constant threats, targeted violence, and complete isolation from other inmates. History shows how risky that position can be. Infamous cases like Jeffrey Dahmer in 1994 and Jared Fogle in 2016 highlight the dangers faced by high-profile offenders. For Kelly, every day inside brings a mix of fear, paranoia, and survival. A complete fall from grace for someone who once ruled R&B. The constant threat of violence has clearly worn down R. Kelly's mental state, which is obvious in the paranoid and fearful tone of his 2025 recordings. His lawyers have even cited threats from gangs and corrupt prison staff, claiming his life is in danger. How he still manages to create music from prison is wild. Reports say Kelly has written dozens of songs, even claiming 25 albums worth since being locked up. But the reality is harsh. Federal inmates have almost no access to recording gear. The only outlet is monitored phone calls, which officials record and review closely. Every word he speaks could be used against him later. The irony is heavy. A man who once had access to world-class studios now relies on the same phone line other inmates use just to call family or lawyers. Through those calls, some of his darkest tracks have surfaced, including one from June 2025 where he claimed to hear threats from inside the prison itself. On top of that, the financial side of prison life weighs him down. His royalties are being taken for debts and restitution, leaving him with little to cover legal fees or even commissary basics. For Kelly, it's a spiral of fear, isolation, and financial collapse. Photos from February 2025 show R. Kelly in standard prison attire, aged but composed. Yet those still shots don't reveal the toll isolation and fear have taken on someone who once thrived on commanding a stage. By June 2025, reports claimed Kelly was placed in solitary confinement and given heavy medication, leading to a collapse that sent him to a hospital in Durham for several days. His attorneys described it as a serious threat to his safety, filing court papers suggesting foul play inside the prison system. Officials, however, have remained largely silent, citing ongoing legal matters, a silence that only fuels more speculation about what really happened behind bars. Whether it was medical mishandling, conflict with staff, or the weight of his own mental health struggles, the result has been the same. Kelly's world is defined by fear and uncertainty. Adding to that isolation, his family, including ex-wife Drea Kelly and their children, reportedly do not visit. Most of his contact is limited to attorneys, staff, and the occasional monitored call. Even small privileges, like a prison tablet for communication, come with delays and restrictions. Every move, every word, every interaction is tightly controlled. For someone who once controlled every detail of his world, R. Kelly's complete loss of freedom marks a dramatic shift. Now known in the system as just another inmate, his story is no longer about fame. It's about how the law finally caught up with a man who once thought he was untouchable. Kelly's legal troubles stretch back decades. The first major scandal came in 1994 when he secretly married rising star Aaliyah, using falsified documents to hide her real age. The marriage was annulled in 1995, but it set off a storm of controversy that would follow him for years. Not long after, in 1996, Tiffany Hawkins filed a lawsuit accusing Kelly of misconduct that allegedly began when she was just 15. She claims she was manipulated into situations with older people, painting a disturbing picture that went far beyond a single relationship. The case was settled in 1998 for $250,000, but it exposed a clear pattern, using money and legal agreements to silence accusations. From that point forward, lawsuit after lawsuit piled up, showing a long trail of troubling behavior. What once looked like isolated scandals became a mountain of evidence, and the beginning of the end for the so-called king of R&B. For years, R. Kelly's playbook was simple: deny, deflect, and try to silence accusations. In 2002, a disturbing video surfaced allegedly showing him with an underage girl, leading to charges in Chicago. The footage was shocking enough to bring serious criminal counts, yet in 2008 he was acquitted after the victim chose not to testify. That acquittal wasn't due to lack of evidence. Multiple witnesses said they recognized both Kelly and the girl in the tape. Instead, it exposed how difficult it can be to prosecute cases when victims feel pressured, intimidated, or simply too ashamed to testify. What looked like a win for Kelly turned out to be temporary. Years later, that same tape would resurface as key evidence in his 2022 conviction. The case eventually expanded far beyond individual allegations. With the rise of the Me Too movement and the 2019 docuseries Surviving R. Kelly, the world got a closer look at the scale of the accusations. More than 20 women came forward, describing patterns of grooming, control, and psychological manipulation. The documentary was a turning point. It put faces and voices to the allegations, showing that this wasn't just about rumors or court filings. It was about a systematic pattern that had gone on for decades, and it could no longer be ignored. The federal investigations that followed were massive, led by the FBI and Homeland Security. For the first time, Kelly wasn't treated like a star who made mistakes, but as the leader of a criminal network. This changed everything because it allowed prosecutors to frame his actions as part of a decades-long pattern instead of isolated incidents. In February 2019, he was charged in Illinois with multiple counts of criminal abuse. Just months later, in July, federal prosecutors hit him with racketeering and trafficking charges in New York, plus additional federal cases in Chicago. The New York trial, which began in August 2021 and lasted 6 weeks, laid out a devastating case. Prosecutors described Kelly as running an organized operation under RICO laws built to recruit and control women. More than 45 witnesses testified, including 11 accusers, and their accounts painted a disturbing picture of rules, manipulation, and psychological control inside his circle. The testimony was overwhelming. It stripped away Kelly's celebrity image and replaced it with the image of a man running a calculated system of abuse. It was one of the most shocking courtroom moments in modern music history. Courtroom evidence showed just how far R. Kelly's operation went. Former employees testified about forged documents for his illegal marriage to Aaliyah, along with contracts, NDAS, and even videos used to control people around him. This wasn't about random incidents. It was a carefully built system designed to isolate and exploit vulnerable women. On September 27, 2021, Kelly was convicted on all 9 counts in New York, 1 racketeering charge and 8 violations under the Mann Act, which involved transporting women across state lines for illegal purposes. It was a landmark conviction, proving that even powerful figures could finally be held accountable. But the fight wasn't over. In 2022, Kelly went back on trial in Chicago for charges tied to the infamous 2002 video. This time, the victim herself, Jane, testified and confirmed her role, providing the missing evidence that derailed the 2008 trial. Prosecutors also presented proof that Kelly and his team tried to hide tapes and intimidate witnesses. On September 14, 2022, Kelly was convicted on 6 of 13 counts, including production of illegal material and enticement. While acquitted on some charges, the convictions added decades to his sentence. Judge Ann Donnelly ultimately handed him 30 years for the New York case, citing his decades of harm and complete lack of remorse. The judge made it clear R. Kelly had shown no remorse and remained a danger to society. On February 23, 2023, he was sentenced to another 20 years for his Chicago convictions. 19 of those years run alongside his New York sentence, but 1 year was added on, plus lifetime supervision, heavy fines, and restitution. The ruling ensured that Kelly will almost certainly spend the rest of his life in federal custody. The appeals process only sealed his fate. In June 2023, the Second Circuit upheld his New York conviction. By April 2024, the Seventh Circuit rejected his Chicago appeal. Finally, in July 2025, the U.S. Supreme Court denied his petition, closing the door on any chance of overturning his convictions. Kelly's downfall became bigger than just one case. It reshaped how prosecutors handle celebrity crimes. Using RICO and trafficking laws influenced by the Me Too movement and documentaries like Surviving R. Kelly, federal prosecutors showed that fame and money can't shield you from justice. The financial fallout has been just as crushing. His royalties are being seized for debts and restitution, and over $10 million in victim payments have been ordered. The man who once made millions from hits now faces a future defined by prison walls and lost fortune. What was once a music empire worth millions has now been dismantled, with the money redirected to help those harmed by R. Kelly rebuild their lives. The empire he created is being used against him as victims continue to fight for restitution. In fact, in February 2025, a lawsuit was filed to enforce an unpaid $10.3 million judgment, proving these battles aren't slowing down anytime soon. The victims are relentless, making sure Kelly pays every penny he owes. His downfall from the king of R&B to federal inmate number 90,888 isn't just the story of one man's collapse. It's a landmark case showing how the justice system is finally holding powerful figures accountable, no matter their fame or fortune. Kelly's case has become a blueprint for prosecuting celebrity crimes, proving that wealth, influence, and status can't shield someone from justice. For years, the streets whispered that something wasn't right. Now the courts have made it official. And that's the story. Make sure to subscribe, like, share, and drop a comment on this video. I want to hear your thoughts on this shocking fall from grace.
Lil Durk almost lost $12.5 million while fighting his a high case. Lil Durk was getting sued by Exceed Talent Capital. The lawsuit, which was filed in December 2023, alleged that Lil Durk committed fraud by selling his royalty rights to his song Bedtime to the company Exceed Talent Capital, while the song already had exclusive contract with Alamo Records. They are saying that they paid Durk $450,000 for the song rights, but later found out that he already sold the rights to another party.
A $12 million lawsuit against Lil Durk has officially been dismissed. The case had accused the rapper and his team of mishandling an investment deal, but the court didn't find enough grounds to move forward. Lil Durk, who's been facing major legal pressure while awaiting trial early next year, finally caught a small legal win. According to an exclusive report from All Hip Hop's Grouchy Greg Watkins, court records show that Exceed Talent Capital's 2023 lawsuit, worth $12.5 million, was dropped. The suit also involved Durk's label, Only the Family OTF, and his former manager Andrew Bonsu. Exceed claimed that Durk's team had agreed to grant them ongoing rights to the track Bedtime in exchange for $600,000. They paid $450,000 before learning that Durk's existing deal with Sony's Alamo Records actually made that agreement invalid. In May 2023, Alamo Records reportedly issued a cease and desist, confirming that Durk's team didn't have authority to transfer song rights. After that, Exceed requested their money back but didn't get a response, leading them to file the lawsuit. They accused Durk's camp of misleading business conduct and said the situation caused financial setbacks, but the court clearly didn't agree this time. Lil Durk just cleared another major legal hurdle. The court officially dismissed all claims against him and his companies with prejudice, meaning Exceed can't reopen or refile the same case against him or his OTF label again. Neither side will recover legal fees, and Durk's team has agreed not to appeal the ruling. It's a clean break for The Voice. However, the lawsuit itself isn't completely over. It now focuses only on Andrew Bonsu and TTPMG LLC, who were reportedly involved in managing parts of the deal. Court papers made it clear that this ruling doesn't impact any potential claims against those remaining parties still in the case. At the same time, there are still ongoing updates surrounding Lil Durk's separate legal situation, with reports continuing to develop around a high-profile case involving him and other individuals. While the details are still unfolding, one thing's certain. This latest court win brings a small sigh of relief for the Chicago artist. While Lil Durk scored a major win in the civil case, the stakes are still super high on his criminal side. Prosecutors allege that Durk orchestrated a 2022 hit targeting Quando Rondo, which tragically resulted in the death of Rondo's cousin, Saviaya Lulpab Robinson. Durk's legal team is fighting hard. They've filed motions to dismiss key charges and are pushing back against the use of an anonymous jury, arguing it would hurt fairness. The criminal trial has already been delayed multiple times because of the massive volume of evidence and legal wrangling. This isn't a quick turnaround by any means. Back in the civil arena, the dismissed case from Exceed Talent Capital centered around a claim that Durk's team promised them perpetual rights to the track Bedtime in exchange for $600,000. They paid $450,000, but colors got crossed when it emerged that Durk already had an exclusive deal with Alamo Records via Sony Music, which blocked that rights transfer. Exceed then demanded a refund and sued when none came. The twist: the lawsuit was dismissed with prejudice, meaning Exceed can't bring the same claims against Durk and his companies again. That's a big legal win. Although the claim against Durk and his label is gone, the civil battle isn't fully over. Exceed's lawsuit lives on, but now only targets another party, Andrew Bonsu and TTPMG LLC, who allegedly handled negotiations. The court made a special note: the dismissal does not wipe out claims against these non-appearing defendants. So while Durk gets that victory, there are still fronts for his team to monitor and defend. Putting all of this together, Durk is navigating one of the most intense legal moments of his career. On one hand, he's celebrating the civil win, but on the other hand, he's staring down serious federal charges that could impact his life and career in massive ways. For his fans and critics alike, the full outcome of the murder-for-hire case will likely shape his legacy far more than any song or award. Stay tuned, because the next few court dates could reset everything. Behind the scenes, Durk's legal team has been moving strategically. They've reportedly been working non-stop to separate his name from the violent accusations tied to others. Insiders say the defense is focusing on weak points in the prosecution's evidence, trying to show that there's no direct proof linking Durk to any planned attack. It's a slow, detailed battle, but one that could shift everything if they manage to poke enough holes in the story. Meanwhile, fans have been standing strong for Durk throughout the chaos. Social media has been flooded with with support posts, playlists, and old clips reminding everyone of how far he's come since his early Chicago drill days. Despite the heavy headlines, his followers are still pushing his music streams higher, proving that his fan base hasn't given up on him even during tough times. Industry insiders are calling this civil court win a moment of breathing room for the rapper. With so many cases piling up around the culture lately, Durk's dismissal shows how fast things can turn when evidence doesn't line up. It's also a big message to anyone rushing to judge artists before the facts are fully laid out. Things in the legal world can flip in an instant. Still, it's clear this story is far from over. Every new update around the criminal case draws in more attention, more speculation, and more debate about what really went down. What's certain right now is that Durk's legal journey is shaping up to be one of the most closely followed in hip-hop this year, and everyone's waiting to see what comes next. Inside legal circles, people are saying this dismissal could mark a turning point for Lil Durk's defense strategy. His lawyers now have more room to breathe since one of the major lawsuits weighing him down is finally off the table. That kind of win can change momentum. It boosts confidence and shifts public perception. With less legal noise surrounding him, the focus now turns fully to the upcoming trial that's been hanging over his head for months. The court documents already hint at multiple motions waiting to be heard, meaning his team is preparing for every possible scenario. Every step counts now, and this victory could set the tone for what's coming next. Reports suggest that Durk's side has been quietly reorganizing their inner circle since last summer. The idea is to keep business clean, tighten management operations, and avoid any more deals that could lead to disputes. Sources close to the label say that after seeing how fast things escalated with Exceed Talent Capital, Durk is being far more selective about who handles his contracts and investments. OTF is said to be working closely with legal advisors to ensure that every future agreement goes through a verified process. It's a move that shows growth. He's learning from past mistakes and taking control of his brand like never before. On social media, fans are torn between celebration and concern. Some are thrilled to see Durk catching a break, while others are worried that the bigger criminal case might still cast a shadow over everything he's built. Many comment sections have turned into full-blown debates, with people arguing about loyalty, street image, and whether fame brings more problems than peace. The discussions are intense, but they show how deeply the culture is invested in Durk's story. It's not just about music anymore, it's about survival, redemption, and how far one person can go while carrying the weight of his city on his back. Meanwhile, the hip-hop community is watching closely as Durk's legal timeline unfolds. Other artists who faced legal issues in the past are reportedly reaching out to offer support and advice. Behind the scenes, there's a quiet respect building. People recognize how tough it is to keep creating under pressure like this. Those close to Durk describe him as focused and calm, spending more time reflecting and writing than ever before. The energy in his camp feels different, more disciplined, more grounded, and determined to come out stronger once everything settles. At this point, one thing's clear. Lil Durk's career has reached a defining crossroads. He's balancing courtroom tension with studio sessions, label responsibilities, and public scrutiny all at once. Every move he makes now carries weight, not just for him, but for the entire OTF movement. What started as a regional Chicago label has grown into a nationwide brand, and Durk's legal battles have become part of its legacy. Whether this latest victory is a sign of better days or just calm before another storm, only time will tell. But for now, he's holding steady, proving that no matter how rough things get, he's still standing tall. Even with the tension surrounding his name, Durk's work ethic hasn't slowed down one bit. People close to him say he's been locked in, spending endless hours writing and recording while preparing for court at the same time. That dual grind has become his escape. It keeps his mind clear and his focus sharp. His studio sessions reportedly feel more personal lately, with lyrics touching on loyalty, betrayal, and the price of fame. Insiders say his next project might be some of his most honest music yet, fueled by everything he's been through in the past year. For Durk, music isn't just business right now. It's therapy, it's expression, and it's proof that no case can silence his voice. Despite all the media buzz, Durk's team has been handling things with precision. His publicists, lawyers, and label heads are keeping every move calculated, making sure no false rumors or exaggerated stories catch fire online. The goal is to protect both the artist and the brand, keeping the narrative fair and focused on facts. They've learned from past missteps that in today's world, perception can be just as powerful as reality. That's why every statement, every court update, and every social post now goes through multiple eyes before hitting the public. It's a smart, measured approach, showing that Durk's camp understands how fragile reputation can be when the spotlight burns this bright. Meanwhile, legal experts watching the case say this kind of situation highlights how complicated the entertainment business really is. Behind every hit song or flashy deal, there's paperwork, contracts, and clauses that can turn into million-dollar problems if misunderstood. Dirk's case with Exceed Talent Capital is now being cited by others in the industry as an example of what can happen when creative control clashes with corporate contracts. It's reminding up-and-coming artists to pay close attention to who manages their deals and what they sign. So, in a way, Dirk's struggle might be setting a precedent, not just in court, but for every artist trying to balance art and business in today's game. As for the fans, their loyalty remains unmatched. Some have been running daily updates on social platforms, tracking every court development and flooding comment sections with messages of encouragement. Others are creating fan-made videos and mini documentaries highlighting Dirk's journey from the streets of Chicago to becoming one of the biggest names in modern rap. They're treating this moment like a chapter in a bigger story, one that shows resilience, transformation, and survival. Even through the legal noise, Dirk's influence keeps growing, especially among younger artists who see his grind as motivation to keep pushing no matter what obstacles come their way.